Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to another Triton Super High Roller Series Festival. We're kicking things off here from the Principality of Monaco. Ali Najat alongside Randy Liu. Randy, it's been a minute. I confess, I missed you a little bit. Not a ton, but enough that I'm happy to be back here and happy to have all of you guys with us as well. I didn't mean it to be a needle.
I mean, we've got the yin and the yang. I'm not sure which color is which.
Yeah, but yours has the cool thing inside the hoodie, and mine doesn't. I know. Anyway.
You know how it is.
Listen, we haven't been around since Montenegro in May. We did a little bit of cash game work in between, of course, and obviously we're excited to bring you much more of that in the coming months. But here and now, it is time once again for 14 days of high altitude, high octane, nosebleed, high stakes poker, the likes of which many of you are very familiar with at this point in time. In a city, of course, Randy, that epitomizes opulence, high-stakes lifestyle in gaming, something I know that you're all right with.
Something you're all right with,
no,
right? You feel just at home. I know you.
No, listen, guys, I want you to understand something. Randy is just as fancy as I am, and yet somehow I get branded the diva around this desk. It's a very strange thing.
How many cars do you have again?
Relax, Randy. It's not about the quantity. It's about the quality.
It's both for you.
I need 0 and I have 2. All right, listen, we got 13 events coming your way. 10 no-limit hold'ems. We got 3 pot-limit Omahas. Walk us through this docket because it is going to be a very special one.
Well, of course, we've got the $125,000 main event, no-limit hold'em, PLO main. Once we're doing again, $100K buy-in. The sweet one is the $200K invitational where we have the businessmen, the VIPs, inviting pros to get into this event. So it's a lot of fun. Of course, we don't have short deck at this stop. That will be coming back during our Asian stops. But here, PLO is obviously a highlight.
Yeah, and obviously when we do put PLO on the docket, we do anticipate that there's going to be some people, some faces that we're not going to see here today and for several days until that back part of the program comes forward, and then the likes of Elias Parsonen and a lot of the Scandinavians, the Nordic guys that love them some four-card, they'll book their flights down and they'll join us here in Monaco. Of course, one other thing that's making this particular festival very special is the fact that we're going to be crowning our Season 3 Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner. And it was a hard-fought battle, but in the end, Randy, who took it down?
Danny Tang.
That he did, and it was a splendid performance. I do want to pop into the Triton Poker Plus app. Obviously, a reminder for those of you that somehow, some way, haven't yet downloaded this thing, which is absolutely free and the only way to watch any given Triton Super High Roller Series coverage. You see, Danny, 3,700 points. Now, it looks like there's a lot of breathing room between him and the rest of the guys out there, but just look at the names that he defeated relatively early on in his career compared to some of these other, super high stakes regs.
Yeah, Danny Tang was that guy who was like, I want to win it. He put in all the effort to do so. He had to overtake Jason Kuhn, who won the previous season, and obviously Jason fought very hard to beat Steven Chidwick, one of the guys that's very good at contending for the award there. But, Daniel DeVos also able to play a lot of games. Isaac Haxon ranking up there. Of course, Phil Ivey. He's the man that's hard to take down, but, Danny Tang was able to do so.
The Ivy effect simply can't be overstated with respect to the increase in interest, the increase in streaming numbers, audiences. He is just such a powerhouse superstar name. Placed fourth last year. Now, in terms of coming into this particular season, do we just assume that the reigning champion is the favorite, him and maybe Jason Kuhn, who's always up there?
I do think they have I don't know if they're a favorite, but everyone at the top is just so good. Jason, getting first and then second, I think he's a pretty big favorite. Danny Tang, of course, doing well. But I got to say, we can't count out guys like we just mentioned, Haxon, Ivy, and DeVos. These guys play every single variant, which is helpful in order to accrue points. So I think it's going to be another close race.
Yeah, the odds will shift up a little bit, I would imagine, as this particular festival takes shape. It is important to get off to a good start in this thing and get a little bit of that sense of pressure and being behind the eight ball off your back. No doubt about that. All right, the opening event of this particular series, an exciting one, Randy, one that we have never hosted before, and it comes to us brought to you by our brand new sponsors from WPT Global. It is the WPT Global Ultimate Slam, and it's $25,000 buy-in, but this is a brand, something that these players are familiar with, and they're going to be out here doing their thing. I would imagine whether it's WPT or anybody else, a 25K, these guys are just going to be doing their thing. They're not going to be affected by any of this.
It's funny because we say 25K as one of the smaller buy-ins, but it's still a lot of money, So it's going to be pretty cool to watch this one play out. We do know that in future WPT Global Ultimate Slams, players are able to qualify into it, so that'll be pretty cool to see more new faces, which we always see at the Triton stop. So
yeah.
The first one, I think people are going to splash a little bit just because it's the smaller buy-in, but we'll see how it goes.
It's funny. I talked about we haven't been at this since May. A lot of the people that play on the Triton Super High Roller Series don't really do a lot of playing elsewhere, which means they could be chomping at the bit. They could be rearing to go. Some of that level 1 fireworks, let's just get in there. Rebuy period is still available to us. We could see some very, very incendiary events out there.
We're going to see it, okay, Ollie?
No doubt about it. Okay, listen, the particulars, Randy, $25,000 buy-in. We mentioned this. 40-minute levels, not a turbo by any stretch of the imagination, but you can't sit back and relax.
No, you can't sit back and relax. But we have plenty of events throughout the 2 weeks here, so getting reps, multiple, buy-ins and things like that, it's all right.
250,000 chip starting stack, so the guys are going to be relatively deep for the time being. But as we mentioned, with 40-minute levels, things dilute, and they do so in a bit of a hurry. Now, we do have a 2-table feature setup from here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. I wish I could take this camera and turn it around and give you guys a glimpse. At some point throughout the course of our coverage, you're going to get one at what has to be the most beautiful venue for someone to play tournament poker in. I mean, we cannot even explain. What we see behind us here, obviously, you can tell the grandeur.
It's a little blurred out right now.
But I mean, listen, obviously the good folks over at Sharehan and the Triton staff have been working diligently to assemble this place, and the players really do love this particular stop. But the view out of the plate glass in front of Randy and I, and a roof that even retracts, I don't know whether or not we're going to get any open-air poker during this festival, just come together to make this place so special. Now, those two feature tables that we're going to have, they're going to bring to us some of the, common familiar names from the Triton Super High Roller Series. I'm talking, of course, about Alex Ponikov's over on table 1, the Latvian, who Henry Kilbane and I actually flew down here from Riga with. We were doing a little bit of post-production prior and had some interesting conversations with him. Mum's the word, zip. No, we're not going to tell you what he said, but, some opinions
come
were shared.
on.
Can't do it. Not going to do it, Randy. Don't even try it. We've got Mulacher at his table and, of course, the Spaniard, Juan Parro.
Yeah, these are three guys who actually have a lot of history with each other, not only at the Triton stop, but they play online a lot at the highest buy-ins possible. So I think they're going to be very familiar with one another. They're going to attack like just another day in office in this 25K buy-in.
If I asked you, who is the spiciest person at any given Triton? The guy who you just add a drop of that to the soup and all of a sudden the flavor profile changes entirely. Would you guess at who that person would be, Randy?
You mean of all Triton players or just people?
Everybody that's a reg that comes and plays with us. I'm wondering if you're going to get this.
No, I'm not sure who.
Okay, if I said he plays under the French banner.
Rui Cow?
Okay, fair.
Okay,
not a bad guess. But I am talking about none other than the man who simply has a nose for deep runs and finds himself at the table 2 feature table, Jean-Noel Torel, JNT.
Yes.
Could have been KCG. That would have been a decent guess as well. But something about these French, those three who you mentioned, really good candidates, he's going to find himself sitting with Chris Brewer and Dan DeVoris.
JNT is a lot of fun to watch. Not a lot of people are used to how he plays. He has 2 second-place finishes in the 100K main event, 125K main event. What's amazing is that he probably should have won one of them, right, when Timothy Adams got in that pair over pair under pair and he got there.
Yep.
So JNT has one of the best track records at the Triton Series, and especially in this main event. I want to see him make another deep run.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. So we're just about 1 minute away from sending it down to the beginning of the coverage. Again, a reminder that if you're going to stream, no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing, do it with the Triton Poker Plus app. It's available on the Google App Store. It's available on the Apple App Store. It's totally free, and it allows you to track each and every hand that's being played at all of these tables that are spread out in the field. There's just no substitute.
No, of course not. I use the Triton Poker Plus app whenever I'm not on stream, too, just to kind of catch up what's going on, watch my favorite players. Phil Ivey's not the feature table, well, I can still see if he's winning hands and see what hands he's winning with and stuff like that. So download it. Why not? Yeah,
and listen, he's not bluffing, by the way. It's right here. I don't know if you can get a shot of it, but we've got it up on these iPads. It's what allows us to bring you this coverage in the way that we do, and we are just about moments away from getting to 2 weeks worth of it. So strap in, saddle up, and here it comes. Season 4 of the Triton Super High Roller Series. It's the WPT Global Ultimate Slam. And your first look from Sporting Monte-Carlo. That reminds me, that little lit up stairwell there of that Billie Jean video with Michael Jackson back in the day. You remember the light up dance floor?
Sorry, I didn't watch the music videos, but I do know the song.
You do know the song. Okay, I'm dating myself once more. There's Brian Kim at one of our outer tables to start things off. What else do we have going on in the room?
See a Watson right there.
Sir Watts.
Mateos.
Yeah, and of course Shaman O'Dwyer taking his seat. One of the brothers Greenwood, Luke, next to that Season 3 Player of the Year award winner. Danny Tang, Ike Haxton. That doesn't strike me as a great table draw, Randy.
No, it does not.
Tough all around. Ooh, Martirossi in there as well. Ouch. What do we have here? The mighty Stephen Chidwick. Looks like Movember is calling his name. Where's your mustache, Randy?
I don't think I can grow hair in that region of my face.
Are you suggesting that other regions you're able?
This is going to be a long 2 weeks.
Let's climb that staircase and get it up to the featured table. Here we are. Now we mentioned Ponikovs, of course, Juan Parro, Thomas Mühlacker, all three of them front and center. Cards in the air. Is that Jesse Lonis who's parking his bones up there as well, Randy?
Does look like it. Good to see him back at the Triton stop.
Danger, gentlemen, is Marius Kuzmanas also there, one of 5 players at the blue table. Red table, another feature. Yarshevsky will round things out, along with Emilien Pitavi, Andy Nee, who was a part of the Cash Game festivals up in Jeju, Montenegro before him. Orpin, Byron Coverman, Alex Kulev, Nikita Kuznetsov, looking for a 5th to join them out at the orange table. Looks like we've got an open from Mühlacker, courtesy of Ace-9 suited. No, that's a 3-bet over the top of a Marius open.
Yeah, Ace-9 suited.
2,500 become 9,000. Back over to Kuzmanas. He will defend. A little north of 20K in the pot. Blind starting out at 500, 1,000 with the 1K big blind Annie. And Marius starting out with way the best of it on a queen high rainbow board.
Yeah, great start for him. Thomas might still continuation bet this one with the backdoor hearts, ace high. Kind of a dry texture where if his opponent doesn't have a queen, they often would just check fold.
Little 5K quarter pot follow through.
Usually there's not much merit to check raising this hand just because you blow out hands that have very little equity. Unless you're check raising bluff with a lot of hands, you tend to just check call.
That's exactly what Marius does.
Oh,
wow. Ace of clubs, no waiting on the turn. And you get the sense when you have king, queen, and you check call, that's the stone 1 card you do not want to see.
exactly that, right? A king makes you 2 pair, which would be great. The ace is a disaster. But sometimes when you take passive lines, you got to take the risk they get there.
Yeah, we accept these sorts of potential outcomes. And, of course, Thomas now with some options. I would imagine he would be more inclined to bet this turn than check back pot control and see what happens on the river, right?
I hear what you're coming from. I think the reason he's still betting is because the ace heavily favors his range, so he's expected to bet here even when he's got air. So he still wants to try and get like a queen to call like king, queen. And they probably will have to call at least one more bet just because Mühlacker can have like king 10, king jack 10, jack 10 that would fire a second pair at a very high frequency.
Given that we've taken this passive line, are we more obligated to make the call then with a king-queen versus recognize that a lot of the 3-betting range does contain the ace?
I think that he has to check call this turn just because his opponent is going to fire this turn very so much. I don't think the ace-9 has that much value on the river because of kicker issues. He bet just 5K on the flop, which is 25% pot, so Marius can still check call some better ace-X's.
Mühlacker agrees with you, Randy, as he does check back, and Kuzmanas will suffer a 30K blow as Thomas gets himself off to a nice start here. First had the opportunity to visit with Thomas back at our Vietnam festival.
Yeah, remember it was in those little the outing we had
quite some time ago. Yeah, we took a trip into town in where were we? Hoi An, right?
That's
down
right.
by the river, and a lot of players actually made it a point to go and take in some of the local flavor, which I think is actually a selling point for a lot of these Triton Super High Roller Series, you know, picking venues that are a mix of, you know, being interesting to the demographic that we tend to attract, as well as being somewhat convenient for travel purposes. And I'll tell you what, if you get a taste of a Triton Super High Roller Series, if you are fortunate enough to be among this rarefied air, I don't think there's a corner of the globe that we could put a festival on and people wouldn't show up. What's that? Triton Antarctica?
I was going to say.
Count me in.
Yeah.
Right?
It'll be cold.
We'd have to put penguins in the gift bags. You have to give people a free penguin, Randy.
I know you have that weird story about your friend bringing the penguin to the bar.
He brought the I'm telling you, man. Then he got busted trying to put it back into the zoo. Anyway, Queen, Jack here. More on that later. As blind versus blind, Ponikovs and Kuzmanas collide.
Yeah, limp pop BVB going to put in min bet. Idea here is that opponent isn't going to mess around, but the gut shot is enough to continue. Can also pair to 9 or 8, which could be good against random air.
30 or 40.
There's 8.
Pair for Marius. Out in front.
It is hard to get called by worse, but there is a little bit of protection to be had, especially because the jack counterfeits your pair. I suppose it kind of depends if he feels he would ever get check raise on this turn. If that's the case, then you don't really want to bet fold this hand.
So still just 5K in the middle.
I wouldn't be too worried about the ace if I was Marius. I wouldn't expect ace high to bet the flop too often in this limp pot.
King high.
You know, Ponikov's had the sense that maybe King High had some showdown value there, but of course Marius shows him that that is not the case. Is that a lose one, win one type of situation? He won the tiny pot and then lost the big one, of course.
That's you're that guy, huh?
No, I always just hear that, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the guy you want to punch in the face at the table.
Wow, Randy's so violent. It's a little early in the festival.
I want to. Do you think I'm capable of it? No.
I don't know, Randy.
You
Maybe
hesitate.
you are.
Maybe if I was on a table with you. You seem like a little slimy guy I want to punch here and there.
Thank you for that, Randy. Well, you can't spell Jesse without a J, and he's got a couple of them here. Wired under the gun. Lonis takes us up to 3,000 now. If you don't know this gentleman, he has quite the reputation. Talking about Lonis, of course, as you see Duke Anwin taking his seat here as a sixth participant and choosing to flat with 6-4 suited. Maybe
Look,
Jesse's going to have his hands full.
It's level 1, smaller buy-in of the series. We're here to play. We got 250 big blinds. What can go wrong?
Well, it's not great to have the 7 and the 5 of clubs tied up in Muehlacher's hand as he joins from the big blind, taking the price. Ace, King, 9, just one of these boards that you hate when you have pocket jacks and company in 2 spots. A round of checks, though, might leave you feeling a little better about it as Win now makes a pair of 4s. Unclear whether or not that's going to leave him feeling proud.
Well, if he does feel proud enough to bet, he likely would take it down. Isn't going to.
Muehlacher also making a pair here.
Expecting this one to just check through. Hope for the best.
As suspected. One last round of knuckles. And we'll send the pot over to Jesse. He's got a fairly incredible story that he's shared with respect to some of the difficult beginnings for him in his life. And the fact that he has really beaten the odds in more ways than one.
Yeah, I believe his results have been tremendous in the past 12 months or so.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he just wins everything or final tables, and it just feels like Triton is the perfect place for him. You know, continue to high buy-ins. And I've read some hands and stuff. He's sick. He makes some really courageous plays, and he's like almost always right.
He will definitely put you in the blender. There is no question about that.
And he holds the power button on, you know? He just keeps blending.
You know that one button that's designed to just, like, ice break or something
Yeah.
like that. Like he just mashes it and then holds it. You're right. Oh my
He breaks
gosh.
the Vitamixes, you know?
Pocket queens right on the heels of the jacks for Jesse in the big. Mühlacker limped the ace-7. Makes the call, and he's got backdoor spades and a gutter to keep him interested as Jesse has the overpair with 9 in the middle.
Yeah, lots of interest here for Mühlacker. Might even check raise from time to time if a bet comes in from Lonis.
Bet.
6,500 is a meaty bet, so it might dissuade Mühlacker from check raising and rather go for check call more often, expecting his opponent not to bet fold as much.
Mühlacker makes the call, does not find assistance. Has a 4 pairs on the turn.
Oftentimes, players do like to lead on these board pairing cards, especially as the check caller, given that they tend to hit that card more in terms of trips. But ace high still has some showdown value, so it doesn't really want to bloat the pot. Lonis is going huge. Let's put in a white chip and more.
29,000 into 22, the over bet. And you know, it's funny, you almost feel a little bit better about the ace high with some frequency when you face the polarity of that bet. But of course, the value proposition not there for Mühlacker. And also, the guy across the way, not one of those shut it down on the river all that often.
We were just
sorts of
speaking about Jesse
characters.
Lonis, right? He's the guy who's just going to put you in the blender for a very long time.
Looking at his hand, and he's got $11.5 million in career live earnings. Best live cash, $2.3 million. Jesse, that is.
This is Jesse's second Triton stop.
Yeah, did we first get a peek at him at Jeju?
Jeju, yeah, he had 3 cashes, 1 7th place, a 13th, and a 28th out of 5 events. So that's pretty good, I would say.
Well, when you consider that there have been some very expensive festivals on even the greatest of Triton regulars' resumes,
Yeah.
where they just put up the goose egg. Anytime you can find profit or even break even, you're doing okay. And Jesse accumulating here.
Feeling the rush.
I'll tell you what, this feels far more tense at this feature than I would expect out of a level 1 25K first event.
Yeah, it doesn't really strike me as the chatty type. You know, sometimes you get a mixed bag, I suppose.
Ace Queen suited for Kuzmanas. Duke King Jack suited.
This is a 3-bet worthy hand. He's going to come in with call.
It does leave the door open for Juan Parro. Jack-9 offsuit. They're so deep here, Randy, that anybody who's got that post-flop comfort is inclined to look for opportunities to maybe build a big one. And the queen high.
Should be a small one here. Expecting a continuation bet from Marius. Not much. I mean, I suppose Dugan could come in with check call or check raise with King Jack of clubs, straddling that queen of clubs. See if he's got an appetite or not.
Yeah, I was saying this board texture very nice for Marius. Follow through of 4,000. Just shy of half pot. He's just getting his feet wet.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Marius at a Triton festival. We're always going to see new faces, aren't we? It's not just the same crew over and over again anymore.
Listen, I enjoy it. And I think, I've gone on record many times as talking about that having new blood, having new faces come in and disrupt sort of that fraternal order of things. Oh, well, I know you, you know me, we've played a million pots with one another, and throw those curveballs. That makes for an interesting baseball game. Suited one gapper on the button. Worthy of the open, and Ponikov's ace-jack. He'll hop right in. Jack 8-7, a delightful board for Ponikov's with top pair, top kicker, but just look what has taken shape for the pre-flop raiser.
That's a powerhouse flop for both players. Queen 10 suited, looking lovely. With that gut shot, spade, one over to the jack. It feels like Ponikov's often will just check call here in this spot. If it was disconnected in the sense there was no 10-9 that got there, maybe like a jack 8-5 or 4, he might come in with check raise.
$5K follow through and a flat from Alex. Board pairing 8. A disappointing sight for Duke.
Yeah, it's a very bad card for Duke because Jack X is going to feel good. 8X, of course, is very happy. It's hard to multi-barrel in the spot even with this much equity.
Ponikov's knows that, and this 8 is definitely the kind of card that lends itself more so to him being able to barrel, although, of course, Duke's range should be a bit wider when he opens on the button. And Alex does activate 7,500.
It's a freeze in the sense that Duke really can't raise here, especially if Alex is leading an 8 at a pretty high frequency. So call we go.
And the 9 slides in there for win, giving him the queen high straight. Ponikov's hates this card.
Yeah, as bad as it gets, he might come in with block if he doesn't think he'll get bluff raised. It's hard to say. If he does come with block, it's going to be very small. I would guess around 10 to 15%. Just because he can get called by worse, which is Queen Jack and King Jack.
4,500.
4,500, and this is very much designed to give him cheap showdown.
I mean, this has to be a mandatory raise. Wow, he just calls. I'm surprised because he had that queen to go along with that straight.
Yeah, just deciding that with the board pair out there, he didn't want to open up the action with the raise. Ponikov's all of a sudden pounces on us, and we've got real issues even with a queen high straight there. So Duke enjoying his first Triton pot.
I mean, he doesn't look that pleased. You said he was enjoying it.
I mean, you don't know what's happening under the shades, Randy.
I see.
Ace Jack now parking itself in front of Jesse. So he makes it 3,000 to go.
Simple hand.
Uneventful. Is Muhlacher meditating with his eyes open?
I haven't seen him move. A statue.
Okay, there it is. I was worried for a second. He's also got that one fist inside of the hand. What is that, the Shaolin kind of? You know, it's like the martial arts.
Yeah. I don't know. What are we talking about? Last Airbender or something?
You know, it's funny. I had a friend that was in that movie,
Okay.
and I was going to watch it, but then I saw the Rotten Tomatoes score,
1%
and it
or
was
something.
so bad that I was like, I can't do this, man. That's 2 hours of my life.
You're
I'm
not
never
even going
gonna
to
get
support your
back.
friend.
You know, listen, Rotten Tomatoes is who he needs to get a little more support from, not me. King, queen, making it 3,000 to go. All straightforward business. He raises and takes it. Vietnam, by the way, one of those parts of the world that are very interesting in terms of poker markets. Randy, there's a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of interest, not unlike Thailand. Obviously, we paid a visit, but sort of in the margins right now in terms of full-on legalization of the game in spite of all of that support that it has. But I would imagine it won't be too long before the floodgates open up and we're going to see a lot more people.
Yeah, the name that always comes to mind for me when we talk about Vietnamese players is Dao Minh Phu.
DMP, baby.
DMP and his buddy Chuck Chu, right? Like,
Titan,
they really,
yep.
really made a splash at the Triton series, so
Mhm.
it's no surprise that more are coming out.
You're absolutely right about that.
Monster flop for aces with the ace of diamonds, too.
Blind versus blind. The rich part of the deck just all over the place here.
You like how he tried to trap Jesse? Jesse didn't take the bait.
You know, I'm not sure how much of a scouting report Thomas has on Jesse, who does have himself a diamond here, Randy, and could get himself into a bit of trouble as such. Peels, board pairs on the turn. What do you like here with aces?
I like checking just because you do have to be cautious about the queen, and maybe your opponent will stab and try to rep it. It's a little bit of think and check from Thomas, which doesn't get Jesse to bet.
River, very dry, and now value available. Although this pot does feel like it's not as big as Thomas would have liked it to be.
Yeah, it's interesting whether to bet or not. It depends if he thinks a King X will bet if check to, then he wants to check. Maybe he feels that even a deuce would call. He does fire out full pot.
And of course, that'll end matters very swiftly. Mühlacker is absolutely asking himself whether or not he left the oven on before he got on his flight. I know that face, Randy. It's although he doesn't seem like he bakes.
Yes, bake Thomas the Baker.
You tried to cook one up there, but
Yeah.
to no avail, obviously, being up against 8-7 offsuit with that run out. Tough proposition. $3,000 to play. This time the raise coming from the button with Queen 7 suited. Lonis, Ace 10 offsuit. And there is a glimpse at the aggressive tendencies. Certainly Ace 10 a candidate. As Jesse makes it 13-5. And Mühlacker says, okay. Did Jesse make more in profit in that pot than Mühlacker did with aces moments ago? I want to say he did.
He did. He did.
That feels unfair, man. Right?
It does kind of feel like Jesse wants to kind of just splash around and play pots, but no one else at the table is obliging. Just the vibe I'm getting from him. I do feel like Alex is one of those guys that it's not going to let him just do his thing. 6-5 offsuit, though. Not interested.
Yeah, Ponikovs has a nose for some big pots himself, Randy. He's not afraid to get his hands dirty. I'm feeling these shades, Randy, for the record.
Yeah, it's cool.
They just, like certain things make you look very wealthy. Those glasses, they like 3x your net worth, whatever it is, as soon as you put them on.
You've got some really odd thoughts, my friend. I mean, sure. Cool. Yeah.
Act surprised. What do you?
I don't know.
How long we been together at this?
It's one of your worst comments. It really is.
Come on, man. You're not with me? Back me up, chat.
Yo,
See,
dude.
like these ones on Juan Parro, they increase your IQ, but they don't make you look super rich. Man, I'm onto something, Randy. I'm telling you. Chat, back me up. Randy's trying to shower me.
Honestly, really, just don't.
No,
Don't back
I'm telling
this
you,
guy
some
up.
people know what I'm talking about.
No, they don't. Duke on. He 3x his net worth to put on his sunglasses.
No. He looks
He looked like he did, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay. That's cool.
Well, you're not a sunglasses guy, Randy?
No.
Really?
Yeah. Is that surprising? I want to increase my IQ maybe.
I just want you guys to understand the only reason Randy's not a sunglasses guy is because he punts so hard on hoodies that he's got nothing left over for sunnies.
I've been getting yelled at home for having the same hoodie, in multiple brands. Yeah.
And colors.
Yeah. Not really colors. They're all black.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Marius,
Move
Queen
on.
10 offsuit. Nothing wrong with him. Just a little feeler to 2,500.
Let's get in there.
These little baby club one-gappers.
They suit well with deep stacks just because you can maneuver a lot more. So I think it's fine on the button. Doesn't flop anything. You tend to check mid-pair, especially the weaker kicker types on these board as the pre-flop raiser. You don't really get called by worse, and it get very tricky when you bet and get called. You're not really sure if you're value owning yourself on future streets or need to defend.
Second pair on the flop.
I think with the 10 kicker, you still want to go in defense mode for now. Maybe seek value if it checks through once more.
Board pairing king on the end. As this one takes shape in very innocent fashion.
Yeah, good river card for him because with the king, he can value bet against the 8 very clean, as well as pocket pairs that would flatten check down. Could see him come in with like 3-4K or so. Maybe he looks like he's going to polarize with 6 into 75.
Well, for some reason, Duke's hand didn't hit the muck right away, and maybe that gives us a glimpse into the fact that he's capable of reaching for a cape and being a real hero at some point.
Don't think the sunglasses comes with a cape.
No, I don't think so. I will tell you this.
Go ahead.
Bluff raising the river is a lot easier when you're wearing some cool sunglasses. I'm just saying, I bet you if we did a study on it. Anyways.
Yeah, we got a study on it. Poker.
From the
101
Institute of Poker. 275,000 up at the top for Jesse Lonis here. As he's just getting his feet wet along with the rest of the field. Ponikovs, 222,000. Of course, everybody's starting with 250 in chips. Those chip counts brought to you by our new sponsors over at WPT Global. This event, the WPT Global Ultimate Slam.
Harder for Bahamas, I guess.
One that, in the future,
For Bahamas. More difficult
those of you
maybe.
watching will be able to qualify for. on WPT Global. More on that as it takes shape.
$12.5.
This is a bit out of line from Ponikov's 3-betting ace-8 off from the small. You must be expecting Juan Parro to be open raising the button very, very wide. And you will see size up here, 5x, because of how deep they are, trying to kind of negate that positional advantage. But Juan Parro still going to come along with King 7 suited.
27,000 in the middle. 10-5-4. Talked about Ponikov's being unafraid to play big ones, and here he's breathed life.
I actually could see Juan Parro come in with a float in position if Ponikov does c-bet, just because he's got a little backdoor equity that he could hit. But
that
the
7
14K
dangler also
yeah.
kind of a part of the equation as we see Ponikov's follow through for half pot.
But 14K is a bit meaty, which would dissuade him. I feel like if he was up against the third pot, he most likely would come here. It's a bit unclear, but he does know that Ponikov does mess around quite a bit.
Oh, and perhaps that is a factor as we see Pardo floating in spite of the sizing. And he finds nothing more than a gut shot on the turn. Ponikov's also picking one up.
Yeah, it's a very tough one to multi-barrel on. If they say it would work, but if his opponent is holding a 10, they're going nowhere. Even hands like 6s and 5-6, ace-4, ace-5, they'd want to continue.
Ponikov's doesn't barrel once more, and now Pardo with the door open. Although he also understands that Alex is tricky enough to slip it to him and induce bets sometimes here, right?
Sure, but if you're floating this hand on the flop, you have to bluff at some point. If you don't bet the turn, it's really hard to represent a hand that's worthy of a value bet because a 10x would want value against that wheel draw.
Pardo agrees, and he brings 35,000 forward into 55.
This would be a very tough call to make with just ace high. If you do, you're giving your opponent credit to float the flop with high card hands, backdoor diamonds, clubs, or spades, and wow, this guy's sick.
I'll tell you what, it's not just that wheel draw, but also the sense that the 5 and the 4 X's maybe we can more safely remove from Pardo's range pre as we see Ponikov's hitting the ace on the end, 4 to a wheel out there. But, you know, you either have 10x or you don't have 10x. Maybe there's a little 6-7 suited in there given that we're deep. But Alex keeping an eye on his man, content to check with 125 in the middle. And Pardo, I mean, does King Eye have any showdown here? I don't feel like it does.
No, 0 showdown. The question is, can we get hands to fold? It's interesting because the ace does often hit Ponikov's range, and sometimes it's even aces ups that check call, and if he bets, he needs to bet very big. And he can represent a lot of big hands, 6-7, ace deuce, ace 10.
Set of fives? Set of fours?
So of course, the sets. I don't think he can represent like ace 5, ace 4, ace 3. I doubt they bet the turn at a high frequency.
Right.
But he can try and rep it.
Well, every time he reaches down toward his chips, you hold your breath and wonder whether or not it's going to be a barrel or a time bank. So far, he's used a couple. Everyone given 30 seconds to act.
I know there's a 4-liner out there, but it's not like a likely one hitting the deuce. So he can still go very meaty even with 2 pair sets type hands. Possibly even all in if he wanted to. So if he wanted to try and rep it that way.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
What were you saying?
How much?
Randy?
Well, I know what Alex is saying, how much, because this is disaster. This is painful, my friend.
183 into 125. I do not envy Alex Ponikov's situation here.
So the ace is helpful in a sense that it blocks some of the two pairs that could value jam. Basically ace 10. He has... This is just tough. He has to give his opponent credit to have floated the flop, bet turn, and still jam river on a card that is supposed to improve him, which is what's happening right now.
What are the bluffs? Busted diamonds?
I mean, it's every busted backdoor float. And he needs to ask the question, too, at what frequency are these hands floating? Is it 100%? Then you're more likely able to find a hero. And wow, this is a great hand of poker.
I'll tell you what. That pot is not for the faint of heart.
I thought it was.
Pardo gave it all he had there and actually got kind of a nice river because when you are overbetting into that pot, despite the fact that the ace shows up, it does look like you're not worried about the ace, but every now and again, you just have dust, and that's exactly where Pardo found himself. Now, Chris Brewer at our other feature table finds himself in a pot that was 2,500 ahead pre 975 board, giving Brewer bottom pair and the gut shot. Eigor Yarvi making it 15,000. It was Daniel DeVoris who was involved that led out for 3K. Brewer then calling and being the only player remaining after the Yarvi raise with his set. Now two paths to a straight for Brewer on the turn. He does have a club working as well, albeit not a big one, as he checks it over to the Ukrainian.
Not really what you wanted to see if you're Chris Brewer, just because you're not sure where your outs are. Are they tainted? If I hit a club, do they have a bigger club? What if I hit a straight and they already have a flush? That's got to be a tough spot as well.
Sure.
Comes in with about half pot. So price is pretty good. I mean, does Chris ever turn his hand into a bluff and check raise? It's interesting thought. Takes the price and check calls. There we go. Hits the club.
Flush for Brewer.
Yeah, Brewer doesn't really want to see a bet, even though he did hit the flush, of course, with that 5 of clubs. One would think you would check the set here, as it does still have some showdown value. Not a lot, but perhaps just enough.
You hate this card so much. Is it mergy if you barrel? Or you're just turning the set into a bluff?
I would say this is turning into a bluff. It's mergy when it checks through on the turn, but there was a bet and a call on the turn. Alright, so he is reaching for chips. 33K. He is betting in a manner that does kind of feel mergy to me. I I'm not so sure what his intention is, but it is interesting whether Brewer's going to want to call. Price, of course, is good, but then again, he might not think Brewer or Eigor would be bluffing the spot, I mean.
What an awkward spot here, because obviously we have the flush, but a man willing to throw out what feels a bit milky in terms of this 33,000 could very well have us in trouble.
Yeah, and it's also Eigor raising the flop, betting turn, and the river. Wow, Brewer lays down the best hand with the 5 of clubs. Eigor with that mergy bluff. I'm not sure what it is, but it worked.
It sure did. And he will be quite relieved when he comes to learn that he managed to get Brewer off of the best hand there. Nice pickup for Yaroshevsky.
The blind's up. 1K, 1,500. 1,500 ante.
By the way, not certain whether or not those of you who are streaming us live right now are also getting a little bit of this audio redundancy right now. We are aware of it if you are, and we are efforting a fix. But the good news is the video is intact.
Yes, we don't want that to be on repeat. It'll be Groundhog's Day.
And Dvoris is intact as well, of course, with a couple of 10s as he makes it 3,500. 110 into the bin. No callers. There's Emilian Bitavi. Brewer's like,
He's
he
smashing
bet
away.
33,000 on the river. I didn't know what to do.
Yaroshevsky's pounding away. I think I got this guy to fold a flush.
Right.
J&T. Ace 5 suited.
Monaco, by the way, J&T's backyard. Sort of home court, if you will, for him as he raises in front of Hossein Ensan, former World Series of Poker main event winner. Yaroshevsky. Flatting with inferior diamonds. Suited connector, of course, well worth it. Dvoris, 7-4 clubs, likes the price and flops himself second pair up against top pair. 2 checks in front of J&T, and he's going to barrel.
Puts in 3,500. Top pair. Not going anywhere. Curious to see if Daniel comes along with his middle pair no kicker once there's a bet and a call in front of him. Oftentimes this would just hit the muck. But perhaps maybe if he thinks he hits the 7 or 4, he can win a huge one. Looks like he's going to try and spike it.
So still three-handed with an extra 10 and change. Heading toward the middle, and Yaroshevsky improving to 2 pair.
It's interesting that he opts to lead out 15K into 2 opponents with the flush coming in too. Perhaps he feels players would just check it back and he doesn't want his opponents to, take the free card, especially when there's 2 of them.
Well, Well, no takers as nobody picked up the heart draw there. That is Laurent Polito to the left of Pitavi. Newer faces. All right, now it's starting to get really ridiculous, by the way. I feel like we should actually make a like an EDM song out of it or something. It's like the Triton disco mix.
Dubstep.
Yeah, let's come back over here because we know there's not a lot of noise being made at this particular feature, so we don't run the risk. Roland Rokita has joined things, as has Jeremy Zoadi. Roland sits this one out, as does Alex.
Juan, I hate to say it, brother, but you're in last place right now. Good thing it is level 2. There maximum bullets in this thing? Unlimited?
So Juan Parro should be playing one of those tiny stacks, given he bluffed it off. Yeah, just 21K back.
Did Jesse just point that out to him, by the way, and say, hey, I hate to tell you this, but you're in last place? Well, you know, I mean, chances are
Like the new tournament brand?
level 2, 16 bigs of an original 250. Yeah, I would say I'm in last place, Jesse. Thanks for the breaking news. And Pardo looking to break northbound as he defended his big blind against Duke, who made it 4,000 and flops the Broadway draw with a spade dangler and yet does not fire into this ace-queen-4 board. Pardo, of course, out-flopping with bottom pair.
Yeah, it is surprising you didn't see bet this flop, given the ace-x shouldn't be in much of Juan Pardo's range. But look at that turn card.
Hello, Nutter Butters.
Trappy.
For win. Yeah, 2 quick checks. Oh, no.
Bye-bye. Rebuy.
I mean, 7K barrel.
I think he still jams this just because of all of the checking. It doesn't seem like your opponent has better than 2 pair.
You're not wrong. Yeah.
Oh.
Not quite all of it, though. He makes it 17. And Duke flats, by the way, even though he had the stone nuts.
He didn't realize it was 1K back.
I would agree with you.
He's probably going to be, why are you still here? Why are you still seated?
I mean, not to... Okay, I mean, the graphic tells the story
Hey,
there.
Juan, I think you're in last place.
Because I bet that someone else gonna bust first.
Oh. I really would have loved if Juan simply looked across and said, gracias.
Jeremy gonna make it 3,500. Lonis says, let's make it 11.5.
Pulling. Thank you.
So Lonis looking to finish off Juan Pardo.
I mean, this is just brutal. As if
Destiny.
it isn't bad enough that you have just 1K. The guy that points out that you're in last place now dominates you, heading to the flop, and he stays there. You think Juan's reaching into his pocket for another 25K? I feel like he is.
One time. No. See you tomorrow, bye.
I don't think Juan wanted to win that hand. He wants to reload and get a fresh stack and get off this table.
Well, Juan, plenty successful throughout the course of his career, can certainly absorb that outcome. Jesse's funny, Randy. You gotta keep our ears on this guy.
That won't be my first bet.
He might go after you now. He might go after you now.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Back over at the other feature table.
Burr gonna raise it up. Pocket tens, 3,500. Queen Jack now in the cutoff. Not gonna call. Jane T King Jack comes in from the small. That's Hossein. 6-4 off. One over card, 2 to 2 tens. Burr doesn't think he can get called by worse, so he checks it back. 4 on the turn does pair in San, which could get himself into some trouble. That trouble coming to 3,000. Wow, J&T coming along as well. Just King Jack high. Brewer should be looking to show this one down and does check it back. So, 21K pot going Brewer's way. So on to the next hand.
Well, WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series and the best place to qualify for Triton events. You could be playing the new WPT Global Slam at future Triton stops by winning your way in online. Download WPT Global with code Triton for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Emilian Pitavi. Ace-9 offsuit takes us to 3,500. Apologies, by the way, I didn't mean to disappear on you guys. We are continuing to effort a resolution for the audio technical difficulties that we're experiencing. Do bear with us. We are aware of the issue. Queen 3-3 is Brewer. Defended is big, checks it over.
We often see a small c-bet on these paired boards, especially with no flush draw out there. Your opponent doesn't have too much to really mess around with. Deny equity from 2 unpaired cards. So c-bet and take gets it done.
Pocket 4s for Laurent. Makes it 4,000 to go. Brewer with the baby-suited connector in the small. calls. I'm just kidding. I couldn't help myself. 11,000 in the middle as we head to the flop. And Brewer doesn't find the 5 or other forms of improvement. And of course, this is not the flop that we had in mind when opening with pocket 4s, but nevertheless, a little c-bet. And quite relieved is Laurent to take that one down. This is Laurent's first ever Triton event. As he touched on, Randy, a number of new faces. Word of mouth, always a compelling means by which to increase interest in the Triton Super High Roller Series. And
I see 3 French flags at this feature table.
You wonder whether or not JNT gave everyone the memo. Devoris, 150 bigs deep. Short stack, blinds 1,000. 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind Annie. I say short stack.
I know, you can't call him a short stack, right? He's got 152 big blinds.
Yeah. That peak brought to you by WPT Global.
Queens. Polito. 4K is the price.
Another 5-4 clubs, this time in Yarshevsky's hands.
I'm sorry.
Well, this 5-4 suited is doing much better than the last, as it makes 2 pair against the 2 queens. And a 3K lead. Intentions here are that Ace-X often just checks his back, so he wants to charge against the wheel draw.
It's just
Even some big pairs might get a little bit worried this deep on the flop and might not want to start a pot just yet. So queens calling in position.
Nine on the turn. Pot up to 17,000.
So small lead on the flop. Now on slight overbet on the turn. Polito to overpair. I really can't see him go anywhere but call as played.
Of course, you do begin to get uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's already uncomfortable now, but his hand is just so strong. Oh, he's coming in with raise, it looks like.
You know, this could be tethered to the idea that if Igor's hand was so strong, why would he lead into me? Why wouldn't he simply check, let me c-bet, and then decide based on my sizing whether to check raise me or whether to check call and try to trap? And so some spidey senses tingling for Polito, unfortunately.
Yeah,
in the
sometimes
worst
those
of
senses
ways.
are wrong.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's what Igor's lead really just makes him so many chips in this spot.
Now, Igor, of course, with 5s and 4s is far from nutted. Ace-2 suited, 6-7 suited, the sorts of things that could be afoot. Pocket 9s with some frequency.
Yeah, it's not nutted, of course, but I would feel pretty good about it. The main hand I am worried about is pocket 9s. I do feel with a decent frequency when I lead the flop small that a 6-7 ace deuce, a set would raise just because of how vulnerable it is. And wow, I did not see that coming.
Well, so far we've seen a couple of pretty unexpected lines, and ironically enough, Yaroshevsky was the man that brought the first one with those set of 7s that he barreled on the 4-club board, getting Brewer off the best hand. Now he's on the receiving end. And credit to Polito, by the way, Randy, he got her done.
It feels like a crime was just committed there. You know, like, wow. There were witnesses, but they just looked away. Jeez.
Boy, he's doing his best to look innocent, isn't he? You know,
I mean,
the thing is, he thinks he had the best hand.
Of course he thinks he's got the best hand. Why would he ever expect a better hand to fold there? Wow. That's going to hurt. I wouldn't watch the tape on that one if I was Yaroshevsky.
Yeah. I do suspect, though, that that's not the last time we're going to see one of those sort of didn't see that coming kind of exchanges, and I suspect that by and large they're going to be attached to some of the newcomers, right? We don't have a lot of data points. We don't have a lot of understanding of their knowledge of the game, experience, approach.
That's a good point. You know what? I think Igor kind of made some assumptions about his opponent there that he wouldn't get bluffed or an overpair would never raise me in the spot.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make a exploitative fold. And, you know, sometimes just because you make a big adjustment doesn't mean it's right. And he got punished there.
Yeah, sure did. In the saddle once more here as a caller in the face of the Brewer Open. Nobody hits this 2-club, 2-3, and a 10 board.
It's a tricky one to c-bet into, even though it's a dry flop, because the flatter in position has a lot of pairs or backdoors that would float the flop. So King 9 didn't c-bet.
Dusty Deuce rolls off after the round of knuckles.
Brewer might bet the turn, expecting a pair to want to bet the flop in position for Igor, that is. Doesn't bet. Just high card ace 7 is good.
Yeah, no post-flop action so far. Wonder if Patavi wants to try to snipe out of the big here with 0 showdown.
Could try, although you would expect him to bet a 10x on the turn at a high frequency once it checks through on the flop.
And you don't expect him to bet a 4?
I
Could
guess
have a
it's-
3, I
You know,
guess.
it is possible for him to bet a 4. A 3, yeah, it's possible. I think
Turn was so dry, a 3 could still afford to slow play if it wanted
yeah,
to, right?
I hear you. King
But-
9 going for the bluff against weak ace high like this.
Yeah, with Emilien declining the opportunity. Chris accepts.
I think if Chris had a better king high, he would check it for showdown, like king queen, maybe even king jack. But king 9, there is merit to clear out some better king highs as well. This is a tough call to make for Igor because he also has to worry about the big blind who might just make a crying call for a random pair.
Wow. He really doesn't have to worry about a bigger ace, which would likely check and try to get free showdown there.
Yes.
And so Chris now able to maybe get a pound of flesh? Maybe a few ounces of
It's
flesh.
definitely not a pound. That's like a little sample, you know, a little taster. The toothpick.
The toothpick. By the way, right behind the booth, Randy, they did deliver a new round of
We got hors d'oeuvres.
snacks. Certainly worthy of a little look-see. All right, I'm going to pay attention. Brewer, by the way, just looking into the Triton Poker Plus app, over $8 million in career Triton earnings. 2-time title winner, 25 cashes. Played a full docket at our last festival in Montenegro, cashing 5 times. Third place finish in a 25K, his best performance. Here we see Yaroshevsky. Involved again, Queen Jack off.
You know, Igor had a tremendous Montenegro 2024. Got his first title for $1 million. Also had a third and a fifth place, so I think he's pretty happy to be here. Three's our best.
Well, if by here you mean on a 9-7 deuce board with Queen high, I would disagree. But if you mean
It's
with
not
the wind at his back, then
It's not too shabby though, just because it's a board where he has a lot of backdoors he can fire on, the 10, the king, and even just the flop bet took it down. Although it was a big bet, 10K, full pot.
not messing about. Trying to claw back some of what he gave away to Polito, who unwittingly turned queens into a bluff. Still yet to see Hossein and Son involved. 7 deuce, not going to be the one.
Jack 9 off. Opportunity to raise here on the button.
4.5.
Opportunity seized. And an inferior jack, but a suited one for JNT in the big. He will defend. No, by the way, that 3x sizing pre-flop there from Pitavi leaves us with 11-5 in the middle on this flop where he has picked up the gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, I did see that. Wonder if that's an adjustment to J&T specifically or just more of a standard raise size that he opts to go for. Regardless, though, does have a gut shot. Quite a small bet and just enough. 2,000 wins it.
Uneventful. Randy, do you think if I flag down the cocktail waitress and just mysteriously send a round of shots out to the featured table, that they'll ask questions or they'll just be like, "Oh, cool. You know, I got mischief on my mind, Lou."
You remind mischief. You always use that word when we speak of Tan Xuan. Mischief maker Tan.
Tan's my hero. What can I say?
Yeah, okay. Are you going to do that? Because how many of the people at the table you think, if you actually did that, would actually take the shot?
Well, looking at this particular lineup, I'm inclined to think that the Eastern Europeans, you know, they're ready for it at any given moment. I'm profiling. I feel like Hossein might be game. I don't think Brewer and Dvoris would indulge, although Dvoris is Russian, I believe. So,
I think you're right about that.
you know. Anyway, King, Queen, Jack, Ace-8 squaring off against 8 Trey here is Ensan forced to take a flop. Sprinkles 2K out there and look at JNT. Not going to go anywhere with the Broadway draw and ace high. Board pairs. Let's see if it's one and done from Hossein.
It's a good turn card for J&T. Because usually someone's not supposed to bet this turn card, but Ensan still fires and wins it.
That's second
confidence.
barrel. Yeah, that gives you a sense of what it took for that man to earn himself a World Series of Poker main event bracelet several years ago. Credit to him. Relatively new arrival on the Triton scene, by the way, is
We've seen him before, though, I'm pretty
Ensan.
sure.
Yeah, no, for sure we've seen him before. But in terms of how many festivals he's been at, Cyprus in 2023 was his first. He played 5 events, finished 13th in a 20K, his only cash. Then he went 4 for 5 in Montenegro, Randy.
Okay.
Deepest finish was a 10th in a 30K 8 max. Just shy of $500,000 in career Triton earnings. So we see Yaroshevsky's King Queen being contemplated by Pitavi. Open of 3,500 in front of him, and he's content to flat it.
Nice hand on the button for J&T. Ace-4 suited. Could really go either way, whether call or 3-bet squeeze. Squeeze we go, 10.5. It's rather small given how deep they are, so it's usually going to invite 2 calls, but King-Queen offsuit not interested up front. Nice price for the 2 9s to come along.
Indeed. Well, JNT does manage to find himself heads up as opposed to 3 ways. I suppose a small victory in that respect. And he does have position and trip aces on this board that could keep Pitavi interested.
Of course, he's going to at least call 1 on the flop. Really nice spot for J&T. And the 5K cutesy bet is not going to shake the 2 9s. Such little equity.
Right, we're going back after break on level number 4. 1,200, 2,500.
Pitavi check calls. And that's a pretty innocent looking turn there. Oh, and JNT with the snap check back, Randy. I will say this, though. The snap check back does feel like a bigger pair could be part of the equation.
Yeah, he could easily have like a 10s plus type hand that's just being cautious of the ace. So, not sure how the 2 9s feel. Of course, they're happy to see the check in general, but they don't want to see another bet right now. That's not going to happen, though. Trip aces, 15K. It's a nice price that he's laying his opponent, trying to target hands like what we see, 2 9s, something that isn't too confident but might take the good price.
Well, credit to him, by the way, because he really has picked a figure that finds itself getting paid off. And you heard Kings muttered there. I'm not sure who it was that took that guess.
I heard that.
But
very wrong about that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you notice that light in front of JNT there?
I didn't.
It's not in front of every single seat. JNT has had
I
struggles
see
from
it
time
now.
to time, and this is a fairly dimly lit room that we're playing in
Oh.
with some, spotlights on the felt.
But this is his personal item.
It's to help him see the cards. And I mean, I think it just illustrates the personal approach and the little touches that really set the Triton Super High Roller Series apart from any other high stakes or, for that matter, any stakes poker tournament in the world. And it's part of what keeps everybody who's had a taste coming back for more.
I'm a little worried for everyone else now because apparently he got 2 second places without knowing what his whole cards at some point.
Come on now, Ray. He knew what his whole cards were. But, you know, just making it a little bit easier on him here. And Son's King 10 suited. Opening.
It's a min raise, so this should warrant the King 5 to come in dominated, but price was good.
And sure enough, Yaroshevsky does make the call. Neither party connects with the ace-9-6 board. C-bet and take it, sir. I have so much respect, Randy, for former World Series of Poker main event winners who, you know, many could regard that achievement as like, where do I go from here? This is the highest peak, right? Now, granted, high-stakes circuits, a little bit of a different animal. Maybe you could find goals there. But, you know, we've seen quite a few people who've won it and then decided with all of that money and nothing left to prove, I'm just going to go enjoy things and disappear.
Yeah.
But when you come back and when you continue to battle and when you choose to do so against fields like the ones that you can find yourself up against at any given Triton, that's somebody who's got an appetite for competition, an appetite to prove something further.
You know what comes to mind? Chris Moneymaker. He won the main event. He came back and he wanted to play against the best, and he held the title.
Hey, don't forget Espen Jorstad. He's going to be here as well,
Yeah.
I would imagine. Haven't spied him in the field just yet, as we see Ensan getting after it this time with far less. 6-4 suited. Brewer 3-betted to 12,000, and Dvoris decided to go to the fourth floor out of the big blind with these eights.
This is very uncomfortable for Brewer. He's got a hand that's up against a cold 4-bet. His hand is often dominated. It is suited, which is good playability and position. The main question here is how light is Dvoris 4-betting in the spot? He feels it's light enough for him to peel. Perhaps it's who he's targeting with that 3-bet in the first place. Flop we go.
King, Queen, 4, all spades. Neither party with the flush draw. And Dvoris has inflated this one to 90K and isn't looking up at the kind of texture that leaves him comfortable against the range of hands that Brewer would be calling that fourth bet with.
Yeah, it's interesting board. Of course, he doesn't really have anything. He doesn't even have a spade in hand, but he might be able to put some heat on hands that would call to 4-bet. Jacks, 10s come to mind. That would fold to a flop C-bet. That would have a spade. Does check it, though.
Now, Brewer barreling 20,000 after some deliberation.
A very small bet, but I would just think this hand is done with no spade in hand for Dvoris.
That's the other thing is, like, if you want to get really lucky and hit a set, half the time it's going to be putting a 4-flush on board.
He doesn't believe, and he's right. This spot is getting very interesting.
We're in the weeds a bit here. Broadway gut shot does not come in on the turn. And when the board pairs such as this, the eights don't need to be worried about any texture.
This is actually a difficult card for Brewer to bet once again. A queen X might feel comfortable. That cold 4-bet ace queen comes to mind. Maybe he thinks king X would bet the flop at a decent frequency. He does check it back. Eights are good right now.
And that's a super clean river for DeVoris. Does he ever come with block here?
I don't think so.
We just hunt showdown?
Yeah, because this pot's massive, and I don't think Brewer is going to thinly value bet like a queen that often. Maybe just ace queen. So he can just get the showdown pretty easily, I would think. It's very hard for Bird to represent a hand here, checking the turn. Flop flushes would have kept betting the turn. A king X often bets just because of the 3 spades.
Does queen X ever check back turn and then find value?
Rarely, I would think. Wow, this is sick.
80K announced.
It's
These
a
guys are
tough
so
bet, but
next
how do you
level.
do? I know it's not just nextless. Next. Different universe. I mean, if divorce calls here, that would be mind blowing.
He's got it on his mind, Randy. It would require half of his remaining stack. He's going to go to the time banks here. Now, if DeVoris were to call and be wrong, he'd have 80K with the blinds at 1,500. He knows how to handle himself
Sure.
that deep.
I don't think he's worried about that prospect right now. It's just, can I find a call? He must not think that Brewer's got a king very often to check the turn with how wet the board is and flop flushes. Wow.
Wow.
That is a nasty hand. Look at Brewer. He's just like, really?
Listen, you take a shot of anybody's face at the table right now and you're going to see a reaction, because that is Daniel DeVoris asserting himself and really helping to illustrate what has made him so successful throughout the course of his career.
Let's Player of the Year contender
I mean,
for this season. We see it.
it's a hand of the season contender, I'll tell you that. I know we're only about an hour and a half into the
We've
season.
had
but
2 sick hands this frame already. That one in the Juan Parro bluff. I just love deep stack poker. You just get really deep into the waters, you know?
You know, at the top of the show, Randy, I talked about how we had this conversation with Alex Ponikovs, the airport and the flight over, Henry and I, from Latvia. And the one thing I will share is that he said that a lot of the EV happens early levels, deep stacked. This is where opportunity knocks. And, you know, these guys went real hard at one another right there.
Yeah, that does make sense. It feels like these guys are obviously very good at the end of the tournament. They have a good idea of how everyone plays, but the beginning is where things are, you know, got that deep stack cash game kind of vibe where people play a little bit different, you know. It's fun to see. Igor 3-betting 7-6 suited in position against the Brewer Open, and
Fourth floor going to be paid a visit once more as Emilien's King-Queen suited speaks up.
like this.
Now, we were just talking about deep stack poker, Randy.
This is
Normal
deep stack.
circumstances, 6-7 suited, we don't really give it too much thought. But
Here, yeah, he actually can consider calling, and it gives him good board coverage post-flop. Also, of course, he's got 2 live cards against cold 4-bets that aren't paired, like these big cards, King, Queen, Ace, King, Ace, Queen. And he has position, one of the most important factors on why he's calling here.
Only blue?
So heads up to a Jack 8-6 board where Yaroshevsky's sixes are technically in front, but note that Patavi has 10% edge in equity with 2 to come, given the 2 overs and the flush draw.
Amazing flop for him. Easily see him just bet this flop and maybe even just jam lots of turns. Of course, it depends whether he connects or not and what comes, but he can really just put so much heat. 20K should get Eigor to come along, especially because a lot of players who 4-bet in the spot will fire a C-bet, even unpaired with ace-kings, ace-queens. Good price. A little bit of connection in terms of backdoor straight draw as well. 2-pair trip outs. Case is up against an overpair.
20K.
Interesting raise here.
Turns into 45. You know, it might just be one of those, let me figure out where I'm at instead of allowing Patavi to continue to have the betting lead. You know what I mean? Like maybe I buy myself some free turns.
This raise
free
here
rivers, right?
is he's making a lot of assumptions of how Emelian's going to play here on the flop when he chooses this very small bet on the flop. He feels that if his opponent had an overpair, queens plus, maybe they even size up just a little bit. He probably feels that his opponent has some 2 overcards, ace king, ace queen, and is just, you know, going to bet but will never reshove because, you know, Eigor could have some nutted hands on the flop. It's interesting. But if Emelian just jams here, I'd imagine he's just going to take this one down. The main hand he's worried about is pocket jacks. To 3-bet, call cold 4-bet, to raise tiny on the flop, that would make sense. But if it's not jacks, he can really just, you know, what if a 10s or 9s is raising the spot? He can really just, like, make them fold, I would think, at a very high frequency. Gonna try hit it.
Yeah, he did have that option to 3-bet and really lean upon everything other than the sets. Now he picks up an open-ender to go with things on the turn. Would have rather hit it, but this is the next best thing.
I mean, I would think he would just check here and see what happens. I'm curious to see how Eigor plays. I would think that the intention here is to check and just try to realize his equity.
The thing is, when he does raise that small, Randy, he's going to keep in a lot of hands that the sixes are still in front of.
I feel you, right? Like ace king 1 heart, ace queen 1 heart. Trip sixes is sweet, but not this time.
Yeah, it's a lot more sour when it's in heart form as Patavi hits the card that's going to help him get paid. Maximum available, perhaps, as he plays sub 1 SPR?
Definitely can get maximum. The question is actually whether he should check to induce or just bet himself. I think he can represent bluffs just because he bet 20K. His opponent raised barely north of min, so he can have floats in this spot. He is going to check. I do kind of like this, though, because opponent could just try and represent the flush to have raised the flop and, you know, try to make a move and try to rep that hearts. I think Igor's just done here, though. I think he almost jams in this spot.
$127,000. The bet from Yaroshevsky, just 10K shy of Patavi's whole stack.
Just calls.
Yeah, worried maybe about that Jack's full that you kind of hinted at. And look at Eigor.
He's in shock. He's like, wow.
He really is dumbfounded. You know, the pursing of the lips, very telltale in that spot.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Emelian didn't raise for the last 50K, given how strong his flush is in that spot. Also because I think Jacks would bet the turn when it gets that connected, but It is what it is. Still big pot going his way.
And that was a seismic exchange there, catapulting Patavi to the top of the leaderboard, not just here at this feature, but in the overall field as well in this 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam.
The French all above starting stack at this featured table.
Dvoris disrupting their flow. 369 and change in front of him. Yaroshevsky down to just 25 bigs now, Randy.
It's some life because he was spared that last 50K, that last hand.
Well, he was covering, so it was only another 10K that he could have got
Okay.
stung for. But, facts remain. There was a little bit of relief. I don't think that's on his mind, though. That light bar in front of JNT is intense. It reminds me of people that have the off-road trucks and they put one over the top of the car. It just
Yeah.
makes it seem like daylight. Oh man. Brewer with ace-9. Turns it up.
9-8 offsuit for a min raise seems right.
Patavi, by the way, third in chips overall. After that one, chip leader currently in the field is Jonathan Jaffe with 536,000. Ponikov's 480K. We go to the flop with Polito defending his big blind and making two pair against top pair. Trouble on the horizon for Brewer.
If Polito check raises this flop, we could see a rebuying coming for Brewer shortly. Especially with the pot size bet. It makes me more inclined to want to check raise two pair rather than slow play because usually my opponent has something that wants to hang around.
$10K almost full pot here, and Polito raises to 40.
Yeah, this is just going in.
Yep. Sure enough, Brewer understandably jams and shaking his head at this one. It's been a bit unlucky. 195 in the middle, not drawing dead, of course. Ace would do the trick. Instead, it's a 3, and an overcard to the 9 would have been okay in terms of being able to counterfeit. Instead, he just hunts 3 outs one time, and he finds them!
Put the mic back on, buddy. There we go.
Do you ever get a little bit embarrassed? You know what I mean? Like, you do the whole thing. But we've seen a lot of these Triton guys with a little bit of superstition,
I think Brewer legitimately thought he was going to hit the rebuy desk. He might feel a little slimy there with that one.
That's the thing, you know what I mean? When you do the whole... Anyway.
Yeah. I'm going to text my buddy about this guy who unmiked and got there.
Right. At least he didn't do the stand-up.
He did stand up.
Did he stand up?
At some point, yeah, Brewer stood up.
Wow. Well,
He did it all.
There goes that.
4K for fours.
King Queen now for Brewer, fresh off of that double to 195.
Oh, and he mucks it. Doesn't like the undergun open.
Wow.
He's like, I'm not supposed to have these chips. Let me just hold on to them for a bit longer. Jack 4 suited.
Quite a dog. For reasons that are obvious. Oh, he finds himself a diamond draw on a king high board, does JNT after defending his big. Checking over to Ensan.
Yeah, good for J&T also that... Wait, hold on. He misread his hand. Ollie. What is the light's purpose?
We got to turn it up. The problem is if it gets any brighter than that, I think it's going to generate heat and maybe melt
Melt the cards.
JNT's hands. I mean... Yeah,
Okay, fours raised pre-flop. Got king queen to fold, which would a flop top pair. The opponent flops a flush draw, likely to have a lot of equity or maybe bluff his way to get the 2 fours down, and the fours still win. Talk to me. What happened?
More than one way to run good,
Yeah.
Randy. But yeah, I think if we had to make an assumption, it would be that JNT didn't realize he had the diamond draw there.
I mean, you went out of your way to point out the light,
I know.
and
I did.
it.
Don't shower the light.
Just-
It's
I mean-
not the light's fault, Randy.
It's
Oh, by the way, Ace Queen could get showered here by Dvoris. As a 3-bet seems likely, and then we'll see how Yaroshevsky responds.
Now, the positions are a little uncomfortable, +1 versus hijack, but given the opponent he's up against, I don't think this ace-queen is going anywhere but in.
410.
Third scoop. Up to 10,000. JNT lets go of the Queen 10. And San may have flashed a card there.
Might have. Let's see, do we call or jam? Looks like he's going to call.
And
Still
you
has
see,
20 bigs back.
yeah, Dvoris sizing up the remains. Oh, top 2 for Yaroshevsky.
I saw the window card and was thinking this is Igor's day. Not his day, but then of course the ace follows up.
The good old ace magnets. Ringing true to form, unfortunately, for Dvoris. $7K check called by Yaroshevsky. Sub 1 SPR effective now. Oh my goodness. Dvoris binks a king on the turn. This is cruel.
Just not fair some days.
I mean, the money surely gets in now.
Of course. I wouldn't think Dvoris to be looking to slow play, especially with the lingering jack or 10 that could arrive, that could just halt his value. Wow, does check it back. Never mind.
Well, that's a bit naughty. As king's full on the river for Dvoris. Spades do arrive. Of course, he's not worried about that.
Surely the money goes in here on the river.
But as a bet all in from Igor?
I think so. I think he actually expects Daniel also to bet the turn of ace-king at a very high frequency. So there we go.
Snap, of course, from Dvoris. And Yaroshevsky.
Bad day.
Yeah. One that he'd like to forget so far. But you know the easiest way to wipe your memory clean, like that little wand in Men in Black?
$25,000?
Correct, Randy.
Yeah.
Let's flip it back over to our other feature where kings are brewing once more against ace-king. Duke on win. Open to 4,500. Jesse Lonis made it 18,000. Lonis really holding the deck a bit. We saw him pick up jacks and queens in succession. Here he is with kings.
I have one for the morning.
Facing a 4-bet to 45K.
What a great spot for Lonis. And you got kings.
5-bet?
5-bet all in is the likely play to come. because you want to stack, you know, ace, king, and queens, and sometimes certain flops gets those hands not to pay off for the rest of it post flop.
Only one hand that you don't want to see. And it isn't what's resting in front of Duke on win.
And plus, Jesse is just very active as a player. He's actually, is he going to click it again? I think he
Oh
did.
my goodness.
We're playing 5 bets into 6. I'll say this, if I've got ace king in this spot, I am a little bit worried. I might just peel here at this point. For my opponent to click 5 bet undergun versus small blind, this makes a lot of sense.
28K flatted in a 5-bet pot. Don't see this every day. 150,000 in the middle. And an ace as well. What a deflating sight for Lonis. The range for win here is very narrow.
It is narrow because Win was able to 4-bet from undergun after getting 3-bet and still call the 5-bet. I think Lonis has to be worried about the ace. He's going to bring in just 12,000.
I mean, this is so deeply undersized.
It's interesting on whether to raise or not. I feel like I like call just because if my opponent does have kings or queens, I don't want those hands to fold. They've got very little outs, especially holding a king in his hand.
If we face any resistance from this point forward as Lonis without a heart in our hand, are we just done with it?
I would be. Because it's undergun versus small blind 5-bet pot. I don't think Dugon's got like king queen or like queen 10. I think these hands don't 4-bet call. He jams it and kings just snap out of there as expected.
Well, ever a pro, Lonis not drawing any attention to the misfortune. I mean, you are left to ponder whether or not there was a road that Lonis might have been able to travel whereby the ace-king suddenly realizes it's in awful, awful shape.
I believe if he had 5-bet jammed instead of 5-bet click, Duke still would have called.
Really?
I think so.
As the covering stack, no less?
It's more so that if you're going to play ace-king as a 4-bet in that spot, you're looking to call it off for about 110 big blinds or so. Whereas if you're worried of ace-king, you're more likely to just call to 3-bet rather than 4-bet it in the first place. It's unclear, of course. I'm not too familiar with Dugon's play, but that's what I think would have happened. So maybe he saved himself with that 5-bet click. Rolling. Limping with the queen 10 off. Feels like over limps in play here for Ponikovs.
Call. Call.
Yeah, makes sense. Try to invite people to come along.
Paul Pua, by the way, also joining the festivities here. A little north of 300,000 in front of him. Triton co-founder.
You know he's not going to miss any of the events here.
0.
So this is a limp pot.
That it is. 7, 7, 9. 6 is still the best hand.
some protection maybe to be had for the deuces from his point of view. 9 could counterfeit him. In case he's up against hands or just looking to check fold. 2.5. Won't be able to shake out the better pair of sixes, I would think.
Just a little question being asked by Ponikovs. Duke does indeed stick around. Turn puts a third club on board. Ponikovs with the only flush draw. But when we get check called on that particular board by the big blind, no less, Randy, we do need to wonder how deuces are performing. All the flushes getting there in the front door.
I would think he'd want to take this free card and just try to spike his hand or hit a club. He can also navigate based on river card if cards that hit straights come in or not. He's actually going to bet 12K, so he's turning his hand into a bluff to attack like a 9X straight draws that would have to just check fold. I mean, a 9X would have a lot of trouble calling too with the clubs coming in. Nice play. Got the better hand to fold.
That he did with that second barrel of 12,000. Alex putting his talents on display there. Don't blame sixes for finding the bin, of course.
No. He played it just fine.
Back over to the other feature where not long ago Chris Brewer thought he was all but done with ace-9 against 8s and 9s on a 9-8X board. Found an ace on the river and now sits with 100 big blinds as we play 1K, 2K. Polito was on the receiving end of that one, hence the lack of tokens in front of him. He's left with just 64K. Zhou Xuan.
Love this guy.
Queen Jack. See, those are like 70s Bruce Lee, like movie star
He does
glasses.
he's got that look too, yeah. I don't remember Bruce Lee with the bling shirt though, you know what I mean?
Oh, well, you know, Bruce didn't go that route.
After the Dragon, the
to be fair,
revised edition.
Philip Plein wasn't available back then. 9-7 offsuit for Pitavi in the face of the open. He wants to take a peek. Sitting with 420 plus. He and DeVoris both with those massive stacks. King 6 tray, neither player hitting the board. Little 4K C-bet to see what's what. Works out just fine for the man playing under the China banner. He's got a hell of a PLO game on him, does Zhou Xuan, by the way. Really impressed. Out in Jeju, I believe.
Yeah, before he even came out for his first Triton stop, he was winning PLO tournaments in Europe or whatever, too. It was... I didn't even know he was a PLO player, and his results were absolutely sick. Loves PLO. Has a good background in No Limit Hold'em.
If you want to make a run at Player of the Year, Ivan Liao Player of the Year, at a Triton, you better play them all. Short deck in particular is the one that gives you the advantage.
It does, because some of the guys are just a little bit worried about playing a game that has such high variance, you know? But it's the guys that step into that realm that really just get that little extra value from all these trips. 2 jacks for J&T, 2 kings. Ouch.
JNT with obvious issues here. Pitavi covering, and I am curious to see whether or not Emilian chooses sizings versus JNT that are a little greedier than maybe they would be against other parties.
Yeah, some people react in this manner. I think your right on with that 29K.
Well, hang
3-bet.
on.
It's big.
Yeah, it is big. You're right. But so is ace queen when you're sitting with just 60K. And we'll see whether or not Polito thinks that a jam here is warranted. It sure looks that way as he stacks all of his biscuits and plunks them out there. Now, I'll tell you what, only 5K invested. We've got a small blind 3-bet and then a big blind jam, granted off of a short stack in front of us, and we do have some discomfort, do we not?
A lot of discomfort. Because the action is reopened. If he comes along, right?
Right, because it's more than double the previous raise size of 24,000.
This is just a dream scenario
My God.
for Patavi.
I mean, surely we just shovel it all in.
Of course, there's just so much in there. We could easily have the best. I'm only worried about aces, but for J&T to call here, like, he could have queens, he could have jacks, he could have ace-king. This is as good as it gets.
If Patavi had position on JNT, I suspect he might consider a flat.
I don't think he ever flats in this spot.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Sure enough.
He's getting greedy with the 5-bet rather than 5-bet all in. Kind of what Lonis did, you know, with the kings against the ace-king.
Except Patavi's in a much better situation than Jesse was.
The J&T feels that he's priced in.
By the way, how much is this ace-queen withering?
He's
in
not
the face of
sure
all
what
of
he
this?
needs.
Yeah. 186.5 total. 107 of it in the side. Well, forgive me, 186.5 is the main. 107 is the side.
Oh,
The ace shows up, but unfortunately for Polito, so does a jack, which gives JNT a set. Now, that ace, of course, is the card that Patavi is concerned about. Unclear how concerned he is with respect to JNT.
it is unclear. This is one of the problems when you get greedy with 2 kings and not just rip it in. You let your opponent come along. Because I don't know if J&T calls it off if he was faced with a jam pre. J&T now going to bet his set. I like that he comes in small because his opponent could just get enticed. Ace, of course, never folding, but maybe he can get kings or queens to call a small bet on the flop. This never feels good, though.
I
2
mean,
kings.
when is this bet ever attached to less than an ace is what Patavi's asking himself, given the 5 bets pre, but with so much in there. Just a 60K bet does get called. Dream turn here for JNT. And Polito really has no idea whether or not ace-queen is good for this main. Now he gets the sense that it probably isn't, as JNT jams.
This hurts. I would think these 2 kings need to fold now. Your opponent has bet the flop. You called. And he still bet into you on the turn. You don't have an ace.
Name a hand that we beat that makes sense.
I can't.
I mean, neither can I.
That's why I would fold this 2 kings in a heartbeat. Even with the price I'm being laid, I would never think J&T is doing this with 2 queens.
Well, Polito
GG.
was holding out hope, now realizes that he's drawing dead. River will be of no consequence, and this is going to be a massive pickup for JNT as he dispatches Laurent Polito. Not exactly the warmest welcome to Laurent's first ever Triton Super High Roller Series.
Looking at me. Looking at me. Thank you.
Children being requested to help JNT stack his chips. I mean, this is just the life for JNT.
No chips.
By the way, you know, make sure somebody with short sleeves is doing this.
Well, he could have went either way.
Yeah.
Alright, gents, during a break, we are going to change the...
By the way, JNT is lit up here. And I don't need to explain to you why. Randy, what a massive infusion.
This one. Yeah, okay.
Another deep run incoming for JNT. That's my read.
I'm just telling you, the dude has this crazy, uncanny ability to spin up these huge stacks.
Yeah, he plays for it all at all times.
Mm-hmm. Well, pocket eights for Ensan. That's a hand DeVoris knows a little something about, as he really raised some eyebrows earlier, making a heroic call versus Brewer with that kit. Min-raise open. Chuen defends the big. Seven, 5, 4, bottom pair. Favorable texture for Joe. And a nice board for Hossein, of course, with the overpair and the gutter as he follows through for 5,500.
Yeah, of course, it's great for him also with the 2-8s. You block some straight outs if your opponent's holding the 6X. This case is just bottom pair in big trouble. Set of 8s on the turn. It is very wet, though.
4-liner and the hearts to worry about. So Insan not looking to barrel again. 10 on the river. I would imagine that this is where Joe just hopes he's up against 2 overs.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think you need to turn this hand into a bluff. It's got enough showdown value. As played, Insan can seek value. 6X and hearts. Just bet out on the river at a very high frequency. And the 2-4s is just done. A little free peek.
Insan giving the boys a free peek there. By the way, I'm looking at the overall leaderboard here.
Okay.
JNT is second in chips. Look out. And look for the good folks at Club WPT Gold, who are bringing online sweepstakes poker back to the U.S. and Canada to celebrate. Club WPT Gold is hosting a $5 million invitational in Las Vegas this December. It's free to enter, and the winner gets $1 million. Sign up at clubwptgold.com with promo code Triton to win your seat today. Must be 21 and up to enter. Void where prohibited. No purchase necessary.
That sounds sweet.
You gonna book your tickets, Randy?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Don't
I'm over
tease.
21 years old. I can I can do it.
You still get carded, Randy?
I do.
Don't complain.
Cool.
I'm sorry you never get carded.
I didn't say that. But you're correct.
What about Jack 10?
2 pair against Broadway here. This was just a blind versus blind 6K open from Joe Chuen. GNT defending.
He's in trouble.
He is white hot, facing the follow through of 7,500. Would love to see him flat here, wouldn't you? Yeah, he's still got some traps up his sleeve.
I like it because he's not supposed to hit this board. His opponent is, so his opponent will try and rep it or actually have it and just lose more chips. Ace on the turn is actually bad for him because Jotren now gets counterfeited against an ace.
Yeah, JNT checking back, by the way. This is a bit curious. And Jotren just sprinkles 5K out there on the end. Let's see if JNT's going to come with a raise just to see what's what.
I like this. Needs to get value from an ace, not let them get away cheaply. I think it's confusing to Joe Trent because his opponent quickly check back the turn. He would think a straight would bet and an ace would at least think about it. So he might get curious. Pay it off. Do you think J&T asked Joe Trent to stack his chips in this pot too?
You know, I hope not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh man, just get a load of this. 544,000, an absolutely massive green candle for JNT to close out this first frame from Monte-Carlo as Season 4 of the Triton Super High Roller Series gets underway. Players headed for a break, and so we bring you back to the desk. Ali Najat alongside Randy Lewin. What an entertaining first frame it was, and it didn't take us long. Now you understand why it is that we reach out into the field and we tend to gravitate toward those tables that JNT is at. A big spin up there.
Yeah, huge spin up and lots of cool big hands, right? Like we have multiple all-ins and heroic calls. Divorce, right? Juan Parro bluffing off with King 7. This great frame. Loved it.
No doubt about it. And things off to a nice little start here in Monaco as players do feel like they are just settling in. You know what I mean?
They're
It's the
warming
beginning
up.
of the festival. My guess is that that is going to be, when we look back on it after, you know, we get midway, maybe toward the back end of this festival, one of the kind of longer, more protracted processes in terms of getting everybody nice and settled in.
Fair. I get it.
The rest of the events, I think, level 1 plays out a little bit differently. Okay, Randy and I are going to step aside. Don't go anywhere. We're going to give you a quick break, but when we come back, continuing coverage of this WPT Global Ultimate Slam from right here at Sporting Monte-Carlo after this.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention? The first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
in the future, those of you watching will be able to qualify for on WPT Global. More on that as it takes shape.
12-5.
This is a bit out of line from Panakov's 3-betting ace-8 off from the small. You must be expecting Juan Parro to be open raising the button very, very wide. And you will see size up here, 5x, because of how deep they are, trying to kind of negate that positional advantage. But Juan Parro still going to come along with King 7 suited.
27,000 in the middle. 10-5-4. Talked about Panakov's being unafraid to play big ones, and here he's breathed life.
I actually could see Juan Parro come in with a float in position if Panakov does c-bet, just because he's got a little backdoor equity that he could hit. But
that
the
7
14K
dangler also
yeah.
kind of a part of the equation as we see Panakov's follow through for half pot.
But 14K is a bit meaty, which would dissuade him. I feel like if he was up against the third pot, he most likely would come here. It's a bit unclear, but he does know that Panakov does mess around quite a bit.
Oh, and perhaps that is a factor as we see Pardo floating in spite of the sizing. And he finds nothing more than a gut shot on the turn. Panakov's also picking one up.
Yeah, it's a very tough one to multi-barrel on. If they say it would work, but if his opponent is holding a 10, they're going nowhere. Even hands like 6s and 5-6, ace-4, ace-5, they'd want to continue.
Panakov's doesn't barrel once more, and now Pardo with the door open. Although he also understands that Alex is tricky enough to slip it to him and induce bets sometimes here, right?
Sure, but if you're floating this hand on the flop, you have to bluff at some point. If you don't bet the turn, it's really hard to represent a hand that's worthy of a value bet because a 10x would want value against that wheel draw.
Pardo agrees, and he brings 35,000 forward into 55.
This would be a very tough call to make with just ace high. If you do, you're giving your opponent credit to float the flop with high card hands, backdoor diamonds, clubs, or spades, and wow, this guy's sick.
I'll tell you what, it's not just that wheel draw, but also the sense that the 5 and the 4 X's maybe we can more safely remove from Pardo's range pre as we see Panakov's hitting the ace on the end, 4 to a wheel out there. But, you know, you either have 10x or you don't have 10x. Maybe there's a little 6-7 suited in there given that we're deep. But Alex keeping an eye on his man, content to check with 125 in the middle. And Pardo, I mean, does King Eye have any showdown here? I don't feel like it does.
No, zero showdown. The question is, can we get hands to fold? It's interesting because the ace does often hit Panakov's range, and sometimes it's even aces ups that check call, and if he bets, he needs to bet very big. And he can represent a lot of big hands, 6-7, ace deuce, ace 10.
Set of fives? Set of fours?
Of course, the sets. I don't think he can represent like ace 5, ace 4, ace 3. I doubt they bet the turn at a high frequency.
Right.
But he can try and rep it.
Well, every time he reaches down toward his chips, you hold your breath and wonder whether or not it's going to be a barrel or a time bank. So far, he's used a couple. Everyone given 30 seconds to act.
I know there's a 4-liner out there, but it's not like a likely one hitting the deuce. So he can still go very meaty even with 2 pair sets type hands. Possibly even all in if he wanted to. So if he wanted to try and rep it that way.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
What were you saying?
How much?
Randy?
Well, I know what Alex is saying, how much, because this is disaster. This is painful, my friend.
183 into 125. I do not envy Alex Ponikov's situation here.
So the ace is helpful in a sense that it blocks some of the two pairs that could value jam. Basically ace 10. He has... This is just tough. He has to give his opponent credit to have floated the flop, bet turn, and still jam river on a card that is supposed to improve him, which is what's happening right now.
What are the bluffs? Busted diamonds?
I mean, it's every busted backdoor float. And he needs to ask the question too, at what frequency are these hands floating? Is it 100%? Then you're more likely able to find a hero. And wow, this is a great hand of poker.
I'll tell you what. That pot is not for the faint of heart.
I thought it was.
Pardo gave it all he had there and actually got kind of a nice river. Because I really would have loved if Juan simply looked across and said, gracias.
Jeremy gonna make it 3,500. Lonis says, let's make it 11.5.
Pulling. Thank you.
So Lonis looking to finish off Juan Parro.
I mean, this is just brutal. As if
Destiny.
it isn't bad enough that you have just 1K. The guy that points out that you're in last place now dominates you, heading to the flop, and he stays there. You think Juan's reaching into his pocket for another 25K? I feel like he is.
One time. No. See you tomorrow, White.
I don't think Juan wanted to win that hand. He wants to reload and get a fresh stack and get off this table.
Well, Juan, plenty successful throughout the course of his career, can certainly absorb.
Continuing coverage of the WPT Global Ultimate Slam.
What'd you
Let's
say,
try
Ollie?
it that way. I said welcome back to continuing coverage of the WPT Ultimate Global Slam, or Global Ultimate Slam. We're going to get through this, I promise. Ali Najat alongside Randy Liu. Second frame incoming from here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. And guess who is up toward the top of the leaderboard? Randy, I was going to take you into the app. Unfortunately, not able to do so right now, dealing with a little bit more technical difficulties. But you don't need to see it on your screen to know. We were talking about it on our way to the break. It is none other than the Frenchman, Jean-Noël Torel. Over 500,000 deep.
It's just another day in the office for J&T. Deep runs, big pots throughout the whole tournament. He's at the top, and he's loving it.
You know, I'm going to try to get this up here. Okay, he is second in chips, Randy. As I mentioned, the only man with more chips in the field right now is Jonathan Jaffe. 606,000 in front of him. Alex Ponikovs, who we had an opportunity to observe at the featured table, 483,000 in front of him. And then there is Stephen Chidwick, always lurking, 472,000 in front of him. Dvoris there in seventh. Newcomer Duke on win, still sliding into the top 10. Alex Foxen, by the way, in there, top 10 as well. Ninth, as we dive right back in for a couple of new feature tables.
They were all super sad in June.
And here is your first glimpse at how they are breaking down with the blinds at 1K 2,500. Luke Greenwood holding court. 341,000 in front of him. Season 3 Player of the Year award winner Danny Tang, 270,000. Just north of the starting stack. Chidwick there, 472K. In front of Kristen Foxen, 359K in front of her. There's the Triton trophy that awaits our eventual champion a couple of days from now.
Okay, so blind versus blind. Limp pot incoming. Oh, Haxton just flopping it.
The whole wide world with top pair and the nut flush draw. Unfortunately for him, Greenwood doesn't have anything to be proud of.
Haxton likely wants to try to build a pot right now against some King X, 9X, worse hearts, straight draws.
8,000.
3K and take it. Luke, by the way, Randy, one of the green ones that we've seen far less of. Sam, his brother, has been a fixture for many years on the Triton Tour. Luke has only returned since London last year, I believe, is when he came back after a hiatus. As we flip it back over to the other feature table, one in progress involving Germany's Shirzat Hisu. This was a Kristen Foxen Open with 4-5 suited. She does flop the club draw, but after being called by two players, she decides not to c-bet it, and that leaves Hisu asking questions with the fives. Note, by the way, that Chidwick has the dominant club draw. And the dominant mustache, if I do say so myself. I mean, that is...
I mean, yeah, I think no one can compete with that mustache.
He looks like he just tied somebody to a railroad track.
All right.
Now he flats 6,000.
You know, Foxen...
What were you going to say?
No, I thought she was in the big blind for 1 second. I was going to say maybe she tries to check raise and rep the 8, but from as the never mind.
Just abort whatever that thought was, because we've got ourselves a real issue in Camp Foxen, courtesy of this ace of clubs, which is the one that leaves Chidwick with the nut flush, granted pair on board.
Chidwick might be thinking lead because there was a call in 2 spots, and he expects an ace-x to always check this one through. He wants to get value, keep building this pot, leads in 10K into 30. This is not good for Foxen. She does have a baby flush. Paired board as well.
She does tread lightly here by flatting the 10K. Easy release from Shirzat. Oh, and a third 8 is a very interesting card, because Foxen could very well have opened this with ace-x and flatted the turn. These are thoughts not lost on Chidwick.
Don't forget, Hisu would have won. You know, have the best hand with that pocket pair.
I mean, I don't know how he gets there, but you're not wrong. Meanwhile, we've got a 60K pot to decide.
I would think this just has to be check from Chidwick. And just hope for the best. Never get a better hand to fold.
Well, sure enough, he does check. And does he ever do this with 8s full of aces? Or, for that matter, 8s full of kings? I don't think he leads the turn with the king.
No, he doesn't. I also don't think he leads the turn with an ace or 8 too often. It's a very hard find to turn your clubs into a bluff here.
Oh,
Man.
but you know what? Kristen Foxen's resume doesn't read the way that it does because she's incapable of the hard find. And sure enough, she reaches out and barrels 22,000. This is the kind of sizing that feels very ace-X, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels milky. You're just trying to get called by a king, and
bravo.
She's good. Wow. A lot of players are like, well, you know, I got a flush, bad river card, check it back, lose the pot. Not Foxen here.
Okay.
Just understood that she was much better served to barrel than to check back. And you can't blame Chidwick, by the way, for being a bit bashful with nut clubs on that board.
No, man, he just thought he made a great laydown. Like, there's no way I'm being bluffed here.
Yes, I think me.
Wow, Stevie just so spot on. You heard him tell Kristen, lucky river for one of us, and she copped to the fact that it had to have been her.
Yeah, but she says in a way where, like, because I have the ace, I needed to make the full house to be a flush. So Chidwick doesn't even know that.
Yeah, little does he know. Meanwhile, Dominikas Mikolaitis of Lithuania with King-Queen here. He will open. Mikolaitis with 368,000 in career Triton earnings, all of which came his way courtesy of a 5th and an 11th place in the 15K 8 Max and 25K GG Millions at our Jeju Festival.
There we go, yes.
Raised to 6,000.
Now, this is the very first Triton for the Foxens, right? Because I feel like I haven't seen them. They should be out here, given the stakes and the caliber of play.
Well, Randy, your answers are just a fingertip away on the Triton Poker Plus app, and Kristen Foxen showed up in London back in 2019 and played 3 events, and then she popped over to Rozvadov and played a 100K Triton Super High Roller there later that year, finishing 6th for 213,000 euros, and that's where all of her Triton earnings come from.
So I am mistaken. Just feels like they haven't played like a full schedule yet.
Oh, you're trying to hedge here? Is that what it is? Huh, Randy? Because I'm gonna vet this. Looking for Alex's Triton results. He too played just 2 Tritons, both of which came pre-pandemic in 2019. Montenegro is where he had his lone Triton cash, 250K buy-in HKD. He finished 2nd for 2.2 million HKD, 286,000 US. Also played London alongside Kristen, but neither of them cashed there. Meanwhile, another raise and take it, this time for the ace-queen suited of Risu. Shirzad very much a guy who takes the game seriously. You know, maybe this is a self-evident sort of thing for anybody in our field, but I feel like between festivals he's putting in work. 1.6 million in career Triton earnings for him. 7 cashes.
Yeah, whenever I've seen Shirzad, I like him. You know, it doesn't seem like someone who he takes it seriously, but it doesn't seem like it's this first thing that you know he does and play poker every single day. Whenever he finds the time, plays well.
Yeah, he does, and he's definitely gotten stronger and stronger with each successive festival. You see him here, 5th in chips out of 7 runners. Samuel Muller and Leonard Mao. Down toward the bottom of the chip count.
I've heard people say that Leonard Mao is one of the best online players out there, so I'm curious to see how he plays.
There's so many occasions, Randy, on which I confess I'm guilty of being here at the desk, very much in the bubble of the Triton Super High Roller Series, not keeping tabs on what's happening online. Many of our high rollers obviously have their roots in the online world.
That's why you have the other 3 guys in the booth with you.
Yeah, yourself included.
We have reasons to be here.
10-7 suited, the reasons for the open from Chidwick to 5,500. Foxen wants to play some deep stack poker with a little suited connector on the button. Now King Jack suited for Hisu. Comes along as a flat, defending his big 9-7 deuce 2-spade board. A pair for Chidwick and a gut shot for Kristen.
It's the type of pair that often doesn't c-bet this flop too, especially with that equity, backdoor straight draw, diamonds, weakish pair, but doesn't really want to get blown off of it. Could see Foxen bet here in position. A lot of pre-flop raises will just check fold this flop with 2 overs. You got a gut shot to a nice straight. And even if some ace high check calls you, you still have outs with a pair. This makes sense.
Position bet. 7K, would love to take it here and now. Of course, we know Chidwick's not going to be compliant in that regard. Going deep into the shot clock is Stevie before eventually making the call. Now on the turn, he picks up a gut shot of his own, which leaves Foxen's gutter no good if it gets there.
Yeah, I think the game plan for Foxen is if she does pair in this spot, now we just show it down against ace, king, ace, queen high.
And she tends to agree, checking back. And now this is a curious development. 4 to a flush, 4 to a straight out there. Chidwick improving to 2 pair. I don't know whether or not he's going to be looking to bet into this 34,000.
I wouldn't think he'd want to bet 2 pair in this spot. There isn't really worse 2 pairs that can call you as played.
Sure enough, it is a shutdown. As this time, Foxen does not turn her hand into a bluff.
Yeah, I was just curious if 6 has enough showdown value there. It seems that Foxen thought maybe she can still be like an ace-jack of diamonds or so. I don't know, do we do the win one, lose one there?
I was thinking about it, Randy, but then you made me feel so bad about saying it last time that I bit my lip. There is Leonard Mava. 7 deuce. Not going to get him interested. Christopher George in the 1 hole also sits out. Chidwick's going to hop in though.
5,500.
5,500 to go.
2 10s. Samuel, Jack 8 offsuit in the big blind. He can see 3 for 3K more, which he does.
No. No, not really, actually, now that I think about it.
Oh, how about that flop?
2 pair the hard way. Unfortunately, Samuel doesn't have anything cooking.
Yeah, Chidwick's just thinking, please, let me just bet as small as possible so that you can try and rep the 10. No. I show here. No? You don't show Chidwick ever?
Come on, it's Stevie.
Come on.
Randy.
You have to.
We're in strictly business
Okay,
mode.
he flops a well flush, he shows, right?
And they have to like
No?
do whatever needs
He's
to
Stevie,
be
got it.
done.
I can't say with
You
conviction.
have to go pick up the food, or you have to go do this, or so it's usually better to stay in anyway.
Everything a little intel on Chris George, by the way.
I got intel for you. You don't even have to look him up.
Talk to me.
You know why? I woke up at 7 a.m. I didn't have anything to do. So I went to the gym. You know who was there? Chris George. He was the only other person there. I never met this guy. He's like, hello. I didn't even know if he was a player or not. And he spoke to me, and yeah, his first ever Triton series came out.
I never make these assumptions because, unlike yourself, my tenure on the Triton Super High Roller Series doesn't go back quite as far. So while they may be new to me, they may not always be new to Triton. Some long hiatuses from time to time.
Also want to add that he was there at the gym before me, and he was there after me as well.
Well, that's because you went in there to grab an apple, Randy, and then walked out.
Drank the free water. I was like, I'm out.
Oh, this lemon water's great. Queen Jack 3 here. Not so great for the 4s as Mala defended and has been outflopped by second pair.
It's just, try to make money. Play what I can play.
That's the right answer.
What I'll try to do
A C bet of 5K. I think some players actually checked this one back, so interesting to see him bet this flop. 2 4s does have backdoor clubs. Possibly the best hand occasionally.
1/3 pot sizing keeps the 4s involved. Leonard fails to find improvement on the turn as the board is a touch more coordinated than it was on the flop, but Golitis making jacks up.
Yeah, great card for him in case he was up against the queen. Only Mikolitis has the nuts in the spot, ace-king that is, as Mal would always 3-bet that pre.
Fours were always headed for the bin.
Absolutely. And Vegas is very nice in winter. The wind, I really enjoy playing there.
Oh, yeah.
They did a really nice job with the setup. And I do want a WPT tournament. That's one thing that is like a goal.
There you go.
A main event or just like a main event. Okay.
For real, Randy? You went to the gym?
I did. I also have been receiving complaints from the household that the arms don't do enough.
What?
They're weak. Can you not tell?
The arms don't do enough? Was there some heavy lifting supposed to be going on at the Lou household?
I'm just saying.
So you actually went in there to work out?
I did. For about 15 minutes or so. But I did it.
Listen,
it's a check mark.
Producer James is looking over here. And he's not buying it. The check mark. You went in 15 minutes. Threw a towel over your shoulder. Stared in the mirror.
Before I left, I moved the weight system to the bottom so that Christopher George would think like I was.
You moved the pin?
Moved it, yeah.
Nice.
Sounds like 100 kilos. Yeah. Believe it.
Blind versus blind here. George in the big, checking back after Leonard limped the king 5. Jack 8 deuce board is very much in Chris's wheelhouse. Top pair.
Leonard first to act.
3.5.
Leads for 3,500.
As played, I would think that George is just going to call here with his kicker. If it was a notch higher, maybe he can put in a raise.
Well, he's just happy to call and see what's what. 8 on the turn. How often is Leonard leading that flop with middle pair?
Rarely. So I think that George is not going to be too worried. If he is behind, it's usually a better jack. I do like betting here with Jack 10. His kicker is decent. He does check it back, though. Ooh, ace on the river. I would think, though, that king high doesn't need to turn itself into a bluff. It might even be the best hand, and maybe you even check call river to try and pick off some straight draws that call it the flop.
Another check out of Leonard.
It's hard to imagine what worse hands call you in this spot, but then again, you might also think you usually have the best hand. Ace-X often just bets.
Yeah, when you can't come up with a hand that's going to pay you off, generally speaking, it's not a bad idea to check back instead of open the action.
King 5.
And George will snack on this one.
What is the ACR? Does that mean you played something online to the, or are you a sponsor? Are you like streaming with them or something? I'm very out of the.
To get here.
Okay, so they had satellites for this.
No, I won a package to play the Triton
awesome.
from ACR.
Amazing. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
But I'm on their like stream team.
Yes. Okay, that's what I had a feeling you were. I just wasn't sure.
So I stream on Twitch.
Oh wow! How many days a week?
5.
Wow.
Doing my job.
That is a lot of work.
Well, some of the mystery around Chris George being solved there, courtesy of
55.
an engaging Kristen Foxton.
Yeah, we're working for him. We're doing the streaming for him now. He can take a day off.
I mean, listen, 5 days a week. That's child's play. We're going 14 straight days here.
Yeah, what do you
Chris?
What do you do with that, Chris?
This guy.
Just 5 days. Unsubscribe. Unfollow.
You're cruel, man. What are you going to thumbs down it too? Dislike button? Foxton hitting the like button on King Queen, taking it to 5,500. Leonard speculating with 9-7. Chidwick likes the numbers. Suited Doyle.
Oh, it's 55?
No, it was 55. I didn't put a thing in.
A 6-5 board. 2 diamonds. Gut shot and a flush draw for Leonard. Best of what's around.
As good as it gets. What a great draw. And position. It is Foxton first to speak with a check.
Well,
Checking
Leonard
it
gonna
back.
play it as a check back here, Randy.
Surprise, that is sneaky. Flush comes in.
And he doesn't need to worry about anybody else making diamonds. Chidwick does pair the 10.
Yeah, 10 with not much else. I'm not too sure if he's going to get into any trouble despite improving. It's not unreasonable for either opponent to still have an ace in this spot, or even a 10 with a better kicker. With no diamond in hand, I don't think that Foxton is looking to bet too often. If you do bet this turn, which it seems like she is, she often will need to follow through with a river bet as well to shake out some of the weaker one pair holdings coupled with a diamond, a single diamond that is.
$7K. Flatted by Leonard.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to raise and just fold out hands that have very little equity.
As we can see.
0 equity in this spot.
Yeah, Kristen drawing dead.
Wait, count that one for me. Is that what it? Oh, no, it's not a straight flush.
No, it's a straight and a flush.
Oh, no. It is a straight
flush.
No, it is a straight flush.
Oh, wait,
Isn't
you're
it?
right. You're right.
I was looking at the
slide right
5.
in. Me too. Well, of all the 4th diamonds to see on the board, that is the one for Leonard. You never see this.
Yeah, I was looking at the 5. I really was. I was like, huh.
So disheartening for him, by the way, not to be up against a big diamond that would have barreled once more into him on this river. And, of course, he's going to make some noise. But Foxen just hot on the fold button.
That's a lot. That's crazy.
What,
5 days to stream. 5 days.
Stream, yeah.
I mean, to stream in general. I tried it once or twice.
It's
It's exhausting.
I don't know what it is, but I enjoy it. Like,
Awesome.
like, even just when I'm playing, it helps me like stay focused.
Yeah, I understand that.
May I just have a water?
Look who just showed up.
Oh wait, never mind.
Roman. I have trouble saying his last name. Can you say
Kabich?
it? Yeah, there we go. He's good. He's like,
Sure is.
he's really, if I recall correctly, actually beat J&T heads up in one of those main events.
I know a lot of people say
That sound about right?
Did he win a title in Jeju?
holds me accountable for like
He was wearing.
He had the orange hat. I think he did win a title in
Was it
Jeju.
I really like his play.
You know,
I think he's one of the best.
Yeah.
And one often not
Older I
talked
get,
about,
the
I
more
feel.
that, like,
He kind of goes under the radar and just does his business and leaves.
After I play for a day, I'm like,
$6.1 million in Triton earnings, and sure enough, he did win a title in his very last played event at a Triton Super High Roller Series. It was the 100K main.
How much money are we talking for that?
$4.3 million.
Oh, that's it.
How rich are you, Randy? Ravich announcing his arrival from the hijack with King 10 offsuit, picking up Kristen. 9-5 Trey. Swing and a miss in both camps. See if Ravich wants to c-bet and take it.
Bit dry texture. Could see him bet. Plenty of turn cards he could consider multi-barreling on, like Broadways. Fire is huge, actually. 15K.
More than enough.
kind of like the new poker game?
what's that?
The
poker content.
Oh, yeah,
And then like it's like kind of like the new dream.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, let's check in on our other feature table here in the second frame. Morten Klein of Norway. Jack 7 suited. Under the gun +1 open. Haxton willing to flat from the cutoff with ace-9 offsuit. I see your eyebrows a bit furrowed there, Randy.
Yeah, it's a very loose defend here in the cutoff against an early position raise. Might be tethered to the fact he feels he's got positional advantage and post-flop advantage against Morten Klein, possibly.
King 8-3 as he books a date, heads up. Morten, no follow-through with the club draw.
No follow-through, but he's not looking to check fold. I wonder if he check raises if he sees a bet from Haxton.
Well, that's provided that Haxton feels the need to fire.
The quick check normally looks kind of weak.
Yeah, Ike agrees, but he just flicks 5 out there.
Check raise is interesting. Could really just send pocket pairs into the muck pretty quickly. Does check call, doesn't really want to inflate it against the King X. That could be lurking in Haxton's range.
Board pairs on the turn. Second flush draw.
I would think this ace high would want to check at this point as played.
Ace of hearts could come in handy. Haxton does slow down. Now the board double pairs.
It's actually a pretty good run out for Haxton.
Very much so. bad one for Morton. Let's see if he feels the need.
I mean, he just has Jack high. Hope for the best, 21K. It's not an easy call, though, for Haxton.
Well, could there be some of those pairs just cobbling value on the river here between threes and kings?
I wouldn't say threes and kings, maybe 8 and the king, more likely. Like 4s, 5s, I don't think would go for value in this spot.
Okay.
It's weird because he's playing against a client who thinks about poker a little bit differently, and he makes the call. That's quite nice from Haxton. And a little bit of disrespect being shown with the ace-high called on and an ace-9 offsuit defend in the cutoff.
It was always a bit ambitious, but necessary if Morton was to collect that one. As you hear him having a little post-mortem there with Kaihan Mokri, who also plays under the Norwegian banner.
Weird. They didn't take you. Very weird that they didn't take you. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
All right, see you, Meal Locker. Enjoy your new table.
Rebalancing efforts leave him finding a new pasture. Mike Haxton, by the way, just to put a bow on things, Randy, still without a Triton title, $12.3 million in earnings, 41 cashes, and a number of runner-up finishes, including at our last festival in Montenegro, where he finished second in the 50K 7 Max Bounty Quattro.
Eventually, he's got to win one, right?
You want to bet against it? I don't.
No, of course not.
No way.
But what odds are you giving me?
I mean, listen, he plays such a full schedule. Obviously, there's a timeline we need as we see the 4-5 turning into an open-ender for Morton.
I will say, though, that Haxton is probably the best player that hasn't won a Triton title.
Is without question very much the top of that list. Mokri leading out with 10-5, just asking a little question. You see a mischievous grin on his face as Morton flats. Oh, and Kaihan finds a 10.
Clean.
11,000.
Now hunting value against the 3. These two, they're chuckling away.
Wipe your smiles, boys. Bats just showed up. And Morton thinks Kaihan's being cute here and raises to 35 and change. Of course, Mokri, given that this was limp blind versus blind, needs to be mindful of trip deuces.
Trip deuces is very in Morton's range. Slow play to flop, raise the turn, and Mokri bet what, pot? Gets raised, still calls with the best hand.
And the ace or 6 that were needed for Morton don't show up on the end.
Oh man, if he puts in a big bet here, it's very credible.
Well, I don't know if this is big, but it certainly isn't small. 55 into 83 and change.
Yeah, but it's still very worrisome for Mokri. The way he's played his hand, too, looks rather strong. Bet full pot on turn, get raised, still call. Why is my opponent still betting into me? Is it because he has the deuce? Is there kicker issues to be concerned of? I think there is.
You love to see how much fun these guys are having in this pot.
Win a pub or what?
This is how we play poker in Norway. Apparently.
Tough decision.
We laugh when we're bluffing people in mid-hand.
Oh, and it gets through. Is he going to show him? Is he going to windmill it? No.
Got him.
There was heaps of meta going on in that pot. How's your Norwegian, Randy?
As good as my Chinese.
Luke Greenwood with the king and the hijack. Chirps. Morton back in there, flatting ace-6 off suit from the small. Simone Andrian lays it down. Jack 9 deuce. Second pair for Greenwood. Breezy spot for the ace high.
Good spot to check back with King 9. It's just a dicey scenario to get multiple bets in. Turn is a bit rough for King 9 though.
Well, he does pick up the gut shot straight draw, but doesn't have a heart. As the front door flush comes in, still no post-flop action. Now a 4-liner out there.
I wouldn't mind if Klein reps the queen at this point as played. Ace-6 high rarely wins, but the 9 gets a cheap showdown. Got to be happy about that.
Yep.
Yeah, Klein might be thinking to himself, missed opportunity versus a pair of 9s. That's all right. He's still enjoying Mokri's chips after blasting his buddy in that last one. Well, if you want to play like a Triton champion, look no further than GTO Wizard. They've got the tools to help you elevate your game, and now you can win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen your skills and crush the competition. Follow GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for your choice to win. Your chance to win, rather, sorry.
I recognize that guy.
Yeah, Espen Jorstad looks like he's got himself a sponsor. Not that he needs it.
I mean, he is a
I
wizard.
said sponsor, not backer.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this was the extended remix.
Yeah, you didn't have anything else to say?
This always happens to me. Well, you know, it's all written up ahead of time. You think I'm winging it?
Should I add on next time for you? Maybe I'll be.
You want to do that, Randy?
I can be a teammate. Yeah, I'll be a teammate next time.
You're always a teammate, buddy. Come on. Enter Danny Tang. And he's going to enter the pot. $5,500.
See a 3-bet from Morton Klein.
Became 16. Unclear exactly what the holdings are here. Efforting. There it is. Mystery solved. Ace, queen, and pocket 4s. The attachments.
Yeah, it's an interesting 3-bet here in position with 2 4s. Definitely not natural.
Ace high flop is all Danny. Happy to check over and see what Morton's up to. Of course, Klein has purchased the right to represent Unfortunately for him, what is in actuality across the way with respect to the ace X's of the world, following through 8,000. I don't think it's going to get through, Randy.
No, it's not. I didn't know I needed to point that one out.
These are the analyst moments that I'm very comfortable with. I've got this.
You want to do roll
You
reversal or
chill.
something?
I got this. 7 on the turn. Cut shot, straight draw acquisition for Morton.
And actually might make him multi-barrel this one and picking up, straight outs. Can really just muscle out all of the pocket pairs lower than the ace. That would check call a small bet on the flop. And I feel like once he gets called again, it's very defined that he's up against an ace and he can just safely check back unimproved. Occasionally he even wins against some busted spades that check call twice.
Second effort of 25K out of Morton. Now he's got to be a little bit uncomfortable given he's been called twice and spades arrive. Yeah, sure enough, he does. Oh, no, wait a minute.
That was...
It looked a lot like a check to me, Randy, but apparently he was just messing with that card protector, and instead he's going to barrel again, 82,000. And do you think Danny's going to make anything of what, like that moment where all of a sudden he was like, wait a minute, no, I didn't check?
That actually, I would think that looks a little stronger, doesn't it?
I think so, too.
Yeah, it's like, wait a second, I don't want to check back value, you know what I mean? So let me bet.
Right, I would never check back this hand. Automatically, and I think reflexively, we tend to think it isn't because he's light and needs to bluff, but more so because he's strong and wants value.
Yeah, and he confidently bets soon after that little misconfusion. So, like, I would think an ace-jack, an ace-10 would need to think a little bit on this river card. Do I need to bet when the flush came in? So, it's very confusing for Danny. Does have that queen of spades, which is nice to block some of the value, which are flushes. But I think Danny's main concern is actually ace-king, which would still bet, of course.
It feels like the weaker ace-X's would not barrel this river, right?
No, they should be snap-checking this one back, I would think. Even ace-jack, I don't think there's much value to be had.
So then what are we up against? Danny's going to pay to find out, and he's going to be quite pleased that he did.
Nicely done.
And a glimpse at just some of what's involved in becoming a Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner. Season 3 champ there, Danny Tang. Just continues to get better and better every time we watch him play, Randy.
That's about it. I don't need to say much more. He's good.
You know, Henry and I were talking about it as we see Morton spiraling down to just 35 bigs, but there's a genuine passion for the game. Danny doesn't just only play super high rollers. He'll get out there and play, 2K, 5K buy-in
I
type
used to
of
play
stuff.
a fun back in the day before he played these Triton stops.
Even now, though, I'm saying, he will go and actually, support, for example, Michael Soiza, APT, him and Victor Chong running that tour. Danny will come out, he'll play these smaller events, and he takes it every bit as serious as he does, when he's out here at a Triton, and it's because he has that passion for the game. He loves it so much, and he really wants to soak up all of the knowledge available and wants to improve every aspect.
I can say confidently he loves the game. He really does. He loves the competition. He's got good support from players that want to talk poker, play with him. I'm happy to see him doing well. And it's only going to get better from here on for him.
Ike is rocking his party shirt out there today.
This is the party shirt?
I don't know. I like it.
All right. Sevens. Party starter.
Under the gun open.
Ever see this hesitation? It's always like, let's make it more.
Correct. As 6,500 becomes 20,000. Unclear what has motivated Mokri, and now very clear.
This makes sense. 3-bet aces. Morton Klein, ace-jack. He's been splashing this last orbit. Can he show restraint? Hang on to these 29 bigs.
I mean, up front and under the gun +1, ace-jack off really does have problems. With a raise and a 3-bet in front of it. Now back to Danny, who doesn't love this sensation. Deep stack poker, though, we do make calls that we would in other situations.
True. They're not the deepest now with blinds going up and Mockery stack shrinking. Still going to make the call out of position. It is very strong positions, right? Undergun +1, 3-bet. So he needs to be mindful, especially if high cards come up like that king.
King for Trey. Second pair effective for Danny as he checks it over. And the fact that that 3-bet is as chunky as it is in relation to Mokri's stack, that also ranges him north toward the upper crust.
Fair. Right, he can't mess around with light 3-bets as much with that stack. I see where you're coming from. Small betting comes. Even though this board doesn't really hit Danny's range, because ace-king always 4-bets him in pre, he needs to bet here because if he had bluffs, he'd be betting king-high always. Makes the check call, though. Interesting from 2-7s. Perhaps he thinks Mokri is just c-betting range with like ace-queen, ace-jack, looking to give up.
Second check out of Danny. And another bet forthcoming without question.
Given 100, he's got 100K back with 70 in the middle. I could see him just keep betting small, trying to retain pairs under the king, and the king X is never going anywhere anyways. So you want to give yourself the maximum opportunity to win chips that have very little equity. In this case, just 2 outs. I'd be pretty surprised if Danny continues here with the second barrel on this king-high board.
Yeah. Where do we go? Without a 5 or a 6 on the turn, that might give us an added slice of equity and be less troublesome.
It's nice to stay in one place.
Really is nice. Very underrated.
Trending back in the right direction. Is Mokri?
I went to, where was it? Barcelona.
It is on. You played in Barcelona?
Yeah.
Your honors.
No, Barcelona. Oh yeah. Almost 50.
Ace-4 suited being contemplated by Morton. Little min raise. Your eyes don't deceive you, by the way, there. Laurent Polito, who did get a buy-in busted earlier, did rebuy and finds himself back at a feature. Haxton finds himself presiding over ace-queen suited.
He should be looking to 3-bet this against Martin, especially against that stack of 30 big blinds opening, looking to commit if necessary. Makes it 16K. Small 3-bet 2, which entices dominated hands to continue like this ace-4 suited, or worse, queen X's.
So an extra 10K forced in. Morton with issues beyond just simply being short stack with almost 40 in the middle, and he doesn't solve them on an 8-7 tray, no diamond board.
He actually played better.
So Haxton has the pre-flop initiative. Backdoor hearts working 2 overs to the board. He likely just still follows through with a small bet and just see what's up.
Haxton following through, applying pressure. Just nowhere to go.
But out.
Yep.
No. Well, yes, but no. Yes, but no. No, it's just I can deduct it. So I need to have winning.
I'm going to quit poker. I'm going to be a sports pro.
Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Nacho Barbero at our other featured table.
Seems to be the path.
I think it is. These guys are too good. You know, you're playing with Triton, Stevie. What the fuck? Sports is like a flip with like a 5%. We might be losing but higher pace than 5% here, buddy. I'm gonna tell you that.
Ace queen now for Nacho.
This is a favorable hand.
With lucky number.
Chris George seems interested.
What's responsible for that?
We said call. 10-9 suited.
Yeah, understandable. Heads up now. A little north of 20,000 in the middle. Jack 7, deuce 2 diamonds. George with the flush draw and the gutter.
And the 10s and 9s are good against ace high if he can find it. Equity favorite on the flop.
Barbero with no follow through. Deferring.
10-9's got a bet here.
I mean, this is just such a wonderful hand, and we can just win it unimproved potentially. Just a little quarter pot tickle.
I think the quarter pot tickle is going to get called here if ace queen high.
In particular, that queen being a diamond.
That helps a lot. Plus, he might even have the best hand, and if he doesn't, he's got 2 overcards to whatever pair his opponent could have. Price is just too good.
Oh, and the 9 rolls right off as George takes the lead the hard way.
Now, as played, I would like to see George check this one back at a high frequency. It's just so hard to get called by worse. And you don't open the door to commit the rest by getting check raised.
Oh, he agrees and checks back and then sees that devastation on the end. Unbeknownst, of course, this ace of clubs now putting Barbero back in front. Top pair and a strong kicker. Value available.
Yeah, value time. Target the jack. asking,
target.
yeah, for a crying call here.
Yeah, you can target more than just the jack. Anything that's one pair. It's got itself a problem here. And unclear whether or not George would check back Jack X on the turn.
It's unclear, but I wouldn't say it's unreasonable that George would check back like Jack 10, hypothetically. So it is possible.
Well, the other thing that's possible is that Barbero simply pouncing upon a perceived opportunity to represent an ace is played. But George, a believer, with good reason, correctly laying it down.
There's a 45-minute break. I don't know if there's a...
okay. It's just like...
I think there's a buffet, yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus' glasses fall under that same category of the
3x the
ones that
bankroll.
I'm just saying, man.
3x. Yeah, all right. What about Nacho? Does this?
No,
he's a 2x bankroll.
Nacho, you got to divide by 2.
Divide by 2.
Mawa with Queen Jack offsuit. Takes us to 6,500.
What about Kristen?
Queen 10 suit. I'm not really sure what to make of those. The double heart.
Those are hearts, aren't
Yeah,
they? They're
yeah.
not just missing some of the lens.
22?
No, they're not. 3-bet as Chidwick targeting.
Do you have money on the election?
Leonard
I have a little, but
caught slipping.
not much. Can win 10,000. You?
Just curious if the polling market odds are...
It looks like it's gonna be a... I mean, it looks like Trump is winning, but you know they can always rig it.
You say?
To bet on Trump.
Yeah. What do you think, Kristen? Is winning?
I trust you. Whatever you say. I don't know. I wasn't listening.
No, that Trump is winning. You're American. What do you think? Who do you think wins?
I don't know.
Who you want to win?
Oh, the president stuff.
Elections.
Oh, that's a heated discussion.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to bring it up. That's what I want to bring it up.
Barbero trying to stir the pot. Kristen
I think it's an easy. I think it doesn't matter.
doing a really good job of diplomatically avoiding getting dragged into that one, as she's got other matters to tend to, namely these pocket 10s, which have raised to 6,500 now. Michaelitis on the button with a suited ace.
Giving me vibes of wanting to 3-bet this one in position while this conversation's happening.
I know. Really wanna sim.
Oh, another 2 10s.
22,000, and this is cut off button, which is going to leave Jesus feeling a little bit more proud of the 10s.
Yeah, I actually think he could even just 4-bet rip this one in, expecting. It's interesting that he chose to cold call the 3-bet. Perhaps he felt he was just like 10 to 15 big blinds too deep to just outright rip it. It is a very hard hand to play post-flop, though. And when he just calls here, he lets Foxen in, and now you have to play this one 3 ways. You have 1 overcard to 10 show up post-flop. It's very confusing.
Well, no one's flopping a set. This we know, as Foxen does make the call. 3 players to a king-queen deuce board. A couple of very pesky overcards for both Shirzad and Kristen. No diamond out there. And really an awful sort of hand for Michaelitis with 2 checks in front of him.
Good content machine.
an awful hand, but if he doesn't bet, can he win this pot? I'm not so sure.
Yeah. He is going to check back, and he's going to find the ace on the turn. Note, by the way, that it does present the gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, but even though they've got that gut shot, they're very worried about Michaelitis just improving on that ace. I won't say, though, that Michaelitis is just going to bet this turn. They might get that free look. When it's two opponents, it's very hard to bet ace-7 in this spot. You could be getting trapped. You could be getting pot controlled by a better ace, like ace-jack, ace-10. I kind of think this one just checks again. But if I'm Michaelitis, I actually wouldn't be that worried about Sherzat, given the pre-flop action.
And how worried are you about Foxen, considering that she's now checked it a second time to you?
Not that worried, but I think the main worry is a better pot-controlled hand like ace-jack, ace-10.
So he does check again. River is completely dry.
I don't think that Sherzad or Kristen Foxen thinks the 2-10s are good in this spot, but can they get a better hand to fold is kind of unclear.
Isu checks to Kristen, who checks in turn, and
I think this one just gets checked back. Kicker is still concerning. Does he think a King X will call him three-way into the river? Probably not, unless he bets very small.
yeah, sure enough, he's content to just see what's what, as this 72,000 will work its way toward him, courtesy of Showdown. By the way, I'm pretty sure Chris George is an Android user, Randy, just based on the gesture. Props.
You really don't like the iPhone users, do you?
It's not the iPhone users I have a problem with. I'm just not
Well,
an
I'm
iPhone
glad
guy,
you don't
man.
have a problem with me then.
It's when they get sanctimonious, you know, and judgy because you got the blue dot, green dot situation in the texts, you know.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, oh, you're messing up our group chat, blah, blah, blah. Come on. Cut it out. Producer James, the Android user. He's carrying the torch with me.
Yeah, you both suck.
Thank you for that, Randy. You never hear Android users talking about iPhone users like that. What does that say about you lot?
Yeah. Okay. Sixes. Let's race.
On the button, 7K. Samuel Muller. Ace-7 in the small. Contemplating. Things don't look like they've gone altogether well for the young Austrian, and he does bow out.
I haven't seen him really play a hand yet, but
yeah,
kind of get that vibe. He's itching to play something, but didn't want to force the action of A7 off there. Queen Jack's in.
Check.
King 8-4. Barbero's defense doesn't yield any improvement. Faces a little 5K C bet.
If Barbero had a club, he probably would continue, but without it, not interested.
Randy.
Yeah?
I need a big pot.
No, not him.
I need a big multi-way
I know.
4-bet
I
pre.
always make fun of him.
Get down to the river. 3 street.
You need it.
Bluff raise. I need, you know.
There's a way to do it. You
I'm itching.
withdraw 25K from your stock market stuff. Register yourself. Blast away. And come back in the booth. And tell me how it felt.
What? Which number?
You know, oftentimes when I get into conversations with people, they have this assumption that by virtue of the fact that we've been able to sit and observe so much play, you know, like watching tape, that somehow that's going to give us some competitive advantage, some weird, you know, edge if we were to sit down and play. I'm here to correct anybody that thinks that. I'm drawing dead in one of these things.
I thought that once. You know that, Ollie? I watched a lot of tape. I jumped in. I came back with less money. And here I am.
When did that happen, Randy?
You can use the Triton Poker Plus app and look at my zeros across board.
How? What? Multiple times?
Multiple
You got stubborn?
I don't want to talk about it.
Did you buy in more than once?
Is there a way to delete your profile? Because I would love that.
Like the guys on Hendon, they're like, no, I don't want to be on there. Christu wants to be in there. Queen Jack, that which is responsible. Muller, going to get involved. Flatting this button with the suited connector and flopping bottom 2 against top pair.
Been waiting for this moment. And how fortunate it is for him as Sherzat's got a hand that can pay off. Queen Jack top pair.
Is this hand my fault?
It is. You wanted a big pot, and one of them's going to be mad at you. Who? Unclear at the moment.
I sought violence, and the deck complied right away. Careful what you wish for. This is like Bruce Almighty, Poker Edition.
Bad movie, by the way.
Didn't see it.
But you know it. Okay.
Yeah. Sherzat checking, by the way, instead of following through on his pre-flop raise, and well served as he then faces the 11,000 from Muller.
Well, he's going nowhere with top pair, but he does have concerns with his kicker.
Wouldn't ace-queen have been heard from?
Yeah, I hear it, but a king-queen, you could see.
That's the one, right?
Yeah. Eights. Pocket eights, pocket sevens, reasonable.
Some heart draws?
Yeah, could see it. Played a turn card. King might save Sherzat, actually. I could see Samuel betting the flop with like King Jack, King 10 of hearts that got there. King Queen, of course, would have the Queen Jack in very bad shape. Wow.
A check back from Samuel. No improvement on the river. I am a bit surprised as well.
I don't know why. I really don't. Your hand has a lot of value to be had, and I don't know, it just seems weird, especially with the stacks they're playing.
Well, for me, weird is always when two guys are right next to each other and they keep looking like, you know, within like a foot of one another, right in each other's eyes. That's always awkward. But
yeah, very
Chisu,
very timely comment there.
I'm just saying they keep doing. Anyway, 18,000 out of him. Are you surprised that he's barreling?
I'm not surprised he thinks he's got the best hand to see to check through, and a bit of a blocker. Let me set the price. I don't think it's. I think it's an all right play, actually.
I mean, I have to imagine there's nothing other than call that's on Samuel's mind, given that he checked back turn. Right?
I think against a bigger bet, he would have just snapped it off, like, say, 2/3 plus. But against 18K... Yeah, I kind of feel like you just always have the best hand. It's confusing. I don't blame you. To raise on the 6?
My brain's a little scrambled. I can only imagine that Jesus is as well. This line is just so strange. Is there some 9-10 suited lurking about?
It has to be. It's definitely possible his opponent has 10-9. The line is crazy, and the thing is, when a line is crazy and you're playing against a good opponent, it often isn't tethered to a bluff, because what am I repping?
Right.
You know? So maybe it's just, I don't know what you got, but you probably just have me.
Yeah, not a lot of kamikaze pilots out there.
Yeah, because good players tend to want to rep bluffs when they can, rep value hands when they're bluffing.
Right.
Good laydown.
So an unexpected bit of navigation from Mueller.
Thank you.
And Jesus could have potentially been facing a larger bet had he checked over.
I think he pretty comfortable with how he played it. You know, he didn't really lose much on the river too, just 18K, and didn't feel too bad about laying it down despite the odd line.
Well, he isn't going to feel too good about being at the bottom of the leaderboard as we take a look at the chip counts at this feature, brought to you by GTO Wizard. 1,500, 3K with a 3K big blind ante, the blind level. Chidwick reigning supreme ahead of Kristen Foxen. 466K does put him toward the top of the overall leaderboard. Ninth officially is Alex Ponikov's. Elsewhere in the room has ascended to over 800,000. Kristen's husband Alex, second overall in chips with 636K. Jaffe rounding out the podium, 533 in front of him.
I mean, you did say Ponikov says there's value in the early levels, so he's doing his work. Nacho ace-3 off on the button, opening. This is a tough big blind.
Sticky is Chidwick. Unimproved, however, as it comes 10-5 deuce. Barbero does morph into a wheel gutter.
I wonder if Chidwick check raises his hand on the flop at some frequency. Backdoor clubs, dryish texture. His opponent will c-bet a lot. Don't find it unreasonable. 1 over. A little bit of connection with that 10.
6,500 pre and now 7K post out of Nacho.
There we go.
You know, your hunch is generally spot on, Randy. Stevie, annoyingly, if we're Nacho, check raising to 18,000.
Hand's not over, though. Nacho's not going to fold this. He's got a gut shot to a very clean straight. Ace high could be good. Even hitting the ace might be good against a 10x that would check raise the flop. Let's play turn card.
So 53 in the middle now as Chidwick seizes control of the betting and Barbero seizes control of this pot. Stevie drawing dead, and that is not the card that he had in mind.
Yeah, if you're going to follow through with turn bluffs, you'll tend to do it with picked up equity, whether it be a straight draw or club draw. This one tends to go into the check fold. Obviously, Barbaro loves this 4. He probably still goes reasonably large to target 10x. I guess he could attack like a 3-4 as well to charge them the maximum.
Stevie. Never a question how he wanted to proceed as the check fold comes in swiftly. Back over at our other featured table. Morton Klein continues to have his struggles. 70K at present. Polito on the second bullet. Ace-3 suited.
Huh?
North of 3x,
yeah. 10K open.
Changes how Haxton will probably approach this. I think against a 2x, 2.2x or whatever, he likely will be coming in. Still going to 3-bet it, and it's a 2.5x 3-bet out of position. Definitely not standard, but the stacks have shrunk a bit with his 175K starting stack for this hand at 3K big blind where it changes your sizings a bit. I feel like the ace-3 suited has to call with this price and position.
Just another 15K. And Laurent will make the investment. Neither party in love with Queen, Queen 6. Diamond-free texture, more of a problem for Haxton, who's behind, but responsible for this mess.
Paired boards are good to c-bet bluff on. Also, with the small 3-bet out of position, your opponent that opened the button is calling most of his range, so there's more hands 14. To just fold to a flop c-bet.
14K, question asked.
It would be a little nicer if that 6 was like a 5, a 4 deuce to pick up turn wheel cards along with that backdoor spades. Gonna see what's up, and this is gonna be kind of tricky for Haxton.
Laurent calling. Neither player finding anything of interest on the turn.
Haxton, let's see, can he bet once more? I suppose he could to target ace-x, king-x that floated the flop. He did just bet 14K on the flop, so these hands could easily 45. Stick around, especially if they're coupled with a backdoor flush draw. 45K, there we go. Haxton's tough. He doesn't just one and done it. Can't read him like a book.
Going hard at the Triton newcomer here. And Laurent must concede. So credit to Haxton as courage on the turn yields profit. It really is just surreal.
No.
Especially given that he's been heads up, I believe, on 4 separate occasions.
Awesome service to come together.
Having come in second on all 4, you know, that he doesn't have this title. I mean, he is so good.
I know. Have you seen his Hendon mob? It's pretty insane. He's won big tournaments elsewhere.
You know, it's funny, too, because when you get into conversations with him surrounding kind of the myopic slant of his lack of a title at Triton, he's quick to point out, I've done just fine for myself outside of here. So don't feel bad for me. Now then, onwards with Morton Klein picking up perhaps a little elixir of hope with ace-king suited. As he tries to work his way in the right direction, and Simone Andrian finds an ace-king of his own. 6,500 won't stay that way. And the 3-bet to 16,000. Now Laurent could make things interesting with 2 10s.
This is where it gets very interesting. Of course, we knew the ace-kings were going to get it in. Cold call 3-bet. It's not in most players' game plan. So if we throw that out the window a little bit, it's just whether we 4-bet. Maybe we 4-bet commit against Morton and fold to Simone. That makes sense.
Four bets to 31,000. I mean, surely with 64K back, Morton just wants to take a spin, right?
Morton's in there. Yeah, there's also potentially dead money in there if one player folds.
Okay, now let me ask you this.
70,500.
How do we play it if we're Simone?
You have to jam or fold in spots. Never call 70K because you invite Polito to come along or do his thing. Yeah, jam is the play, and
wow,
2 10s out.
Just getting muscled out of this one. He'll be very deflated to realize that it was not one but 2 ace-kings that he was up against in the lead against both, and they are blocking one another. So off to the races, and there are 2 hearts out there, so Simone on a little 5% free roll.
Yeah, double turn off.
Take it off the board.
If I'm Polito, I'm rooting for the ace or king, like, oh, that hurts.
Yeah, it really does.
Very nice.
Yeah, the weather was really good.
I only brought pants too.
In Spain, it's crazy. It's raining in Spain.
What's that?
Blinds up 2, 4, and 4. 10K in orbit. The price of poker.
Whenever you're ready. Take your time.
Kion giving it to Morton there. Quite clear that the 2 of them are good friends. Not always a safe assumption just because they're playing under the same flag, but in this case, quite obvious.
Your comrades.
Yeah.
10.
By the way, if anyone's tempted to think that on account of that, they're taking it easy against one another, just rewind and watch that heads-up pot they played where Morton bluffed Mokri.
The 2 I have to put in.
Greenwood, 2.5 X's, courtesy of an ace and the puck.
Ranges do change a little bit when it's slightly higher, and 3-betting king 6 offsuit is very interesting.
Mikita asking questions out of the big here. Why this combo?
He believes that Greenwood is not going to call that many 3-bets, so the king 6 has good blocker effect to hands that can continue with the king, and it doesn't have that much playability. He also suspected maybe the 2.5x open was
I think I need 1 pip better to call.
Muscles, Greenwood.
What?
Eights?
Yeah.
Off the ace.
I was going to say ace queen.
These guys are needling hard.
I know. Luke says he needed 1 pip better to call, and then
The hand I folded now was the same hand I had when I was betting 55.
Yes, me?
Yeah, the same hand I had now. Folded. Easy.
You're really not going to tell me, huh?
Yeah, I will.
I mean, I can just go look now.
It'll be on the stream soon.
Yeah,
It
it's
hasn't already.
like-
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But he's like a sadist, this guy.
Right.
Man, he just enjoys my pain.
reminds me of Antonio Esfandiari and Phil Locke back in the day.
Wait till the break.
Good buddies, but always trying to work each other
I
up.
also made this mistake last year. I think it was against Karen, where I told him what I had because I was like, well, it's on stream.
Then he go for you.
But then they didn't show the hand on stream. They showed one of the side tables.
I remember that one.
So now I'm like, oh, okay. Also, you can wait an hour and find out.
Yeah, they didn't show the hand. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Simone's suited connector
The best thing to do is just lie. And then
took us to 9.
They'll be really surprised when they see it.
The Sean Winter, you mean?
Yeah.
Mulgrew flatted. Morton now taking a peek at King Queen.
Of all time.
By far.
Jack 10-7, 2 overs and an open ender, along with the nut flush draw, but Simone has himself the joint.
My favorite one went through twirl as
You wanted multi-way spice. There you go.
And
you're checking over to the nut flush draw. That's going to be very tempted to bet.
And Sean is just like under the guy with like Jack's way off or whatever. When people are yelling, and he's like, "Hey, I have a decision here."
Can't blame Kaihan for slipping 8K into 33. Morton, of course, not going to go anywhere.
He had a bunch of good lines.
And do we need to announce ourselves here, just given how wet the board is?
Yes, there's value to be had. You want to get value against hands and not let them get away, say like 2 pair, Jack 10, sets, flush draws.
I mean, it's also funny that
Your hand is very vulnerable.
That final table was just, it was like all like, you know, like it was like 9 like excellent.
Simone agrees.
No one was going to be like,
And takes us to 30,000. Now, Mulgrew's not in the mood to muck.
No, he's got position. He wants to try and just hit that heart. He knows this raise is pretty strong. And Morton's getting the right price with his hand to try to make the straight. There are some turn cards that can really just blow this one out of proportion. Not that one, though.
No, in fact, the pair on board now does leave straights and flushes with some prospective concerns.
Not the greatest card for Simone. He could actually be up against Jack 10. It's not unreasonable.
Yeah, when you get called in both spots after check raising, you do start to narrow down some ranges. You know, hearts are a thing, but you also know that the 2 pairs of the world, as you mentioned, could have you cooked. Hence the check.
Free card.
King on the end. Morton improving, not in the way he saw it. Is King Queen ever good as played?
It can be. Not often, but it's possible. But it's definitely not worthy of a value bet.
Yeah, he
with the
agrees.
Texture. I believe I would be betting this 8-9 at this point with a check through on the turn. I don't think he needs to bet too big. Yeah, small. This is really small, but I do like small bet in general just because you want to get like a king jack or king queen to say, oh, price too good, flick it in.
What you don't want, of course, not that he's going to experience this, is to be so cute that all of a sudden somebody asks you a question and does so at a higher decibel level that leaves you a little bit worried. But given the check around on the turn, less concerned about such things, are we? We see Morton, understandably at that price, paying off, and that is a painful 13,000. When you started off with just 90, down to 35K is Klein's sub 10 bigs. Simone, on the other hand, up to 350 roughly.
You can see Morton just kind of replaying some of the hands. I think he played the hand just fine. Got a cheap showdown, but he's just pounding this little hammer, it feels like, in his hand.
I believe it is a hammer. Unfortunately,
is it Thor's hammer, like the mini version?
Whatever it is,
9,000.
it's been hitting him on the head more than anybody else on the day. You know, you're more spot on than you think with that Thor read, by the way, because that's a Scandinavian legend, right? Nordic sort of.
I believe so.
Folklore. Pretty sure on that. Mokri. Jack 10's what he needed, a pot to go. Not doing so bad here, though, as he took us up to 9,000 pre-flop and might have a tough time squeezing any more off of Simone's stack after Andrian defended the big. Swings, misses, and checks.
24,000.
Full pot.
Take it, sir. Okay, I slept on the pants. I mean, Ike is doing it out there, Randy.
Ike's got some pretty cool wardrobe choices I've seen.
Here's the thing.
I like the red and white one. You know what I'm talking about? It looks...
The polyester one? I know which. I do know which one you're talking about. See, I was going to say, you and I, we're these like brand suckers, you know what I mean? We'll go in the store, we'll buy the thing, you know.
Yeah.
Ike doesn't have to worry about somebody showing up here with his outfit.
That's right.
Flash the spade.
One of a kind.
I think it's just 9 or 10 of spades.
I'm really sure.
It's this one, for sure. I saw 9 or 10 of spades.
Mokri advising the field that he thinks he caught a glimpse of something as we see Morton slipping the hammer on top of the nub.
I love the hammer.
I want the keys to your apartment too.
Oh, yeah.
And he moves all in over the top of Mokri, and this is going to be a good sight to have the dominant ace.
Kommer en 8 ute?
Sammen med knekken.
Kommer en 8.
Jack 8.
Chop.
Oh. Mokri could find relief.
Ace, queen.
Ace,
no, I don't want an ace. Ace? No, I don't want an ace.
I didn't want to see the...
I didn't even realize.
3.
5 or 8.
3.
I didn't want to see
5 or 8.
the 9
5, 8,
of
10.
spades.
5, 8, 10.
I really wanted to see the 9 or 10 of spades on board.
Chop was available, but ultimately, Morton hangs on.
Yeah.
Still alive.
Pulse still somewhat faint. And I'm not reading the Apple Watch. I'm just, you know, chip
How
counts.
scary was when I said I want the keys to your apartment too. Like, fuck, oh no.
I like that the Apple Watches are digital. It's the only clock I can read.
Oh yeah, we established this. Was it on stream that we had this discussion?
Probably.
Randy doesn't know how to read a clock. It's amazing. You know, they say, like, when you're really good at, like, something, then it can come at the expense of, like, other things.
Mm-hmm.
I think you traded all common sense things in for being great at poker.
Yeah. I've traded a lot of things in.
Well, pocket eights aren't going to be traded in as Laurent Polito contends with an open from Morton. A little frisky, given the lack of depth for Klein to be opening this Queen 10 offsuit, but cut off. He wants to get aggressive and might be regretting it now as the 3-bet to 35,000 does come in, and 9K is passed along.
Si til meg selv, bare reise med en hånd, du kan gå all in med. Og så gjør jeg ikke det. En sånn indre demon. Dårlig dag, da.
Overrenne.
Nei.
God tid. Go for player of the year.
Okay.
Polito could be activating once more as an opener this time. Ace on the button, well worth it.
Triton.
10 to skate, investment made by Greenwood, courtesy of a suited queen. Swing and a miss for Luke. Far different experience for Laurent.
Pretty clean board for Laurent with top 2 pair. He has so much this board where he doesn't really need to bet too big.
$7K.
This seems ambitious.
Greenwood just keeping an eye on what might be a wide button range. Hunting backdoor equity and finding it courtesy of this board pairing spade. Now, with 40 in the middle, let's see if Polito will size in a way that allows Greenwood to continue.
Yeah, quite troublesome because the 6 is actually very in Greenwood's range. Checks it back with top 2 pair. Does Queen High have any showdown value is the question. Lucas can get better high cards to fold, I would think, like a King High. It's a bit tempting to bet. Good for him, though, as he doesn't, as obviously Laurent would snap off any sizing.
Now comes the 28K, which we thought would be more likely to show up on the flop, but maybe the 6Xs of the world belong to Greenwood, and so we're content to just take that pot control line, and things beginning to turn around for Polito, whose first bullet did not go so well.
Thank you. Thank you.
So as we swap dealers, we'll take a moment to direct you toward the all-new BetACR Sportsbook. It's your exclusive live betting destination to wager not just on sports, but even on players here at Triton Super High Roller Series. Head over today and receive a 15% free play up to $250 on your first deposit. That's the all-new BetACR Sportsbook.
Starting to make sense why Nacho was talking about sports betting earlier.
You know, it wasn't an accident, right?
No. I see you, Nacho.
You know what we need, Randy?
I think
Remember Back to the Future?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Biff? Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, Biff, man, with the
I
sports
remember,
almanac,
yes,
bro.
Almanac.
100%.
You know?
Yes.
So we can go back in time and we can be like, oh, you know what? I think Krabic is going to win the main here in Jeju.
And do we still get the 15% deposit bonus?
Don't get greedy, Randy. We're actually literally cheating.
$10.5?
Don't worry about the initial deposit
it's-
bonus.
Are we really just going to leave it there?
Is that what we would do with the time machine? I guess we
It was
would.
more street fights.
I would go back and look for stuff that I lost. Be like, what happened to that? Oh, you know.
I would go back and try to get a new commentator partner.
Wow. I have feelings, Randy. Queen 9-4 with a couple of diamonds, 27 in the middle. Axton with second pair here after making it 11,000 pre-flop. He doesn't need to go back in time. He's fine right here in the present. But not looking to barrel.
I think today I'm too old.
Ace rolls off.
Should see
really
more
fun to have.
checking from both players with the arrival of the ace. Haxton, while the ace does improve his range, doesn't necessarily want to get check raised off his hand.
Yeah, probably.
For him to bet the turn would mean that he doesn't give Malkery credit to check raise bluff him. And I just think that that's just not the case.
Still no betting, as Ike doesn't seek to rep an ace. Pair of fives on the end for Mokri. Feels like we just seek showdown against some king highs, I think.
Yeah, a sliver of showdown value, although not much, because a lot of the king highs would bet the flop like king jack, king 10, but it's there. This would be a thin value bet if he can find it. Reasonable kicker with third pair.
$13.5.
Not surprised. This is the guy who can find this bet.
Chiseling. This would be so brutal if Mokri decides that 2 checks back post flop, this bet is dusty
44.
and pays it off, but instead he comes with a check raise to 44,000, and this is why we proceed with caution in such situations, Randy. Nine's going to be hard-pressed to take this heat. But Haxton's got to ask himself, what on earth would check 3 times and then bring the raise on the end?
It has to be some very slow-played hand, and I don't think Haxton thinks that's the case that often, right? Like, I can see, like, if Malkery had 2 pair plus on the flop and turn to check twice, but if he sees another check back from Haxton on the turn, he probably would just value bet that one himself against the 9.
Yeah. Set of 4s, maybe, Randy, but wouldn't they have let out at some point?
If they lead out, it's the river. I don't think it's, if he has 2 pair plus, he 100% checks this river. That's the thing. So Haxton can discount the value at some frequency because of that. Wow. He's sick.
Listen, Ike Haxton, ladies and gentlemen, just finds the call, and Malkery, realizing he's got his hands full here at this table.
Yeah, these aren't guys you can just push around, can you?
It did feel like it was more designed to just, I don't know. The weird thing is the fives have that sliver of showdown value, like you said, and it feels like most of the hands that we would be targeting with that check raise, the fives are doing okay against. But the line didn't add up that much.
The line
right?
didn't add up, but he's trying to fold out thin value bets like the 9x or some super weak queen. And he
What are you representing?
He felt like a hand that was able to value bet that heavy to check back flop and turn to value bet hit the 5 like an ace 5 or something, and he was blocking that. It's a bit murky, and he lost chips. It happens.
What would Stevie do?
I really don't know. I was gonna mini race the 10 and go all in on the river. That was my plan.
You would have won the pot.
Yeah, but he checked back. So he left me no choice.
Back at the other feature, the Nacho Show. About to enter with
14.
Ace Jack. Makes it 14. Alexander Shevchenko out of the big, 9 deuce suited. Did not hesitate to call, and now he finds himself a flush draw against top pair, top kicker.
Great flop for both players. This is juiced up, blind versus blind, raised pot. So Barbaro, I think his intention is just to go 3 streets unless... Wow, checking is not what I expected though.
Yeah, that makes 2 of us, by the way.
I wonder if he check raises against this flop bet. 17K. I would think he would check raise here. His hand is so strong. There we go.
All of a sudden, hands are getting dirty.
Yeah, now Alice played, call, try to hit the flush. Sometimes you make a flush, your opponent makes a straight.
Pot up to 134,000. Gut shot straight draw added to the equation for the Ukrainian.
It actually wouldn't surprise me if Barbaro just rips this one in. He's got a pot size bet remaining. Dicey river cards can arrive. Yeah.
Barbaro just slams in full pot. And that's disheartening because this hand has promise, but at the end of the day, it's 9 high right now.
And also, you don't even know if you're up against like bigger hearts. Like, what if Barbaro has ace queen of hearts? Yeah, that's a terrible spot for you.
No, you're absolutely right.
Your opponent might have 2 pair or set. Some of your outs aren't clean. I would think this has got to hit the muck. It sucks because you're like, wow, I would have called any bet to at least see one more card, but not this bet.
But let's look back and reflect upon the fact that this situation was created courtesy of Barbaro choosing to play the check raise on the flop. Shevchenko says, let's play a big one. Almost 400,000 out there. And Nacho, recognizing that once Shevchenko tanked, Ace-Jack was very likely to be the best hand, but also recognizing the threats as a 3-1 favorite looks to hold on and does just that. Trip jacks for Nacho. And Shevchenko left with just 14K.
Sometimes you gamble and you don't get there.
I was pleased with Queen Jack.
Yeah, you're like, please have a jack.
Pleased with Queen Jack. King
You know, that
10
same
or
glass
something.
that Nacho took a swig out of, if it had come heart or 8 on the river, he may have been pouring over his own head.
All right, your first all in of the tournament.
Something you've done before.
This table.
And I've witnessed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, at the desk in London.
You know, I'm a very lucky guy. Every day I wake up, I look myself at the mirror, and it's still me.
It's a hard life. Someone's got to live it.
Yeah, I'm already winning in the morning.
Did he really just say that?
The thing is, he's saying it specifically to get a reaction out of somebody. It's not that he's actually
From the beginning, from the early
soaking it all up.
I guess we all are in a way.
We
Maybe.
you definitely are. The wife of
Ace,
Alex Moulton,
king
Luda
suited.
Poker, beautiful.
Yeah.
What else? Life is good, huh?
By the way, Shevchenko's down to 14K, and
He's not.
he's got to listen to this one seat over.
Yeah, it's a little rough.
You made it. You really made it.
Inferior suited ace for Chris George, played as a defense, and it turns into aces and fours on a very dry-looking board. Ace-king in real trouble.
And this looks very nutted for Scherzat. Top pair, top kicker, rainbow board texture. He's just thinking, can I get these? Wow!
Well, he's
check
not.
back.
Listen, he's not checking back because he thinks that the ace-king has problems. In fact, he thinks it's so much hand here that he's content to check back and maybe get Chris George in trouble.
Still in his face on the bachelor party. What time is in Miami now?
They're what?
Still party.
Wow.
I should be there. Chicken out.
It must be early in the morning.
George coming in, slight overbet, 30K into 26.
It's 12:30 p.m.
That sounds very tiring.
I just don't see how Scherzat doesn't lose at all.
Exhausting.
Check back flop. A flush draw comes in. There's plenty of straight draws. Could be some combo draw going for an overbet to pounce on the weak flop action. I just don't see it.
$30 into 26.
Probably just rips this one in, given how much he's got back and how big this pot has grown.
Yeah.
He's stacking.
Who can blame him, by the way? And this is a dreamy development for George as he flicks in the call. And all of a sudden, Jesus' back is up against the wall. He needs a 7 or a jack to counterfeit a king to make the better two pair, and instead the queen of spades rolls off. Cold, cold deck.
It's a lucky table for the ACR Pro.
Yeah, I'm learning from you.
I'm learning from Stevie.
Thank you.
Your table returned to this row at the middle table.
What do you think? That's go to the gym in the morning run good? Or?
Yeah.
He said you're taking
Maybe
up
I'll
too
see
much
him
TV
tomorrow.
time.
But do you ever think that Nacho gives
I'm
a
waiting for you guys to speak.
quiet funeral?
Absolutely not.
You thought you were a small boy?
This man is ready to eulogize.
Nice.
Stevie, don't mess with that.
Is he looking at himself?
He's got the selfie camera on, just making sure all the hairs are in place.
He's pretending he's typing. He's not. He's adjusting the filters.
All right, we're going to step away from the Nacho Show briefly and give you a look back
It will be where
at the
Adrian
room.
will-
It's a bit shame that night has fallen, given that prevents you from seeing that beautiful scenic view of the Mediterranean out the glass as we see the view of our next featured table. Looks like Sam Greenwood was at that one. What's the other feature table? Brewer's going to be back on the main stage. Adrian Mateos, Steve O'Dwyer, Sergio Ido.
I've seen it knock people on the ass. That's a good table. Should be fun.
9?
King, queen now for Mokri.
It's around 50.
TV table hasn't been very lucky for me.
No, I guess not.
There was a hand that didn't get on stream. Well, I folded deuces and low jack. And then Tang raised, Ben called the big blind, and the flop was 4-4-2.
How many
Jack
times
jack, and then Ben overbet a king queen. I go to the big blind. I was like, oh,
I remember that hand.
One more.
I was like, maybe I should have just brought in there.
9K raise and call in front of Simone. He'll hop along. Plenty deep.
Was that here or was that before that?
This was
Adds deep as well.
Because I was definitely like, all right, well.
Jack high flop. Simone with top pair. Bads with the flush draw. Pre-flop raiser.
Even if he did
Swings
not
and
have
misses.
It, must have said something.
Hence the check.
Not too shabby for Makita.
think
Just
it was
9 high, but the clubs are worthy of a bet. Or not. Checking it back. Death Deception and hits the club.
Yeah, he sure does. Note, by the way, that the opposition both hold clubs. Mokri with the queen could spoil the party. Simone checks again. Kaihan thinking it over.
Yeah, lots of reason for him to bet here. He's not really expecting the clubs to be lingering from the players. He also has King Queen, which blocks some of the Jack X's that would flat in position, like Queen Jack, King Jack. Club for opportunity in case he's behind. 2 overs to the Jack in case he's up against Jack 10. So 1/3.
11,000.
Now Simone's got to be thinking, look, I have top pair. You guys checked around on a flop and there's still a bet and a call. Probably just calls and hopes for the best. Let's have the 8 of clubs for backup.
That call. Check that.
Oh.
Call. Check.
10 of clubs rolls right off as the 9 high flush is downed by Mokri. It's the third highest club. Obviously, there's some straight flush possibilities, but
There's merit to block bet here. Set the price yourself. You really rarely ever get bluffed off of your hand when it's 3-way on a 4 flush. And you can get crying calls out of the Jack X. Especially Jack X with the club, I mean. Yeah, I like the bet. And if you get raised, you can kind of safely fold this one and not feel too bad about it.
well, I don't think raise is what's on Bads' mind. Granted, that 7 of clubs could convince itself. It's got a 6 of clubs next to it, but
Makita's in a bad spot because he still has to worry about Simone having like a Jack of clubs that makes a crying call with the tiny bets out there.
But then wouldn't that be an argument in favor of if Bads wanted to continue that he should do so in the form of a raise? Oddly enough.
The problem is Simone could have the ace of clubs still, I think it's possible, as well as Mokri.
Well, a deflating development, but Makita does find the fold. And now Andrian must ask himself, as played, pre-flop raiser, Checked flop, bet turn, now bets river. Is the bigger club involved?
If this was heads up going into the river, he wouldn't be folding, but three ways, this seems nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it does seem like a lot of combos that have a big club involved would have taken that line. And despite improving, Simone does properly relinquish, and Mokre got pretty lucky there. Third of three runners on the flop, but number one, when it counted, on the river. So he sits midfield, fourth biggest stack at his table, which will give way to a new feature. Bringing you back to the desk, Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. Players headed for yet another break here in this WPT Global Ultimate Slam. Randy, that frame felt like everybody was pretty much settled in, not really as much of that jittery kind of, I don't know, explosive stuff that we saw in the frame before.
I hear where you come from. That's why we're going to spice up with the next feature, right? We got two Spaniards, Adrian Mateos, Sergio Idol, like, they don't play small pots.
No,
you know?
You're not wrong about that. When it comes to pots, it's not tapas. It's more entrees. No question about that. Okay, so we'll step aside. We're going to do so for about 9 minutes, let's call it, and then we're going to come back with our final frame before we hand things off. We are still not even halfway through today's coverage. Don't go anywhere. More Triton Super High Roller Series from Monte-Carlo comes your way after this.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code TRITON for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
For him now, he can take a day off.
I mean, listen, 5 days a week. That's child's play. We're going 14 straight days here.
Yeah, what are you
Chris?
What do you do with that, Chris?
This guy.
Just 5 days. Unsubscribe. Unfollow.
You're cruel, man. What are you going to thumbs down it too? Dislike button? Foxen hitting the like button on King Queen, taking it to 5,500. Leonard speculating with 9-7. Chidwick likes the numbers. Suited Doyle.
Oh, it's 55?
No, it was 55. I didn't put a thing in.
A 6-5 board. 2 diamonds. Gut shot and a flush draw for Leonard. Best of what's around.
As good as it gets. What a great draw. And position. It is Foxen first to speak with a check.
Well,
Checking
Leonard
it
gonna
back.
play it as a check back here, Randy.
Surprise, that is sneaky. Flush comes in.
And he doesn't need to worry about anybody else making diamonds. Chidwick does pair the 10.
Yeah, 10 with not much else. I'm not too sure if he's going to get into any trouble despite improving. It's not unreasonable for either opponent to still have an ace in this spot, or even a 10 with a better kicker. With no diamond in hand, I don't think that Foxen is looking to bet too often. If you do bet this turn, which it seems like she is, she often will need to follow through with a river bet as well to shake out some of the weaker one pair holdings coupled with a diamond, a single diamond that is.
$7K. Flatted by Leonard.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to raise and just fold out hands that have very little equity.
As we can see.
0 equity in this spot.
Yeah, Kristen drawing dead.
Wait, count that one for me? Is that what it... Oh, no, it's not a straight flush.
No, it's a straight and a flush.
Oh, no. It is a straight flush. No, it is a straight flush.
Oh, wait,
Isn't
you're
it?
right. You're right.
I was
it did
looking at
slide
the
right
5.
in. Me too. Well, of all the 4th diamonds to see on the board, that is the one for Leonard. You never see this.
Yeah, I was looking at the 5. I really was. I was like, huh.
So disheartening for him, by the way, not to be up against a big diamond that would have barreled once more into him on this river. And, of course, he's going to make some noise. But Foxen just hot on the fold button.
That's a lot. That's crazy. 5 days to stream. 5 days.
stream, yeah.
I mean, to stream in general.
So much play, you know, like watching tape. That somehow that's going to give us some competitive advantage, some weird, you know, edge if we were to sit down and play. I'm here to correct anybody that thinks that. I'm drawing dead in one of these things.
I thought that once. You know that, Ollie? I watched a lot of tape. I jumped in. I came back with less money. And here I am.
When did that happen, Randy?
You can use the Triton Poker Plus app and look at my zeros across board.
How? What? Multiple times?
Multiple
You got stubborn?
I don't want to talk about it.
Did you buy in more than once?
Is there a way to delete your profile? Because I would love that.
Like the guys on Hendon, they're like, no, I don't want to be on there. Krisu wants to be in there. Queen Jack, that which is responsible. Muller, gonna get involved. Flatting this button with the suited connector and flopping bottom 2 against top pair.
Been waiting for this moment. And how fortunate it is for him as Sherazad's got a hand that can pay off. Queen Jack top pair.
Is this hand my fault?
It is. You wanted a big pot, and one of them's going to be mad at you. Who? Unclear at the moment.
I sought violence, and the deck complied right away. Careful what you wish for. This is like Bruce Almighty, Poker Edition.
Bad movie, by the way.
Didn't see it.
But you know it. Okay.
Yeah. Shirzad checking, by the way, instead of following through on his pre-flop raise, and well served as he then faces the 11,000 from Muller.
Well, he's going nowhere with top pair, but he does have concerns with his kicker.
Wouldn't ace-queen have been heard from?
Yeah, I hear it, but a king-queen, you could see.
That's the one, right?
Yeah. 8s. Pocket 8s, pocket 7s, reasonable.
Some heart draws?
Yeah, could see it. Played a turn card. King might save Sherazad, actually. I could see Samuel betting a flop with like King Jack, King 10 of hearts that got there. King Queen, of course, would have the Queen Jack in very bad shape. Wow.
A check back from Samuel. No improvement on the river. I am a bit surprised as well.
I don't know why. I really don't. Your hand has a lot of value to be had, and I don't know, it just seems weird, especially with the stacks they're playing.
Well, for me, weird is always when two guys are right next to each other and they keep looking like, within like a foot of one another, right in each other's eyes. That's always awkward. But
yeah, very
Jesus,
very timely comment there.
I'm just saying they keep doing. Anyway, okay. 18,000 out of him. Are you surprised that he's barreling?
I'm not surprised he thinks he's got the best hand to see the check through, and a bit of a blocker. Let me set the price. I think it's an all right play, actually.
I mean, I have to imagine there's nothing other than call that's on Samuel's mind, given that he checked back turn. Right?
I think against a bigger bet, he would have just snapped it off, like, say, 2/3 plus. But against 18K... Yeah, I kind of feel like you just always have the best hand. It's confusing. I don't blame you. To raise on the 6?
My brain's a little scrambled. I can only imagine that Jesus is as well. This line is just so strange. Is there some 9-10 suited lurking about?
It has to be. It's definitely possible his opponent has 10-9. The line is crazy, and the thing is, when a line is crazy and you're playing against a good opponent, it often isn't tethered to a bluff, because what am I repping?
Right.
So maybe it's just, I don't know what you got, but you probably just have me.
Yeah, not a lot of kamikaze pilots out there.
Yeah, because good players tend to want to rep bluffs when they can, rep value hands when they're bluffing.
Right.
Good laydown.
So an unexpected bit of navigation from Mueller.
Thank you.
And Jesus could have potentially been facing a larger bet had he checked over.
I think he pretty comfortable with how he played it. He didn't really lose much on the river too, just 18K and.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the WPT Global Ultimate Slam from right here in the Principality of Monaco. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, Triton Super High Roller Series Season 4 underway, and it has been a slow-going process as everybody settles in. Field expected to be on the larger side, obviously, just given the price point, Randy. But I would imagine that, we're going to see some people trickle in as the price point moves up a little bit. Folks that maybe don't want to come out for the 25K. I know that Jason Kuhn, people have been looking around going, where's Jason? He's not going to be arriving for about a week. Did discuss that with him. Unclear exactly what the reasoning is behind it. Obviously, it's got to be a very good reason. Otherwise, we know he'd be here seeking Player of the Year points, as well as opportunities to add titles to that very decorated resume of his. However, Season 3 Player of the Year winner Danny Tang is here, and he's doing all right for himself. As I dive into the Triton Poker Plus app here. Stand by, because we're not going to be able to actually show it to you. I'm going to flip it this way, because that's the only way it's working right now. We are We are dealing with some
Read
things
us
right
some
now.
names are doing well.
I know. Danny's in 13th right now, 454,000 in front of him. Up at the top of the chip counts is Alex Foxen, the only seven-figure man, 1 million plus in front of him. Ponikov's just behind with 986K. So we got a couple of new feature tables on our hands, and we're about to get down to them right now. Dan DeVoris, by the way, third in chips, 858,000 in front of him. So then back into the arena we go. Randy, I'm just realizing, did I let you say anything during that desk?
I'm not going to say anything now. Continue talking, sir.
I was on like an autopilot there, bro. My bad. All right, new feature table being helmed on the blue side by Frédéric Delval, good buddy of JNT, Jean-Noël Torel, Ido, and Mateos, the Spaniards, trailing Schweck, Brewer, O'Dwyer, Krasimir Nechev, rounding things out. Everybody doing okay in terms of stack depth there. Couple of shorties, though. Orpin Kisichikoglu on the orange table. Sub 10 bigs. Not going so well for him. Chuntong Xiao. 15 bigs. Not great. Liang Shu. 144 bigs. 722,000. That's a mighty stack.
Am I allowed to talk now?
Randy, pipe down. I'm not finished. No, go on.
No, I don't have anything else to say.
Wow. You just went for the joke?
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
Mateos.
Queen 4 suited on the button.
Can we get someone to bring some waddles up, though?
Mateos feels like he's been on fire lately. Just everywhere. Even the last Triton stop was really good to him. Montenegro 2024. He got second for 3.3 million in the 200K. Won a title in the 50K and 2 other 6th place finishes in Montenegro alone. So it's good to see him.
He's putting together a Hall of Fame body of work in terms of his career, and he's still young, Randy. Tobias Schwecht, out of the big blind, defends and spanks an ace on a paired flop.
What's on the menu?
How about full house? If you're Schwecht. Mateos, no follow through. And Tobias recognizing a second check here could very well potentially get Mateos to bet, although Queen High just has too much showdown value. Deems Adrian, who keeps it tidy, and now a 10 on the river. Tobias.
I would think he would bet now. If he was up against some hand that has no showdown value, they would probably bet the flop or turn. Queen high for Mateos. Is out.
Yeah, a little 25K effort out of Schwecht, understandably. Bears no fruit.
Are both Josh? Oh, they bring my
They brought.
They bring?
Yeah, the sparkling water's fine.
Yeah.
Brewer feverishly pecking away, perhaps providing updates. That's too many characters for a tweet. Now we flip it back over to our other feature, Santosh Suvarna, along with Hossein and San. First opportunity to observe Santosh. And there is Xu Liang. Things have been going well for him on the day. By the way, if you want to track those results, the Triton Poker Plus app is the place to do it.
Xu Liang, if I recall correctly, without looking at the app, had really good results and kind of really only plays the big buy-ins. So it's cool to see him out here playing the 25K.
Looking to get himself on form as
Practice
Short
up.
stacked. Xiao. Jack 10 suited. Takes it up. Ace in the big blind for Pooh. Defends. King 8-7 flop. Not in the wheelhouse of either of these holdings.
Well, Choon's got that inside straight draw. Pre-flop initiative. King high texture is nice, especially on when he's early position. Can rep it more.
Always nice to be collecting chips when you've had the kind of day that Xiao has had. He'll sit this one out. And San, King 10 suited.
Six-three offsuit for Shu Liang. And is this standard to 3-bet on the button?
You know, I'm starting to realize that not all of these chips that he's acquired have been picked up cleanly.
Yeah, this is 30 chips. Wow. This is something.
6-3 off. 3-betting and turning into dust on a 10-7 deuce board whilst Hossein hung in there and flops top pair.
Yeah, going to be tough for Shu Liang to win this one, but if you're 3-betting 6-3 off, probably going to c-bet practically any flop.
And San's not going to be going anywhere.
No, it's going to be quite hard for him.
Flats.
Oh, interesting.
Equity acquired for Liang. Gut shot straight draw.
When you dime kitties and them downhill. Yeah.
I think that Shu Liang will likely bet this turn card. He bets small on the flop, which invites floats from broadways with backdoor flush draws. Also puts a lot of heat on like 8s and 9s, 8, 7, 6s, these type of hands. 65K, he goes. It is starting to get uncomfortable though for Insan because Shu Liang can certainly still have jacks plus.
Yeah.
Even ace 10 is possible.
Mindful of all of the above, he does flat. Pot grows to 262, running 5s. This is...
That's a tough river card to triple barrel on.
I mean, it is and it isn't, though, because if you're trying to tell the story of the overpair, this is a really simple board on which to do it.
True. If you had jacks plus ace 10, you would be jamming here 100% of the time.
No reason to come off the accelerator pedal.
I suppose the question here is is what 10Xs are calling me. This Shu Liang is nasty.
Hossein and Son being put to a decision for all of his chips here. And Michael Jordan, like, peak of the tongue there from Shu Liang. And did Hossein fold?
No, I think he asked for a pot spread, possibly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see the cards there still.
Can I just get the black card of miso, please? Yeah.
Here's the thing. These guys have been playing with one another for the better part of the day.
Yeah.
And obviously, Hossein has had a front row seat to some of the procedures that have been a part of Shu Liang's ascent. You wonder whether or not he's got a reputation problem.
Yeah, but sometimes the players who have a reputation problem, they do get dealt hands sometimes, right? And this is how they build stacks. This is not an easy spot.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
He makes the call. And he does it.
The way he flicked in the chip, too. What a play.
And Hossein looking around at everybody to let them know, guys, you remember me, right? World Series of Poker main event champ? That's right. Ship it.
You like it?
Yeah.
How much is it?
200.
Well, that big stack of Shu Liang did not survive long.
Easy come, easy go. That was a hand.
That was a hell of a hand.
Fireworks from the get-go.
I'm still a little bit shell-shocked. You know what's funny is if you're at the table and you've made some laydowns to Shu Liang earlier today, you're starting to wonder whether or not you got abused in those spots.
Yeah, that was very out of line.
Ace-5 offsuit has piqued Suvarna's interest from early position, by the way.
That
not
is
really
quite early.
Yeah, not a compulsory involvement.
This is going to be a good table. I already feel it. It's just, this is the action table.
Yeah, this is shenanigans central right here. Make no mistake. Queen, Queen 9 and a couple of hearts. The product of the big blind defense with the 2 sevens. Nice texture for Chun Tong Xiao. As Suvarna casually flicks in a 10K follow through.
Acceptable. 9 could counterfeit him, but he does have a pair of 7s on the board that's going to get the C-bet at a very high frequency. So blanks out on the turn, which checks through. King of Hearts. Not what Chun Tong Xiao wanted to see. Quick check. Maybe Santos just checks this one, hoping he's up against the same hand. They chop it up. There we go.
Suvarna. 56 bigs after that one.
Do we know what operating system he's on at this point?
Well, I know exactly what you're getting at because when we first laid eyes on him a couple of years plus back, maybe even 3 years, I want to say.
Sounds fair.
Was Santosh 1.0 and then all of a sudden, between a couple of festivals, he came back and was an entirely new man on the felt. He had some real tricks up his sleeve. We christened him Santosh 2.0. I don't know if version 3 has been uploaded. TBD.
No, I feel like it has, because what, he got a Triton title, he got a
WSOP bracelet.
Oh, you're right.
In Europe. We were there for that, right? Like, he's just done. He's done upgrading.
Maybe it's 2.1.
Just you go
2.2.
You tell me 2.0 wins title, and then you win bracelet, you get 2.1. Like, is this iPhone 10s?
I'm saying,
whatever?
in terms of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There's just some minor tweaks, but the software's good. We don't need an overhaul here.
Okay.
Nor do we need anything more than a 10, as Chun Tong Xiao once again has the best of what's around. Shu Liang, the party starter, out of the hijack.
And just King 9 offsuit.
And barreling away. Remember, he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar not long ago.
Nice turn card.
Clean. As we're down to heads up, courtesy of the check call. And you see Shu Liang now approaching things a little bit differently with such dry texture and a bit of a compromised table image. Full shutdown as he was one and done. Back-to-back pickups now for the short stack.
Watson speaking up. 2.2x, ace queen. Here's the other Greenwood.
Flatting with the 10-8 suited. Suvarna hops along. Dominated, unbeknownst. Jack-9 tray. Second pair of backdoor spades for Suvarna. An absolutely dynamite board for Greenwood, though. Open-ended straight flush draw. One side blocked, of course, by Santosh. Watson with no further appetite.
Lovely. Just bet this and see what develops. Hopefully just take it down, but if not, you can hit a huge one. So 12K should invite Santosh to call with middle pair. Queen of spades. Not much involvement for Watson.
So Sir Watts concedes somewhat predictably in the face of a barrel and a call, and the 7 of spades now bringing us our second straight flush of the day.
I see this one very clearly.
So does Greenwood. Suvarna has checked once more.
I mean, what a great card for him, too, because Santosh actually picks up decent equity perceived, which could get him in more trouble. And this half-pot bet is
very enticing price-wise for Santosh.
I mean, it takes so much sort of discipline to not want to take a bulldozer and just shove everything you can into the middle.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
How does this feel if you're Greenwood? Wow, I've got the absolute nuts, and I'm getting check raised.
This is... Yeah, let me... Hold on. Is it 10? Okay, so this dude's check... Yeah, okay. That's right, Sam. It's happening.
What else you gonna do? You've got the stone cold nuts.
I mean, you're so happy to call and let Santos just hang himself on the river. Let's see what develops. A king. Is Suvarna content to have taken his one shot at it and step aside?
This is... He never thinks the queen nine is good.
Yeah.
But for his opponent to bet call 105k on a turn, it's a lot of strength.
It gets no stronger, as Santos does seem to surrender. And playing 147 effective, Greenwood will put it all on request.
Yeah, Greenwood didn't really want to see his opponent check to him because it just means he's more likely to be giving up. Flushes would likely just continue betting if they check raise turn, but he'll take it. He's going to show him something. You got to show him two.
Wow. Wow. When you raised the tune, I was just like, I fucking got him. Give me all the chips.
Oh my god. Wow. Good river.
I thought that might be the king queen with like king queen with the spade or king 10 with the spade. Something like that.
Ace jack in the spade, I think. Like that. Yep.
Santos did dodge a bit of a bullet there by not sailing off.
He did lose a lot, though.
But he didn't lose it all.
He did not.
Critical difference. Do want to take a moment, by the way, for the first time, and apologies for taking so long to do so, to acknowledge those of you who are joining us live, be it on the Triton Poker Plus app, on Twitch, or on YouTube, on the official Triton channel. Welcome, as Suvarna looks down at two kings.
32.
Glad to have all of you with us. And Suvarna would like to have Wayron's Queen 8 suited with him for the extra 22,000.
So hello, YouTube chat. How are you doing? You all right?
Yeah, a lot of the usual suspects. Some new handles as well. And Suvarna not able to claw back quite as much as he passed over to Greenwood moments ago. Well, on the topic of time, it's time to acknowledge our friends over at Jacob & Company, the official timekeepers of the Triton Super High Roller Series, responsible for the incredible timepieces on your screen. Truly artisans. And if you're into poker and gambling themed gear, the Astronomia Casino piece is for you, with a functioning roulette wheel contained within. Of course, we'll also be awarding our special collaboration timepieces to our main event champions, courtesy of Jacob & Co. During our breaks, I know we give you a glimpse at those pieces, and so many players do wear them with pride when they come to Triton events. It's a merit badge. Earned, not given.
I often see Hecklin wear
Yep.
his.
Chidwick wears his too.
Yeah.
For sure.
Seen Jason Kuhn wear it.
Mm-hmm. Jack 4 squaring off against 7-4. Santosh started the party. Finds himself middle pair and follows through without hesitation. And Liang really trending in the wrong direction. 0 for 3 now in the early part of this frame. Let's take a peek, by the way, Randy, at Suvarna's Triton resume.
Very interesting, man.
Knocking on the door of $6 million in career earnings, 18 cashes. One title. Do you remember when it came?
It was in the very first event of one of the series. That's all I remember.
That series was Cyprus 2023 in the
25K.
25K GG Super Millions, and then followed it up with a second place in that very same series in the 50K Turbo.
Forgot about that.
And that's when we christened him Santosh 2.0, wasn't it? Ace King for Sam Greenwood. Doesn't need an operating manual. Oh my goodness.
You don't need a manual to play 2 kings in the spot either.
Yeah, instructions not required, but more chips will be. Upstairs we go. Hossein had one that he would have liked to play. Not now, though. Suvarna, ace queen off. This is under the gun +1, though.
I would think this one hits the muck. I mean, especially off of Chun Tong Xiao's stack to 3-bet in the spot is not that light usually.
Oh!
But wow.
Suvarna looking for heroism.
3-way all in? I see it. You see it?
I see it.
I see big potting coming. And Santosh is in a world of hurt.
184.
Covered in both spots, by the way, is Suvarna. This is going to be 4-bet and 5-bet jam in front of the pocket kings, by the way.
Yeah, but these 2 kings are, of course.
Yeah, if you have aces, take it.
Take my chips. Double check.
Yeah.
And we put whites in.
That we do. And Suvarna is just about dead. 8%. Really, the queen high straight or spades. The roads available to him.
Yeah, and Chun Tong Xiao needs to dodge an ace.
Yep. Side pot of just 50,000. The bulk of the biscuits in the main, 564 and change, and the ace dodging effort is complete on a 7-tray deuce board. This is going to be an absolutely massive spin up for Xiao if he can hold. Fades an ace, but all of a sudden a heart on the turn. Suvarna realizes he's drawing dead. Mike coming off. Xiao has the heart coverage, by the way. Apologies. A non-issue. And the ace fails to appear on the turn. So that'll do it for Santosh's bullet, and it'll do it for most of the chips that he passed over to Greenwood moments ago, as Sam, in turn, sends them left to Chun Tong Xiao.
Been a lot of fireworks at this table. Chun Tong Xiao.
He gave me one back.
Malaysian delegation representative.
Yeah, he's actually been around quite a long time. 2.4 million in Triton earnings, 11 cashes. First cash actually came back in Jeju 2019.
Oh, yeah.
So he's really been playing a long time.
Doesn't play a full schedule when he comes out, though. Just limited number of events generally.
Doesn't play professionally. Just plays like a lot of the players out here. And
yeah.
Yes.
Biggest docket he put together, I think Montenegro 2019, was it?
yeah. I believe you're right about that.
You open then?
Played 8 or 9 events, was it?
Oh, he actually won the most. His biggest score was in a short deck, million Hong Kong buy-in, and Jeju. Third, 6.2 million Hong Kong, which that's quite a bit of money.
I don't expect you to do the math on it, Randy.
I forget the conversion, but I think it's 8 to 900K. Does that sound about right? US?
You're talking to the wrong guy.
Oh, okay. Jeez. Put me on the spot. Doesn't know the answer.
964 as the flop answers Weiron Poo's wishes, courtesy of top pair here.
Decent backdoor prospects in this blind versus blind confrontation, and he hits the pair, but it's not good.
Talking about Sam Greenwood, of course.
So Poo bets the flop, checks the turn when it gets quite connected with his deuce kicker, pair of nines. Greenwood probably feels pretty comfortable about his hand, but he doesn't really want to bloat the pot.
Hence, the check back.
I would like to see this pair of nines value bet. Don't really fear the king too much. You don't want to get a 6 or 8x or 4x to just check this one back. You're missing value against that. And if you are up against better 9, it often just bets the turn. This is nice. Snapped and paid off.
So a nice little pickup there and a limp pot pre for Weiron Poo.
2
5K on the
straights.
flop, 15 on the river. Earlier in the broadcast, I was talking about sort of the untapped potential of the Vietnam market, where interest in poker is picking up. China, of course, cannot be overlooked in that regard. The likes of Zhou Chuan, Weiron Poo, and of course Ren Lin, very much representing that delegation.
There's a lot of talent from there. And obviously, like, the highest stakes players that you've even seen, right? The cash game invitationals, they show up ST and like, you know.
Andy Nee?
Andy Nee, yeah, he reps that. Tan Xuan, like, they just love the Triton series, and this is where they get to play the highest stakes and really just do their thing of splashing around and having fun. Like, Shu Liang is one of those guys that just...
Yeah, shame on me for not including him, by the way, because a man capable of spinning up that stack and giving us sort of a glimpse at kind of how fearless he is. You know, it's very easy when you observe data points where the style doesn't work out and you end up losing a big pot to be very critical of it, right? But that man wouldn't have had the chips that he had to lose against Ensan in that exchange if he hadn't been coming with that... you know, successfully on multiple occasions prior. So these swords can be double-edged, but, you know, they're very effective at times.
Yeah, and there's certain players that have this kind of style that just makes them play their best. Like, he probably doesn't play as well if he just plays super tight. Like, he just needs to get in there, get into weeds, and really put maximum pressure and have a really good live sense on when to attack.
And they are so dangerous when they are dealt in, as he has been here with pocket queens. Takes us to 13,000. Hossein, it was a king 10 suited that he took a bunch off of Shu Liang with prior. Now he books a second date with him, but Shu Liang does not have 6-3 off. Instead, he has top set, but Ensan with an open-ender.
If Ensan can find the ace or 9, he might just win it all against Shu Liang, who's looking for revenge. 12K to start things off.
Yeah, very standard. 1/3 pot sizing, roughly. Hossein, of course, happy to continue. Now, club on the turn takes the ace and 9 of clubs off the board for Ensan. Liang with club coverage.
25.
Interesting.
Oh, a little stop and go?
I don't know if stop and go is the right
No,
word.
but you know,
I
check,
know,
call, lead.
I hear what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Some way to basically try and win this pot, try to rep the clubs. I mean, a flush is possible, so you can't really raise in this spot.
Does flat and leave Ensan adrift with king high.
It's actually unclear where Shu Liang's at, so he's still firing once more, trying to shake out basically the naked ace of clubs.
Yep. Unblocking clubs, by the way, and hoping that it's just one of them and nothing more across the way that he's left to contend with. But 20 into 107 and change feels like it's going to keep a lot of things curious.
Yeah, he's basically trying to fold out other busted hands, maybe like a king 10 itself that probably has to fire if check 2, or like some 10-9. Of course, the ace 10 I could see just folding because, well, I've got ace high. And yeah, he tried.
Does raise it up to 125 and make things quite easy for Ensan. And those chips look familiar.
Hey, what about the rest of it?
Yeah.
Still only like 200,000 or so.
For sure. Marker's not down quite yet, but he'll take that installment. By the way, now that we've got our YouTube chat up and running, curious to hear the crew's thoughts on the coverage thus far today with respect to any pots that stood out, any players that you want to see some more of. How we feeling out there?
I think it's going to be good stuff coming in. I hope. Please. Can we ask them to subscribe too? Is that a thing?
Liking and subscribing is a thing, Randy. That's
free of charge, right?
Yeah, I feel like is not a big ask. In exchange for our coverage, as we see Liang raise and take it from up front. Queen 7 suited. He's playing all parts from all positions.
Yeah. He's like Tan Xuan, you know. He just gets in there, blasting away.
It makes him difficult to play against, though, right? Because there's sort of a framework around which I would say a lot of poker is built. And for our pros and regs, there's this sense that, okay, guys, we're all kind of abiding by that general realm. And when you get somebody who comes out and is that dot on the scatter plot that's just way out there, you know,
an outlier.
It's a complete outlier, and it's challenging to contend with.
Yeah, so he can get away with doing this more so when the stacks are deep. He can maneuver more, put in multiple bets. When the stacks get shallow towards like 20 big blinds, 30 big blinds, if he does this too often, he kind of just bleeds away.
Yeah. Bottom 2 pair here for Watson, who defended against Shu Liang. Well, actually, this one was limp. Liang did not raise pre, forgive me, but he does pick up a club draw on the turn here, blind versus blind.
Note that Watson tried to trap his opponent. Against others, he might have just bet that flop. Now if the flop check through, bets 18,000. That's big. He's trying to represent the draw himself, except that draw is in the hands of Shu Liang.
18,000. I confess I was holding my breath, Randy. I didn't know whether or not this man was going to activate.
Well, he's going to call at least. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Is he going to raise?
No, he just called, and he failed to get there. Watson making queens full.
Maybe Watson checks this river. Induce from busted straight in clubs. His opponent might have hit the queen himself, and then he can go for check raise. I could see it. Unless he really thinks 6x is going to hero. I like this check a lot.
Check.
And Xu Liang shuts down. He's actually going to feel like a winner when he sees that he dodged that big bullet. The trap being laid unsuccessfully by Watson. One of those occasions on which we lose chips and feel good about it.
Yeah. And he's very aware of his image. He knows players are trying to trap him, and he's not just blindly blasting because he doesn't have a made hand by the river.
This is the Global Ultimate Slam with a new blind level 3,000, 6,000, 6,000 big blind lines.
What did you get for food?
The black cod miso.
How was it?
Yeah, good.
I was considering that.
It's like a pretty smallish portion if you want something like, you know, healthy and or healthy-ish and not too filling. Didn't come with like rice or anything, so it was just like bok choy and mushrooms. It's good.
Watson giving us our first food review of the tournament menu.
It has no pad thai.
Yeah, if those of you who have been with us for a while will remember that Randy overdosed on pad thai at last year's Monaco Festival. Happily, by the way.
It wasn't just one time a day, sometimes two.
You really were an animal.
Sevens has got a spot here.
Well, Weiran Pu is going to go as hard at this pair as Randy did at the pad ties last year.
So that's a 45 big blind reshove, and it's more so okay because of how large Xu Liang raised from the small blind, which is about 3.5x. Not an easy spot. Because the jam is so big, I feel like Xu Liang is discounting some of the very big hands.
Which would seek to 3-bet normal sizes
To
and
induce.
keep him in there, or induce, sure.
Yeah. So I don't think he ever thinks it's like 10 jacks. This is quite a nice call, actually. Wow. Playing a big one.
I didn't expect 455,000 in chips to sit in the middle here when I looked up at ace-9 suited and 2 sevens, and yet here we are as the two Chinese nationals will play a big one, and Queen Jack does not leave Xu Liang feeling cozy. He's got to find help here. Ooh, and there's a dash of it.
There's so many outs.
You can counterfeit the sevens with a jack or 10. You can beat them with an ace, king, or an 8. A 9 would even work. And there's the counterfeit card as Xu Liang does it the hard way. And cannibalism in the Chinese delegation as Weiran Pu falls. And he did everything he could to win that pot, jamming 2 sevens. There's plenty of people who are going to fold ace-9 suited, Randy.
Not this guy.
Sergeant
And
Sticky.
he got his chips back from a different opponent, but he got them.
He'll take him how he can get him, but man, that was savage. New arrival now is Ian.
Did Ian just witness that? Is that what changed how you might approach this table?
You know how, like, you go to some beaches and then there's a sign like don't swim, there's an undertow, you know, sharks in the water. But this table here We need to put up a little sign. Shu Liang lives here, guys. Just everybody be warned.
Yeah, you might lose a lot of chips or win chips. It'll go. He'll be involved.
Yeah, you mess around and get yourself in a little bit of trouble in the Shu Liang show. Ace Queen. Chun Tong Xiao starting this one with over 600,000. Opens and runs in promptly to the newly arrived Ian Bradley's Ace King suited. Third scoop inbound to 35,000.
Never lovely to see to get 3-bet when you've got Ace Queen when you open undergun, especially from hijack, but these days players are 3-betting so light that it feels like a mandatory continue of Ace Queen just because of all the weaker aces, King Queens, etc.
Randy, in those deep stacked events, in the smaller buy-ins perhaps also, sort of the lab where you can run some experiments if you like. And Chun Tong Xiao experimenting with a 4-bet to 85,000. Ian Bradley's not going anywhere.
I actually don't mind this 4-bet from Chun Tong Xiao because of how light players are 4-betting. Ace Queen has pretty good properties to just take this down pre, and if you get called, you still have a reasonable hand to play post-flop. They're very deep. They're close to 100 big blinds, probably closer to 90. I could see Ian Bradley calling. I could see him 5-bet ripping if he thinks that Chun Tong Xiao is getting way out of line, but calling seems pretty good, especially the suited variety, which has more playability.
So the flat is made. Both players picking up gut shot straight draws on a jack-high 2-spade board. Chun Tong Xiao with the only prospects in that regard. No club on board, not ideal for Ian, but you see the pre-flop 4-better not following through.
The thing is, on Jack 10, 5, 2 spades, sure he has a gut shot, but it's actually very hard to imagine a hand that folds to a flop C-bet. Jacks and 10s, you know, they got their King Queens, they got straight draws, and Ace King for the nuts.
And it's not just any card on the turn, but the one that gives Chun Tong Xiao top pair and top kicker, along with a gut shot straight draw of his own that has rolled off here. Bradley can hardly believe his eyes.
Check. Wow, checking it back.
Trappy. Somehow no more chips get in on that turn, and an absolutely innocent 6 on the river. Oh, credit to Chun Tong Xiao, Randy, really realizing that this is not a good spot for him to look to get value.
Yeah, it's a lot of players would think the Ace Queen would be good at this point. Now, obviously, he's not going to get a free river, a free showdown, so curious to see what happens here. Bradley's got to think that Chun Tong Xiao at this point is on a 1-pair type hand.
135K the bet. Yeah, this is uncomfortable. The thing is, the check back by Bradley on the turn makes it so much tougher.
Yeah, because 2 pairs in sets, they probably need to bet at some point to protect themselves, you know? So, what has Bradley got?
I mean, remember, he 3-bet, then called a 4-bet, but check back 2 streets, and then all of a sudden a 6 rolls off and he's firing. And he's firing big.
I wouldn't think that Bradley ever has worse value, so I would throw King Queen out the window as played. Ace Queen, even then, I don't know. Is it really going this meaty? It might even just check it back. This would be a really nice laydown to 4-bet, hit top pair, top kicker, and not put in a single chip post flop. Wow, deserved. Saved it.
I'll tell you something.
Thank you.
Don't sleep on Chuntong Xiao. That is world class for me.
One, this one.
He 4-bets
Yeah,
pre
use one
and
on the
never
flop, yeah.
loses a chip post. He was never going to get rid of Bradley with a C-bet, as you mentioned.
Before the flop, yeah.
He hit one of the better cards in the deck for him on the turn and then didn't bet it. Bradley didn't charge him anything, and then he just, in spite of the check back from Ian, check folds to 2/3 pot on the river. Really impressive
He
stuff.
had a really good hunch. And, you know, a lot of players on the river might just put in a block bet and just hope for the best.
Yeah,
He
sure.
was like, you know what?
Sure.
I'm going to even save that little bit of chips.
Oh, I don't think Ren Lin's going to be saving any chips as we flipped it back over to the other feature table where things have been going well for Frederic Delval prior to this visit. But it looks like he has spun it down to under starting stack. Ace is looking to remedy that, and Ren Lin finding a flat with the 2 queens, Randy.
And it's going to get Sergio Ido in trouble, who's got 2 10s.
Oh, this looks like ripe fruit for a squeeze, doesn't it?
It sure does. And the squeeze, actually, I don't think it saves Renlin. I still think he loses chips against Frederick.
Well, an extra 50K is slathered. And Delval is just loving this. I mean, surely he's going sailing for all of it now, right?
I think so. His opponents put in 62K. You're playing a 230K stack. There is merits to calling, but I think I'd be pretty happy jamming this one in.
I mean, the range required if we flat for Ren Lin to still hop aboard is fairly narrow, is it not?
Yeah.
Now he 4-bets, not quite all of it.
How much is that?
And you see Ren concerned more so with Ido's remaining stack depth.
I don't think that Renlin is going to lay this one down. It's still strong that Frederick is jamming, but Renlin's hand is just too good.
He announces call.
How much? 200?
Ido.
He knew.
Able to escape. They're not going to get on their backs courtesy of this remaining 29,000. To the flop we go. 7-5 tray. Both players with overpairs, neither with a heart. And
Cooler.
They're trapping you.
Good.
Ren Lin.
Lady Gaga, what can I do?
Lady Gaga, you know.
Scary man to be against the Gagas.
Yeah, I know. You know, I'm not, you know, until the end. You have to play this hand, of course.
Yeah, the 2 queens.
You have 2 queens, all right, thank you.
So, Delval holding on. Now all of a sudden Ren could carve it up with a 4.
No, Diamond Queen. Diamond Queen for him.
He's like, fine, no chop, you bought it.
Safe run out as Frederic finds the double.
Chop, he brings the queen.
20?
28,
85.
So no second bullet for me. Right now, you know, you never know. Huh?
Yeah.
Hey, yes, Lady Gaga.
Peek at the updated counts as Delval reclaims his spot at the top of the leaderboard here at this featured table in front of Chris Brewer and Sergio Ido respectively. Enrico Kamoshi, 262,000. Midfield, Renlund slipping behind him. Schwecht and then O'Dwyer in turn, rounding out things. Brought to you by Bet ACR. 3 and 6K are the blinds. 15K in orbit. Not inexpensive poker being played here. 40-minute levels again, not quite a turbo, but you can't just sit back and wait forever.
Yeah, not recommended. Agreed.
King Jack in the big for Brewer behind the Ido limp.
If this hand is good enough to put in a raise.
And that raise is too much for Sergio to call. Remember, early in the day, Chris was down to just 3 outs.
Ace-9 against 9-8, 2 pair.
Yeah, 9-8X board. All the chips into the middle.
Unmiked and everything, stood up.
Found the ace, parked his bones, and here he is.
Saved 25,000. Didn't have to re-enter.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. He can get behind it. By the way, all of those moments are trackable in the Triton Poker Plus app. You simply click on a player, then you'll see their chip graph up at the top of the screen.
I see aces for Schweck.
Up we go.
Was hoping for the same fortune as Del Val. Idle 7-5 suited. Pondered, but thought better of it. Queen 10 suited should be getting involved in the small blind. Unclear whether it be 3-bet or call.
By the way, looking back at Brewer's chip graph, he did ultimately end up having that first bullet showered.
Oh, did he? So he is in for 50.
No shame in it.
No shame in playing the 7-2 suited when you're getting this price.
Frederick agrees, obviously. 3 players taking the ace-jack-9 board. Brewer with an open-ender and backdoor spades. Top set for Schweck.
You tend to slow play this more into one opponent, but into 2, you still kind of want to charge the straight draws. Oh, he does check it back. I was going to say if you do bet, you would bet very small. This should open the door for Brewer to blast away. He might go pretty big to really kick out the Jack and 9X. He might even follow through with a river bet, even if he gets called here to attack weak ace X's that would check back the flop. This is just great news for Tobias to see 30 into 42. Top set. No flush draw present. Less things to worry about. Less things to protect against.
So another 30 a man, bringing us to the river, which is so innocent.
And Brewer's Queen 10 actually blocks some of the best ace highs, like ace queen, ace 10, which is nice because it makes it more likely if Tobias has got some kind of hand. It could be like ace 5, ace 4 that's not looking to call it off, and there we go.
Brewer with the overbet, a snap from Tobias, whose set of aces are the nuts, and immediately you hear Brewer announce you win.
Nicely played.
Yeah, credit to Tobias because that check back on the flop is what set the stage for Chris to basically give him a full double.
Yeah, because often if he bets the flop, he just gets called, you know, and Brewer doesn't really blast away. Probably just check fold turn or something, depending on sizing.
That's just what Schweck needed, by the way. Tobias up to 376.
Oh, yeah, small. Yeah. Yeah, I play my big blind 7, use rigid.
Schweck with 821,000 in career Triton earnings across 7 caches. Went 1 for 5 in Montenegro. 11th in a 25K for 65 times.
Good, huh?
Theory table when you got an ace, that was perfect. Pretty much what do you have?
Tens.
Tens? Wow.
Yeah, tens.
If you fold, I always hit call. It's not a call.
So Dwyer, we've seen very little of, and that's courtesy of the fact that he is short stacked.
Thank you.
Opens with the king jack. Takes it.
Wins a round of blinds and antes.
He'll take it how he can get it. No doubt about that. I wonder if I still have that little... Remember the good
trinket?
luck charm, the little Buddha that O'Dwyer gave me?
I remember you panicking when you couldn't find it.
Yeah, because it's like a lifetime of bad luck if you lose those little Shaman O'Dwyer trinkets. He gave them to a lot of people. It's almost like too big a responsibility.
So do you have it?
Stand by, Randy. I'm looking.
Because if you don't, I'm going to scoot my chair farther and farther away from you.
Wait a minute.
King, queen suited for Dwyer. I feel like he's going to rip this one in, but just calls against Delval's open from the button. You got it.
Bringing forth the Magic Buddha to the desk, but unfortunately for O'Dwyer, it doesn't appear to have helped him. 2 quick checks, and all of a sudden the 9 of clubs makes things very interesting.
You sure about that? It does help him, doesn't it? It's
You know,
a little spooky.
I don't think I pulled it out until it was the flop, right?
Yeah.
So now Frederic with a second check in front of him decides 16 with 6s is the right number. Of course, we know Steve's not going to go anywhere.
There's the call. Coin flip. 1 card to go. Yeah.
Counterfeiting, running 9s. O'Dwyer rolls over the king high, and I'll tell you what. If Shaman gets wind of the fact that I reached in to my backpack and pulled out this little good luck charm that he gave me when I did, and then his king high ended up beating those 2 6s, I promise you, he's going to believe it had something to do with this.
Yeah, you're going to have to permanently stand next to him for the rest of the tournament.
I don't think anybody wants to have me permanently standing next to them under any circumstances.
Yeah, but you must stay silent.
No, he's going to make me keep this Buddha out on the desk, though. I promise you. Randy.
Yeah?
Producer James just ruined everything.
Why?
Remember when I was talking about how I pulled out the Buddha in the moment that I did, and then Shaman O'Dwyer got lucky?
Yeah?
That happened an hour ago because we're broadcasting on a delay. I completely forgot about it. I was like a child who believed in Christmas, and then all of a sudden, leave it to James to ruin it. He's like, Santa's not real.
No, Santa came up 1 hour ago.
King Jack squaring off against Jack 8. Ido ends up hitting his side card for the lead. Pre-flop aggressor to 13K, now with an opportunity to follow through into 33,000. And he delivers 9. Is it small enough to keep 2 overs with some backdoor straightiness?
He's interested a little bit, as you can see. If he had backdoor flush draw, he for sure would be coming along, I would think. Say if that 2 of spades was a club.
33. 33.
Check raise. Wow.
This is unexpected, and I will tell you from having had the opportunity to observe some of this Italian delegation that is coming to Triton and joining us for the first time, including Kamoshi and his compatriot Simone Andrian. These guys can play a lick.
Yeah, I would have been surprised if he had folded on the flop with backdoor spades and maybe the best hand.
Oh, and here's an excuse to keep on barreling if you're Enrico as he picks up the open-ender.
Yeah, obviously he's got clean outs. You know, with no flush draw present, he doesn't have any of them tainted. He can put so much heat on 10x. You know, King 10, Ace 10, they would have a lot of trouble continuing.
Here comes another barrel, and by the way, as you stared at that image on the screen, Randy, of Kamoshi kind of going through his motions, I know it just appeared to be authentic, contemplative, you know, thoughtfulness, but you wonder what Sergio makes of that stuff from the live tell standpoint.
Right, fair. You know, it's obviously hard to say without more data points.
Yeah, and given that Kamoshi is new to Triton, not new to poker, obviously, and I know Sergio applies his trade beyond our borders, so perhaps these two have met at like an EPT or something like that, but you wonder how familiar he is with Enrico.
Yeah, Enrico's got a lot of body language going on. You know, now he's kind of slouching down on top of the table, but Sergio's hand is just not very good for him to contend with.
Yeah, so he does let it go in spite of having that gutter to go with the 8s.
That's a nice play.
And I'm not sure if I mentioned where it was, by the way, that I got a chance to watch this Italian delegation at work, but it was the World Series of Poker main event this year in Rosvedov, the World Series of Poker Europe. And they really performed quite well.
Enrico was there as well, or you?
Enrico was there.
Yeah.
Simone Andrian was there. Deep runs.
Yeah, I've heard of Enrico. I've never actually watched him play, but I know he's got a lot of game.
Thank you.
Break in 12 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, no, not 3-11.
Yeah, 2 levels from now.
Okay.
It's hard to pull up on TV table. I don't like it.
Lynn?
No.
King 10.
Oh, yeah,
Min raise.
Yep.
O'Dwyer must proceed cautiously off of the short stack as he nurses. Ace-8 suited.
He's got
flatting.
you on delay, buddy,
50 something?
to help him out.
Same, right?
Yeah. My 1 hour late good luck trinkets.
I don't know. If he wins the spot, maybe that's the thing. Might be tough.
Yeah, Jack 9-3, Ren double checking, has the backdoor clubs and the gutty. Little C-bet ought to do it. Oh, but instead he checks it, Randy. I'm a bit surprised at that.
You might have noticed, as of recent, more players checking as the pre-flop raiser. You know, it is a bit of a trend. But it's not necessarily always like check fold or check call. Sometimes they come in with check raise. Let's check call.
Board pairs. Now we don't expect Ren's line here to be affixed to Jack X. And as such, perhaps an opportunity for Steve, Randy, if he were
I
to
wouldn't
get frisky?
say that Renlin couldn't have a jack. I think the weaker jacks can easily take a check call line on the flop. Jack 10, Queen Jack.
No, Dwyer not looking to tell any further stories as his 10K investment is not followed up on.
I'd like to see Renlin bluff in this spot, especially with King 10. He still loses to like King Queen. He can shake out ace highs.
Ace high is good right now.
It is.
Ren betting 25,000. Oh, Dwyer can find calls. Clubs didn't get there.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because the 25K bet is quite small, so it gives him a better price, but then it also widens Renlin's value range. So Renlin, I could see betting a 9 in this spot for this price.
Cutoff open, he still has such things in his range.
Yeah, 10-9, 8-9, it's ace-9. It's reasonable. They definitely would be checking, flopping, calling. Ace-8 is good in a sense that it doesn't block the hands he's trying to pick off. King 10, you know, Queen 10, clubs. This would be a really nice call if he can. What if that trinket is worth how much money?
Oh, Dwyer
Ace-8.
finds the call. And Renlin smacks him on the back of the wrist.
Yes. You got two
Isn't that O'Dwyer's move, by the way? When Ren's bluffing with King High?
I don't know whose move it is. That's pretty funny.
Thought I'd be too unlucky to lose ace-8 of heart. Ace-8 of diamonds.
Credit O'Dwyer there for finding the big call as we swing over for a look at the room. Just check out that Monte-Carlo skyline through the glass and check out our next feature table.
Kiat.
Oh, is Petrangelo there getting a little head massage? Kiat. Danny Tang. Igor Yarvi. That's the massage table.
What do we have here?
Punat Punsri, Christoph Vogelsang. Is that Alex Foxen?
That
I believe it
is.
is. Andy Nee also. Webster.
Oh, that's a good table.
That is a good table. It's hard to find a bad one if we're being
I
honest.
know, but
And
like,
you know what? I say
I
that
can't possibly lose with
even
the
in
exact
spite of the
same
fact
hand
that
twice in a row to him.
it isn't just Stone Murderer's Row at all the tables. You still have some varying experience levels out there.
Both cards were the same.
Yeah.
Courtesy of the fact that it's a 25K.
Yeah.
And you got a lot of new faces in the room. So,
Natural
you know,
nine,
in terms of the viewing public
think about
and
that.
entertainment value, there's, you know, close your eyes and reach out and pick two tables. You're not going to go wrong.
yeah, but I think that one's going to be especially fun. I mean,
Sure.
we know Foxen likes to play. He's got lots of chips, and Andy Nee is like one of my favorite players to watch these days with the whole cash game invitational thing
Yeah.
going on.
Yeah.
So I think there'll be big pots there.
The cash game dudes are built different.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Queen 6 offsuit. Defending against the 12K open from Ren's ace 10 suited, which turns into 2 pair versus middle pair.
One bet of trouble incoming for Ido at the minimum. Pretty safe card for Renlin. flush draw arrives, which is good for him in the sense that he can represent some more semi-bluffs.
Go for it, go.
Idle's out.
One peel, but no more. And this time, Ren collecting chips as the soldiers come home. I wonder what patch got showered in favor of the GG one over there. Right? I think actually it's just, is that like an NBA patch? He's got a lot going on.
Not all of those are NBA patches, but yeah. Do see the guy dribbling on the shoulder.
Fun fact, by the way, that's the late Jerry West, who's
Oh.
on the NBA logo.
I did not know.
You didn't need to know either. That's the worst part about my
The thing
decision
is,
to say it.
I don't even know who that is.
A famous basketball player from back in the day. Schweck suited and connected on the button, 14,000 to skate. Here's Brewer with a defendable queen 8 off.
Just enough. And the later position the opener opens, the more you defend these type of hands. Or do we make it more? Definitely non-standard 3-bet.
You know, this is obviously suggesting that Brewer gives Tobias quite a bit of credit for opening very light on the button.
Which I think is true. 7-6 suited, lots of playability in position. You're expecting your cards to be live too. Rarely do hands 3-bet that dominate you with a 7-6 in their holdings. Not bad.
9-7 deuce, Tobias. Middle pair here.
The 8's an interesting card for Brewer because it actually blocks some of the continues on the flop if he wanted to c-bet. Opts to check, as he probably would do with a lot of his range. I imagine the overpairs would check, so he's balancing that with his air. There's the winner.
Indeed.
What city in China are you from?
Huh?
What city in China are you from?
Fujian, you know Fujian? It's near Taiwan.
Yeah.
You
It's the one that has like the Taiwan Islands like just off the coast, right?
Taiwan is an island, but it's near.
Schweck back at it. No takers this time.
Sorry.
Fujian is big.
Yeah, yeah.
Credit to Brewer, by the way, in that last one where he 3-bet for not getting himself in trouble post.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, a lot of times you'll c-bet. Just check folds to Tobias, yeah.
Yeah.
A7 for Kamoshi, far too early in position. And Tobias will sit this one out.
I am my friend cooler. Cooler.
Oh, that comment got Renlin a walk.
No mistake before dinner break, you know, it's 50
It's
seconds.
not dinner break.
No, it's not dinner break, but break, any break.
So today
no
no
mistake.
dinner break? Or this before
Yeah, there
dinner
is.
break? So, huh?
We play 1 more hour after this break and then 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's a 45-minute dinner break.
7? Wow. But they say next break is 15 minutes.
Yeah, next break's 15. Then we wait 2 levels and have dinner break.
Oh, okay. So late, huh, the dinner? Very late.
Some tummies might be rumbling out there.
Wanting to poo out there or what?
Ace King. And Tobias is going to ring the dinner bell. Come and get it.
Oh.
Ido.
Did you say something? Ring that dinner bell? Ido heard about it.
He's ready to chow down. Pocket queens. Take it up a notch. 3x.
I mean, playing off of 40 big blind stacks, this pretty much always gets in. It's just whether to 4-bet jam or 4-bet to induce. Out of position, you're more likely to rip it in.
That's exactly what Schweck does. Sergio.
Flip.
Never a second thought. And all of a sudden, heading to the break, we've got an over 500,000 chip altercation. Breaking out. Neither party responsible, just passengers. Given the holdings. Nine-eight tray. Clean flop for Ido.
Oh, not a clean turn.
Dirty. And Tobias could be polishing off Sergio, who won't be coming back from the break without a queen. And the 6 of spades does put a nail in the coffin of that first bullet for Sergio.
Dinner is going to be better for one.
Yeah, that's an appetite suppressant.
Seat open, table 8.
He didn't expect dinner to cost 25K, and yet there he is.
And he still gets the same food.
Well, a painful way to finish that frame for Spain's Sergio Ido, but for Tobias Schweck, quite the different impact as he's going to come back from the break with over 700,000 in chips. Good for the lead at that feature. Renlin on 20 bigs, and we're bringing you back to the desk here in Monte-Carlo. Ali Najad, Randy Lou, Shaman O'Dwyer's little Buddha right there. Do you see him? He's right there. I'm telling you, I'm not ever, there he is. I'm never, ever doubting that little guy, even if it was a 1 hour delay.
The problem for O'Dwyer is that we have to leave the booth. So that shrink is not moving, right?
Listen, I can leave it here. I'm just saying.
Leave it for Henry.
Henry Kilbane, Brian Rask going to be taking you through the back half of the program here on day 1, the beginning of season 4 of the Triton Super High Roller Series here, WPT Global Ultimate Slam. Still with plenty of time left on the clock for the day. You don't want to miss it. Obviously, it's been a pleasure. Glad to have you with us, but we're going to sign off, and then we're going to leave you in the hands of Henry and Rasty. Any final thoughts there on the as we end our first day?
No, I'm just happy to be back and let them take it home, and we'll see you guys more coverage for 2 weeks, right?
Sounds good. 13 more days after this one, and the first one's not done yet. So stick around. 10 minutes time. You're going to have Henry and Brian right here taking you home. We'll see you.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action.
Attention MTT players, we're excited to announce the most significant advancement in ICM solving history. Now, with GTO Wizard AI, you can study post-flop ICM strategies with unparalleled speed and precision. Whether you're competing in classic MTTs, satellites, PKOs, or mystery bounties, this upgrade lets you simulate any payout structure, bounty format, and stack sizes. Get ready to dominate with GTO Wizard AI.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention? The first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
Sit this one out. And San, King 10 suited.
Six-three offsuit for Shu Liang. And is this standard to 3-bet on the button?
You know, I'm starting to realize that not all of these chips that he's acquired have been picked up cleanly.
Yeah, this is 30 chips. Wow. This is something.
6-3 off, 3-betting and turning into dust on a 10-7 deuce board whilst Hossein hung in there and flops top pair.
Yeah, going to be tough for Shu Liang to win this one, but if you're 3-betting 6-3 off, probably going to c-bet practically any flop.
And San's not going to be going anywhere.
No, it's going to be quite hard for him.
Flats.
Oh, interesting.
Equity acquired for Liang. Gut shot straight draw.
When you dime kitties and them downhill. Yeah.
I think that Shu Liang will likely bet this turn card. He bets small on the flop, which invites floats from
broadways with backdoor flush draws also puts a lot of heat on like 8s and 9s, 8, 7, 6s, these type of hands. 65K, he goes. It is starting to get uncomfortable though for Insan because Shu Liang can certainly still have jacks plus.
Yeah.
Even ace 10 is possible.
Mindful of all of the above, he does flat. Pot grows to 262, running 5s. This is...
That's a tough river card to triple barrel on.
I mean, it is and it isn't, though, because if you're trying to tell the story of the overpair, this is a really simple board on which to do it.
True. If you had jacks plus ace 10, you would be jamming here 100% of the time.
No reason to come off the accelerator pedal.
I suppose the question here is... is what 10Xs are calling me. This Shu Liang is nasty.
Hossein and Son being put to a decision for all of his chips here, and Michael Jordan-like peek of the tongue there from Shu Liang. And did Hossein fold?
No, I think he asked for a pot spread possibly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see the cards there still.
Can you just get the black card of miso, please? Yeah.
Here's the thing. These guys have been playing with one another for the better part of the day.
Yeah.
And obviously Hossein has had a front row seat to some of the procedures that have been a part of Shu Liang's ascent. You wonder whether or not he's got a reputation problem.
Yeah, but sometimes the players who have a reputation problem, they do get dealt hands sometimes, right? And this is how they build stacks. This is not an easy spot.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
He makes the call. And he does it.
The way he flicked in the chip, too. What a play.
And Hossein looking around at everybody to let him know, hey, Turbo.
Forgot about that.
And that's when we christened him Santosh 2.0, wasn't it? Ace King for Sam Greenwood. Doesn't need an operating manual. Oh my goodness.
You don't need a manual to play 2 kings in this spot either.
Yeah, instructions not required, but more chips will be. Upstairs we go. Hossein had one that he would have liked to play. Not now, though. Suvarna, ace queen off. This is under the gun +1, though.
I would think this one hits the muck. I mean, especially off of Chun Tong Xiao's stack to 3-bet in the spot is not that light usually.
Oh!
Wow.
Suvarna looking for heroism.
3-way all in. I see it. You see it?
I see it.
I see big pot incoming. And Santosh is in a world of hurt.
184.
Covered in both spots, by the way, is Suvarna. This is going to be 4-bet and 5-bet jam in front of the pocket kings, by the way.
Yeah, but these 2 kings there, of course.
Yeah, if you have aces, take it.
Take my chips. Double check.
Yeah.
And we put whites in.
That we do. And Suvarna is just about dead. 8%. Really, the queen high straight or spades. The roads available to him.
Yeah, and Tang Xiao needs to dodge an ace.
Yep. Side pot of just 50,000. The bulk of the biscuits in the main, 564 and change, and the ace dodging effort is complete on a 7-tray deuce board. This is going to be an absolutely massive spin-up for Xiao if he can hold. Fades an ace, but all of a sudden a heart on the turn. Suvarna realizes he's drawing dead. Mike coming off. Xiao has the heart coverage, by the way. Apologies. A non-issue. And the ace fails to appear on the turn. So that'll do it for Santosh's bullet, and it'll do it for most of the chips that he passed over to Greenwood moments ago, as Sam, in turn, sends them left to Tang Xiao.
Been a lot of fireworks at this table.
Well, warm welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Monte-Carlo. Arlene Najard and Randy Lou stepping out for both myself and Brian Rouse, as we're going to be picking up coverage of the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam. And for me, Brian, these day ones are my favorite because we get to see people playing 100 big blinds deep, some of the best in the world. And we kind of get to see, you know, who's maybe blundering in some big turn and river spots.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. Listen, all the stages of the tournaments are good for different reasons, but it is fun to see these guys play deep, get to see post-flop turn river in 3-bet pots, stuff you're never going to see really later in the tournament when it's 30 blinds. So,
sure.
Bunch of great players. I'm excited. Let's take it to the action.
Well, talking of great players, 2 new feature tables to feast your eyes on. We see live from the Sporting in Monte-Carlo. To name a few, Christoph Vogelsang, Punat Punsri. We've got Alex Foxen, chip leader on the blue feature table, along with Espen Jorstad, Webster Lim, and Andy Nee. Red table, Season 3 Ivan Liao Player of the Year, Danny Tang with chips. The man always seems to have a stack. He's got a tough field to compete with, though. Look at that red feature. I mean, we've got Paulius, Igor Yarashevsky, Nikki P, Kat Lee as well.
Wow, so we're following 3 tables here.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's a little different than normal. Normally it's just 2, so Triton's really on the ball. I mean, and listen, speaking of being on the ball, I have never been to this venue before. This is, you know, Triton has a lot of beautiful venues, but this is the sickest looking place of all of them. I mean, the ceiling has to be like 30 feet, 40 feet tall. Apparently a retractable roof. There's LED lights with like glass panes going all the way up the side. I'm just telling you, this is the most beautiful venue I've seen to play poker so far, probably.
It's funny you say that because I was here for Ali and Randy's intro, and Ali said the exact same. It's simply stunning, and it is no surprise that we keep coming back here as we head on over to the blue table for our first hand since returning from break.
I have a feeling he's going to play this one.
I got a funny feeling.
And I'm just saying, obviously we can see it's ace-10, so he will, but it's just, he looked at his cards and just like started adjusting the outfit. It's like, if a fold came after that, it would be the kind of most odd thing you'd ever seen.
I'll tell you what, I'm loving this table, by the way. We're 6-handed with some of the best in the world. I don't know about you. I love short-handed play. You know, put me in a 6-max game any day of the week. I love getting involved, as we see exactly that from number 1 on Thailand's all-time money list, Punsri, with the 3-bet off of 30 bigs.
Wow, this is a tough spot. I mean, I think you're pretty much supposed to fold 8s here. I think most solvers against the low jack open, hijack, 3-bet, yeah. Although it just feels like, can I do something? But
it's horrible, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you just hope that your mum and dad aren't watching, you know, calling you a nit as you monk the 8s. Action back on Volkswagen. He has one of those, right? This is one of those hands, if I'm not mistaken, that can kind of go either way. Does he want to take it north? Check the temperature in the room. Click it back. Just going to pitch it.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. I think that's the play you expect to see most of the time. the pitch.
Unless you've had a Red Bull.
Yeah.
If you've had the Red Bull, then, you know.
Then you're just...
We're finding the 10% click.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Punsri chipping up nicely. Flew in yesterday. Had to fly to Barcelona first before hopping on over here to Monte-Carlo to get his visa. You know, I'm surprised there isn't a global poker visa available to everyone. Like, if you're a professional poker player, you just apply for this poker visa. You know? WSOP, boom, no worries. You go play 6 weeks. Asia, for Triton events, no worries. We'll let you in for 3 weeks. Just come and play some poker.
I was going to say we should text him. Like,
Yeah, I mean...
I feel like I'm onto something here, Brian. I don't know.
The thing is, I just think visa is ultimately decided by the immigration program in the government, and the government's such an unwieldy agency. Do you think that the government works like specifically with small groups in order to work out optimal immigration programs? Like, no
Wishful
way.
thinking on my part.
Yes.
I know.
It'd be nice if government actually worked like that, but it just doesn't. It's so inefficient and cumbersome.
It would just be nice if I want to go play poker in like Vietnam or, you know, wherever, Taiwan, that I don't have to worry about these applications. I can just focus on the poker at hand. As Aspen just going to come in with a limp from the small blind. And well, these two hands have found a way to somehow collide. Bottom two against an over and a gut shot. You surprised to see the check here from bottom two against Vogelsang?
No, it seems reasonable. When I feel like this is a type of board where he probably doesn't want to get too carried away betting, and I wonder if he just mixed 7-5 off, right? I mean, I think you could make arguments for check raise being reasonable on the flop, and even against certain sizings, maybe check call, lead some turns.
I really like it as well, personally.
Yeah.
I like where you're at. I think, you know, bottom two on this type of wet, dynamic texture isn't the type of hand that you want to be, you know, potentially playing for 340k for. So I like the pot control.
This was a little surprising. The double check. Now I have to imagine he's going for check raise versus the check back range.
Vogelsang with 10 high. Does have equity in the form of a gut shot. Does he want to start trying to apply pressure on some maybe stubborn king high, queen highs that have limped in?
Yes. And the reason why is because I think when you have equity here, you start betting turn more often than spots where it's like 10-4, and maybe you just turn that into the check, maybe bluff river, right? But like with the 10-6, you can make effectively the nuts on an 8.
Yeah.
You know, it's also beating any just random 6x. You know, I think it's good to start betting now. I mean, this makes a lot of sense to me.
He's gone relatively big. 18 into 24k, 75% pot, and there is the check raise from Jorstad. And no nonsense from Vogelsang. Snap marking the 10 high as the 2022 WSOP main event champion takes one down. He's also a fellow Whoop band brother. I haven't got mine, but
it was a big check raise.
Was to 90k. Trying to set up and play for stacks. He's got 60 bigs. Which is crazy because on the other tables he would be close to chip lead, whereas on this table you have Foxen on 169 big blinds, who hasn't even shown up yet. There's his stack just there, just, you know. Don't mind me, guys, just take my blinds. I'll go for a little stroll.
Oh, wow, he's not in his seat.
Yeah, maybe he's just gone for a sauna sesh. Yep. So I have that many big blinds. Just going to skip a level. Nothing to write home about with this holding. It's not going to stop Vogelsang from trying to see 3 for free. See if Punsri allows him to. Starting the hand around 33 bigs deep.
Seems like a reasonable combo to raise.
Yeah.
But maybe not 100% of the time.
I was going to say I don't hate checking back because you keep in like Queen 3, Jack 4, you know, like those types of hands that you just have dominated that maybe fold to like a 3.5x or a 3x. But here we are.
If they're suited, they probably aren't folding to 3x at least. Also, some hands that you dominate limp call. Right? Like Queen 10,
yeah.
Jack 9, Jack
Yeah.
8, Queen 9, maybe even Queen 8. And those are off. Like the suited combos, those suited combos are definitely calling.
Vogelsang going to incinerate 8K here as he takes a stab in the dark. Perhaps thought he would have heard from King X, Jack X pre-flop. Turns dead. Punsri with the check mark. 40K out there. See if Vogelsang slows down. I mean,
not many reasons to keep barreling. He doesn't even have a heart. You'd think you'd like to barrel here more with random airball hands with a heart in them to block backdoor heart combos.
Does precisely that. Punsri with decisions. And options.
It's not a hand you would expect to be able to bet 2 times for value, whether you check here or check the river.
Am I getting overly excited here and thinking that that's maybe a river card that Vogelsang could try and take the pot away on? Or is that just excessive thinking on my part?
I mean, he definitely makes more straights. It's unclear if he makes more flushes to me.
Well, it looks like it was a one and done from Vogelsang.
Yeah.
Took the stab on the flop and happy to just wave the white flag across turn and river.
I mean, I think Punsri can get value here. Jack with a good kicker. Also, it's not irrelevant blocking Jack X a heart combos because those hands might check turn quite a lot after picking up hearts. Whereas, right, like, because you have the Jack to go with it, and you can, if you're Vogelsang, you double barrel like 9 or 8 high hearts more often. Check Jack X a hearts more often. But whatever, Vogelsang can't call.
Punsri did try to extract 22K's worth of value. No nonsense from Christoph once again. Snap folding after going for the one and done. Early doors here in Monaco. Day 1 of the Triton Poker Series. I mean, Orbit won for us in the booth. Brian, we had a pretty chill day by Monte-Carlo Bay. It's a great stop. I mean, isn't it?
I'll go with that.
You got the hotel just there. Great food, great gym.
Yeah.
World-class poker being played.
I've
I'm not
ever done
surprised
that.
to see this kind of turnout early on. 136 runners at the moment. It is that man on your screens just
Makes
there.
more sense that we would have dinner when
Chip
Reg
leader.
closes.
Yeah,
yeah,
it
sorry.
seems like a few players thought that that short break just now was a dinner break. That's not the case. We've got 2 more levels of play. This one and then the 5K, 10K. And then we head to dinner break. But we bumped into David Yan, who was running back late from this 15-minute break. He thought it was a dinner break.
Ah, so the dinner break for these guys is still still ahead of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Because when we were heading here, they thought it was a dinner break, right? The guys in the elevator.
They did, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess it confused multiple people.
Seems like it.
Because was that what Foxen just said?
Yeah, that's exactly what we just said. I mean, he missed like a good 15 minutes worth of play. Puntry, by the way, just open jamming the ace-8-0 for 28 big blinds effective against Andy Nee. Blind v blind. I mean, where does poker go from here, Brian? I mean, look at this setup, man. Where the entry-level buy-in is a 25K. I mean, for most series, that's the biggest buy-in event of the stop. You know, when I go out to like these Asian stops, like the biggest buy-in event is like the one off 25K. Whereas we're just getting started here. Annoying spot for Andy.
Yeah, he's not too deep, though. I mean, he is just under 30 bigs. It just feels like a pretty comfy 3-bet here.
Well, he agrees with you. Up to 75 we go.
That's a 32, 60. That's a pretty big size. 32, 64. I mean, he's...
Like 4.5x, still more than 4.5x out of the small. Tough to let that one go in terms of how pretty looking it is, but against this holding, Foxen with the discipline laid down.
Dinner break?
That's part of the issue with maybe going quite that big. You get some of these dominated hands that might call like 3.8 or whatever. Probably want them in, being that short. Like they're not going to get you off the best hand very often with like a SPR of 1.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, if you're getting like ace-10 or like ace-9 suited to fold or something like that, then you're just hating life. Going that big. That's how things stand. Chip counts. Brought to you by GTO Wizard. Blinds 4K, 8K. With a 40-minute clock. Alex Foxen with 1.34 million. 167 big blinds. Tournament average is around 47. He's been loving life so far. This WPT Global Ultimate Slam event number 1 here in Monaco. And of course, as always, the Triton Poker Series. The buy-ins slowly but surely getting, I mean, it's just ludicrous. I mean, we're going up to the 200K Invitational. We've got the 125K main. We've got the 150K 8 max. We've got the 100K PLO main event.
You know, I think the rest of the table has about 182 blinds. So he has not quite, I mean, he has like 15 blinds less than the entire rest of the table.
I love how you were just sat there for a moment whilst I was going through that, just calculating.
Well, I had it calculated before. I wanted to say it while it was all up there, but you kept going, and I didn't want to cut you off.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. But it, you know, it would have looked more impressive had I said it when it was up there. I was on my mind, but
that's on me, bro. That's on me. We're a bit rusty, you know. It's been a year. It's been over a year.
Here we are, Jack 5 off versus, what is that, about 25 blinds, a little less, 24. And he is putting upstairs, and that should get it done against 10-4.
What line will you give me on Foxen listening to Britney Spears right now? Oh, well, too late. The dealer's just
100 to 1?
100 to 1.
Yeah.
I honestly feel like you're lowballing me quite a bit here. I know you're a sharp better, mate, but you know, we're on a live stream. Give me like something that's halfway there in terms of fairness. I'll tell you what is fair. 10% off your next purchase. That's right. Use the promo code Triton10. I don't know if you've checked out the latest Triton Poker merchandise. We've been rocking it on the break desk. Myself, Brian, Ali, and Randy. Got the stylish apparel to exclusive accessories, so you can show your support and style. I'll tell you what, there's also some extra EV in wearing Triton stuff, right? You go to any non-Triton event, rocking up in a Triton hoodie, you know, with the big Triton numbers across it, people fold a little bit. No, actually,
do they?
Maybe the opposite. It depends where you are in the world, but you know, you got to stay balanced. Sometimes you get cooled down lightly when you're wearing a Triton hoodie. So, yeah, I mean, there's added value there on top of that 10%. King, Queen of Diamonds. Beautiful looking hand. Christoph under the gun.
Well, we were just talking about this today, but I think the most important thing is just getting paid off when you have it.
That's a strong strategy. I think people make the game too complicated. Like, I was speaking to Soizer about this as well, especially in lower buy and stuff. Like, if you're grinding like the series, for example, and you're playing like a 500 or a 1K in Vegas during the summer, you don't need to try and get people to fold top pair, man.
Yeah, exactly.
like, why are you making life difficult?
I mean, I think the whole idea theoretically is that you want to be able to have bluffs, the right amount of bluffs in all the spots, so that people end up paying you off a lot when you have a big hand, right?
Yeah.
So you're not supposed to be bluffing most of the time. You're supposed to have it more often than you're bluffing, right? Because that's the way kind of the math works on people getting call versus you. So
that's plan. That's the plan. Let's see what the plan here is for Christoph. It's just going to come with call. This is the second 3-bet he's faced in this exact spot against Punsri.
King Queen suited, too good to let go.
Beautiful looking hand. Ooh. As we head to the diamondless 10-10-4.
Yeah, not really what you're looking for here, out of position with King Queen of Diamonds.
Scam flop from an entertainment point of view as well. Like, I was looking for like the ace 7 10 2 diamond board for max fireworks, you know. I mean,
that one's actually not that from a poker perspective, it's not that fun. They're just probably going to be all in by the turn or whatever.
From an entertainment point of view, I know what the viewers want. They want to see blood. That's what they're here for. Warm welcome to all of our viewers, of course, joining both myself and Brian for the back end of today's coverage. We had half of the A team in for frame 1.
Yep.
Now we've got half of the A team in for frame 2. I'll let you guys figure out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who belongs to the A team.
How many?
I wonder how drawing dead I am against this lineup. Like, if you were to like put me in now with 40 bigs. Just see these guys just salivating over fresh fish.
Fours is
close.
Probably close here. Yeah.
Six-handed.
Puncher decides to play it. And now Foxen on the button. We could see him 3-bet this. Feels like can go either way. He's not folding. So 3-better call. All right, he takes the passive line.
Punsri's done a great job of chipping up nicely so far at this feature, but he is going to run into the 9s of Lord Vogelsang. He's got 30 bigs.
Does he just chip it? All 30 bigs? Seems pretty reasonable with 9s actually versus raise and call.
Yeah, he's just going to mash. Snap muck. And this should also be hitting the muck as well. Just going to get a count.
53, is that right?
Yeah. Ace 10 off, I think, is a little too light here.
Unless they've cross-booked. In which case, you know, we're spike calling. Foxen's thinking about it, by the way. Giving Vogelsang credit for all of those ace-4, ace-5,
5 seconds.
jack-10 suited combos, you know? Yeah, does let it go, but mold over that one.
Close.
You see the smile there from Vogelsang.
Okay, definitely.
Kind of like, hey, bro, making me sweat.
He doesn't hate getting called there.
If you have a pair, you're definitely behind.
Like, yeah, exactly. So if you had a pair, because he can get called by worse pairs, 8s, 7s maybe. I mean, they don't have to call, but they might. It's close. 8s.
Jackson.
What we got here?
Really
New player being brought over to the feature table. First time for me seeing this young man. The Italian flag.
From the pot, I see. Yeah.
I mean, I think Foxen can maybe flat 10s sometimes. I mean, if he flat 10s, he's certainly calling.
A lot of people that's done this today. Gone somewhere else and then came back to the exact same seat.
Yeah, it's not
happening.
Anyone else? Oh,
him?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he was here, but
yeah.
Wow, at this
Foxen
table, right?
Yeah,
wakes up with the goods.
At least 3, maybe 4. Because
at this table?
Yeah, at least 3.
Yeah.
Hasn't stopped him from fully engaging in the conversation, by the way. Don't know if that's something you look into personally from a live reads point of view.
I mean, I think, wow, look at this. Another King 10 suited. There. So Andy's hand is extra dead. I do think stuff like that is relevant. Ooh, he just lets it go. But what I would say is you kind of need to baseline it with the person.
Okay.
So I don't think you can make like a
general pop read.
Yes, exactly, off of that. But sometimes like a person will have something that they tend to do in those spots, and you can baseline it versus their own
not the same seat,
hands and what they play in other spots.
Fair enough. I think that's actually really solid kind of advice.
That's the way a lot of reads actually work. Like there are some where you could make guesses if you just see something for the first time. You could make a guess based on like what you think, but for the most part, you should be like baselining it versus them and other hands where they do the same thing. That's the best way to think about reads. Like often like the way they bet the chips or place them in the pot or stuff like what you just pointed out. It's could be population tendencies, but for sure it's like the player has their own tendencies in those spots that are not always the same as whatever population may or may not do. I mean, and some people literally will do the exact opposite as another person within the population. So
yeah, I couldn't agree more. As Espen kicks things off here with the 9s, Vogelsang with the flat on the button with the 8s, making this 6s squeeze from the big.
Man,
bit more of an incentive.
Nah, I like this. You're just getting a great price to set mine here. You're getting like 5-6 to 1. How excited are you to rip in 30 bigs here versus a raise and a call?
I mean, I'm excited for the flop
because
I feel like there's a good chance that we get something in the form of fireworks as the 7-7-6 rolls off and Andy flops a boat. 63K out there. Espen, the pre-flop aggressor, with the overpair. See what he comes with. Has a lot of options on the table. I mean, does he ever think Vogelsang's, you know, Vogelsang ever flatting a better pair here? Don't think so.
Yeah, potentially 10s, but it's very unlikely, all in all. But there's a lot of clearance to be had here, getting overcards to fold by Espen betting. 15K is a small bet. I mean, we're talking quarter pot, so Vogelsang can't really fold to that. Question is more whether he calls or raises, in my opinion, and he's just calling. And now again, the question for Andy, because he's not folding, is does he call or raise?
I mean, on this board texture, I would assume that he's meant to check raise a bunch, right? So
Yeah.
mixing in with his value hands as well as, you know, open-enders, gut shots. Would be nice to see him put the pressure on right now, try and build the pot. There it is. Doesn't need to go big. 47K. And now this gets really uncomfortable for both Jorstad and Vogelsang, right? Especially when you're blocking hands like 10-8, 8-4, you know, 9-8, those types of hands that they both are.
Yeah, 9-5, 100%. Espen also has to worry about Vogelsang, who flatted behind him, who he's probably ahead of, but not for sure.
We might see 3 players go to a turn here. I mean,
I don't know. Vogelsang, yeah.
Oh, let's go, Christoph. Finds the fold.
I think with 8s, after Espen calls in front of you, pretty safe that you don't have the best hand. Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible, but it's pretty low frequency. And when you do have the best hand, you might have to call another bet still, which will be tough.
One of the worst turn cards in the deck for Jorstad. Undercard to the board. Non-straight completing as Andy slips it on over to the Norwegian.
And so is this just check, bomb, river, potentially up to all in? Right? Because he only has a pot-sized bet left, so he doesn't need to bet twice.
Well, Espen not taking the bait, does check back. Is that a potential saver for Jorstad? Doesn't feel like it. I mean, there shouldn't be many ace-X, right?
I don't think so. I don't think either player has that many ace-X. Like, how I'm not Espen, maybe like ace-king, ace-queen suited, backdoor flush draw, maybe.
Right.
Right, but like once you start getting much weaker than that with the player behind you, he starts probably mucking some on the flop to the check raise, and then Andy probably doesn't have very many ace-X either. So I would guess this is, it can improve some hands, of course, but sort of blankish.
Let's see what Andy comes with. I mean, like you said, 172 out there, 168 back.
I mean, it's a spot where I think you kind of just go big and you either have the, probably either the random ace-X or 7, mostly 3 7s plus, or your air that you gave up on the turn, but now you're going to take some of those air check raise hands and bluff. I think that's sort of how the spot works. So I don't see much of a reason to go big because that's kind of a polar range. And you're just trying to get called mostly by a hand just like what Espen has.
Espen managing to find the fold. Is 9s a bad hand to bluff catch with? Like, I feel like you'd rather bluff catch with like jacks, right? Not
Yeah.
to state the obvious, but
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
I'm
learning. I'm learning. Nice little pickup there for Andy.
Yeah, probably like 5s might fold flop, and then 8s, 9s, 10s, but not good bluff catchers.
Right.
Compared to something like jacks, kings, queens.
You can see Espen kind of staring into the abyss, trying to play that one back in his mind. It's always a bit of a tease, isn't it? I mean, Brian, you've spent, I wouldn't even want to hazard a guess as to how many hours on live TV tables, but do you think it ever does play a part where you got the big stage, the bright lights, the cameras, we're like, you don't want to look like a mug, you know, make it like someone getting you to fold the best hand and that, or is that just something you guys block out?
I think I don't want to give you what I would say a very good answer, exactly what you're looking for. I would say that when somebody's on, they're blocking it out. But when you're not on, you do let that stuff creep into your mind, and then it can end up really potentially throwing you off, especially if you end up finding out a hand an hour later that you misplayed, and now, you know, so it really has to do with the mindset of the player. But like when you're on and focused, just totally letting all that stuff flow over and through you like water and just competing and staying in the moment. You know what I mean? So you're not supposed to let it affect you, but it can. And so it just depends on how strong the player's mindset is at the time and their emotional fortitude.
Yeah, I can imagine at this level it's something that you really do just have to block out and forget about. Not the first time Vogelsang's been 3-bet against.
Yeah, let's go to this hand, because here we got a 3-bet pot called going to the flop. So
I wonder if at this point Vogelsang just feels like, hang on a minute, am I the spot? Is everyone just picking on me? This is the third time he's opened and faced a 3-bet.
Vogelsang had an interesting decision there as to whether, I think, to call or jam pre-flop. It's pretty close. Nines, obviously versus hands like king, queen off or like king, jack off, ton of value in jamming because you essentially clear them out.
Right.
Right? Like he may or may not call king, queen off. Probably not. Definitely not calling king, jack off.
Andy continuing for third pot. Small and wide as expected. Small blind V cutoff. Christoph started the hand 33 big blinds effective.
I mean, another spot where Christoph might, it's like, do you want to just call here and let your opponent's overcards see a card for so cheap, right? Because essentially he calls 45, his opponent's getting, you know, like 4-1 here after making this bet. And it's like 200K, there's 183K in the pot. So I think maybe we just raise it up here to, because you can raise fold, right? You could find a hand like, I don't know, queen jack and raise fold it. So, you know, maybe you just make it like 100K. I don't know, or you just go all in. I mean, I like raise though. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Well, it looks like he's dialed in the same hardware as you are as he takes it upstairs for all of it. No nonsense from Andy. Snap folds. It's Vogelsang now playing a very healthy 50 big blinds after taking that one down.
I do think min raise clicking is an interesting play that you maybe can make with
aces or tens.
No, but also with like bluffs. But maybe, yeah, maybe you don't want to do that with nines as much though.
I feel like aces and tens. Nines feel a little bit too vulnerable as we head on over to the red feature table.
No, aces and tens you're just calling.
Just giving us
No, you're too strong. You have to slow play those. Maybe like ace 10 or king 10 would be even better click. I don't know.
I'd get behind it.
All right, here we are. Look at this hand.
Fresh faces. Red feature table. Single raise pot. Maui opened to 16K. Kiatley just flat from the hijack with the king, queen of hearts. It's checked all the way down to the river.
Right, because the 25K bet.
Yeah, Kid just wants to take his showdown here with the king, queen. They're laughing.
What's Timothy doing? Adams.
Is that laughing as if to say,
yeah, like
you misplayed your hand?
So he's just not been playing at all completely?
I think the last time he played was March Jeju.
Yeah, ages ago. So he's been chilling since and trying to fix his stuff?
Yeah, I think he's back in Canada for a while. I don't really know.
I think they're talking about Timothy Adams.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just more focused on Nicky P's left elbow / arm. I mean, has the guy been out in the wild fighting bears to prepare for, you know, we've heard the Dagestani rumors of wrestling with bears, you know, prior to making it to the UFC. Is that, you know, is that the new approach from the poker elite?
It does look like something serious happened there. I will agree with you. It's like he was definitely bleeding. Whenever that happened, there was some blood.
I mean, that looks like maybe, I don't know, is he into like bouldering or like extreme hiking?
All right, bow. Ooh.
Ding, ding, ding for Eigor Yarvi, facing the 3.5x.
They're 30 big, so I think we just 3-bet in position here. Jack's strong enough.
Yeah. You've been dialed in today, Brian. I don't want to say you're 4 for 4, but you're 4 for 4, mate.
Yeah.
Not that anyone's keeping count, but we were talking about day one, players being a bit rusty, perhaps, you know, not knowing when dinner break is, running late, etc. But you'd expect them to be sharp by day 3, day 4. Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Yeah.
I told you got to give people day one. This poker player's a little spacey.
But
Maybe
that's
they
what I'm
didn't
saying.
check the.
You're 4 for 4.
No, but that's something different. That's like you're playing versus you knowing the structure of when the dinner breaks and all this. I'm just, you know, I think my guess is a lot of the guys who came here. I mean, you know, this is coming up. If you're coming. Well, you're wiring $1 million or something to this stop. You're probably doing a little bit of studying right before you come
One would
on
hope.
this trip.
You'd be surprised, though. You would be surprised.
Like, it's like not time to come in here and warm up in like the 25K and the 40K. Like, let's already, you know, some warming up will happen, but let's have a little preparation.
There might be some warming up of Nicky P's personal deposit. You might have to dip a little bit deeper unless he can somehow convert this 36%. Jack 10-0. Just open jamming.
Suits are covered.
7 big. Suits are covered.
Random.
Dealer with the slow roll.
Oh, it's pretty hopeless.
Let's go 9 for a sweat. 9's for 9 for a sweat. Okay, 10 for a sweat.
Best card, hit a pair. Now you have 5 outs.
Never easy. Nicky P looking for a jack or a 10 to stay alive. Can he find it? Yes!
Boom!
The running 10s.
You know, we were saying, how can you not stand up on the flop? Now we know why.
He's hurt from mountain bike.
Nicky P finding the 10-10. Messy. Up to 134K. I mean, we practically had him at the rebuy desk.
Queen diamond
after that
I
flop.
turned so many gutters. Why would I stand up?
I think
And it turned even better.
应该5有没有啊？5应该没有吧？3点多4吧？4有吧？4
superstition.
8, 9 improve.
Nonsense for Nicky P.
有1%怎么小吗
The blinds go up to 5K, 10K.
No way. No way. I would bet over 1. I would definitely bet over 1%.
What's your hand equity on the flop?
On the flop, 7%.
More than 1?
7%. Something. 7% or something.
More than 1, right?
Yeah, for sure.
7% is also
if you
off.
hit set, it still has like 2%.
Wait, sorry, what? What's the argument?
No, they're talking about what his odds were.
On the flop.
Yeah, Danny's saying over 1, which is pretty far away. But then Igor was saying
9, 8,
Queen,
7,
8, 9,
which is also actually off by a bit.
Is it like
No
11%?
diamond.
No, it was 4.
He had diamond.
Wasn't it 96.4 on the flop?
No, do you have 5% on the flop?
I was trying to figure out.
Someone just said 5.
I don't think
5
more.
is pretty damn close.
Not more than 5.
This is why Danny's player of the year. He's honing it in It's more than one, but not more than 5. I mean, he's
Well,
I love how this is
it's supposed to be
the highest stakes series in the world
if someone asked me.
with the best players in the world.
I'll tell you.
And it took about 7 of us to get to the right answer. Lee just jamming. Blinds did just go up, I believe. No, not this hand actually. Looks like that was the last hand of
Yeah, it was
4K,
over
8K.
40 bigs. But
Yaroshevsky kind of looked disgusted. Like,
See, I
almost
will
say,
be
what the hell are you doing? Like,
4.2.
How am I getting jammed into here?
yeah, he probably wants to call the 3-bet.
If it's
queen of diamonds.
Not
yeah,
the
if
jam.
it's no diamonds, then he has 8.6.
I should one more.
So twice.
4K. You owe me 4K. You owe me 4K. Can you get it wrong?
1.
Did I get 1K? Saying
Did I get 1K change?
someone
You
owes
better
him
get
4K
I'm
for
not paying you any shit.
putting the blinds in too quickly.
Okay. I definitely say I paid it.
Fair enough.
First you say I win less. Okay, now
Has
you're
to be
trying
the
to get
greatest
that
bucket
1K
hat
from me.
on the poker tour.
Yeah, Swaggy P.
Double tilt, you know?
Swaggy P. He's going to run into it. Ace King. 1 seat to his left. From the reigning Ivan Liao Player of the Year champion, Danny Tang. Oh, hello. I mean, anticlimactic, right?
Yeah. Although all their suits are live, so it's like 4% or something that there won't be a scoop, I believe.
We'll take the 4 flush. Just for TV purposes. I wonder how many cash games these two have played against each other as well.
还要红头，真的贪心。
All suits live, as Brian
Hey,
pointed
no.
out.
It's 1% for each suit.
You remember who's who?
Then brought to you by WPT Global. Any free rolls?
裂
Okay.
开，裂开 relax. Queen of Diamond.
Okay, chop it up, boys. Carve it up.
I win.
说一下，
妈的，反正发就吓死人了。
一直翻下去看谁赢。
You just get it in with the Ace King, you know, it's gone open, 3-bet, you look down at Ace King, you're loving life. I think Biao that is, of course, with his 16
off
bigs.
of 20 bigs or whatever it was, yeah.
Danny's like, nah, carve it up, mate. Carve it up. Also got the big slick.
What's the situation with UK right now?
Foxen, still chip leader, by the way.
It's a war finish.
Did lose a sizable pot against Punat Punsri.
No.
Thailand's numero uno.
When we're starting, I'm
Now playing 700k, and down to $1 million.
All of family, my wife.
All your family?
All my family. I'm still so...
I mean like uncles, cousins, everything.
Oh.
30% of whole country.
I'm sold everything what I'm having.
This guy.
Big family. Big family.
Big family.
But how can you sell when the war starts? How to sell?
I mean,
Life
we'll let you figure that one out.
You know?
Danny?
So where do you live now?
Opening off of 27 bigs from the cutoff. Nicky P in the small. Jacket diamonds, he's got to get curious. Oh my, I mean, we just off to the races here. 10s in the big for Paulius. 27 big blinds effective. That flat call from Nicky P.
360?
Yeah, there it is. Does just open up the appetite as Leonard snaps it off. The boys are flipping for 57 bigs.
10? 10? Lost.
Ah, there we go. The blinds are finally up. We're at the 10K, so.
What side do you want, by the way? I'm happy to just run this the whole series. You know?
I'm calling his end.
We just do like 100 a flip and settle at the end. 10 high flop.
Well, I mean, you've got to take the 10s in this spot, right?
9 of spades.
Like
4%.
It's not.
50-50. I'll take queen. I'll give him a queen.
Dead on the turn is Leonard as Paulius turns the nut full house. Now playing a very
Danny was calling 10
swaggy
really hard.
P, bro. Look at that.
Every flop you mentioned, there
I
was
like him more than I like you.
Thank you.
Even though you both crushed me today, so.
You know me longer though.
Huh?
You know me longer though.
Why?
Because we played in Manchester 2014.
Oh, okay.
But you don't remember.
Fair enough.
Back in the Manchester days. Damn, man, that's a throwback.
I studied in Lancaster.
Back when DT was
but I had no beard. So.
a low stakes
can you shave tomorrow?
grinder with his pipe dream.
You don't want that. You might not like me even more.
No.
£30 nightly, you know. The 50p £1 game. Min buying £25, Brian. Max buying £200. I mean, that's where the proving grounds, you know, for some of us UK regs.
Yeah, I don't know the scene in England poker very well at all, but is that where it all goes down?
You've not fired 5 bullets in the £30 nightly? No. I mean, listen, man. That's character building, that is. As Paulius wins the flip, takes the chip lead at this table.
Huh?
I've played close to zero poker in English casinos.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. I just haven't really. I never really traveled to any tournament stops there. I don't think so.
Oh, pow.
You never played like EPT London back in the day?
No.
No?
I traveled way less for poker tournaments than probably most people think. I got in almost all my volume just like staying in Vegas.
I mean, that would be the place to get most volume in, right? Danny with a gut shot. And the 10-10-6 rainbow. Limped pot.
Can I even bet
Can
that?
you do that?
I can't. Fuck.
7 I
Take
call.
a stab. Danny tried betting 7k. Honestly, these guys really not selling the whole best poker players in the world image really well here on day one.
Listen, man, it's day one
we got
of the smallest tournament of the series. These guys are kind of relaxed right now. You can see it. Listen, the vibe will change tomorrow.
That's true.
Guys that make day two, there's going to be a different level of seriousness tomorrow. You can't.
But you played in Manchester.
It's hard. Most people can't really go in and focus their hardest every single minute starting from day one. It's like day one, you get this, and as the tournament goes, you just see the like focus level and seriousness level just like ramp up with everyone. And you know, by the time you get to the later day twos, and I mean the other thing with Triton too is some of it's like a bit of a familiarity thing. Like here, guys, they all know each other. They haven't probably seen each other for months since the last Triton. So you come in on day one, it's a little social. You know.
It's been a while, right? It's been, 4 months.
Yeah.
This is me without beer.
Going to be flipping once more here. As Kiat has made the call after opening the sevens.
Fuck. Not good. Not good, man.
It's been 10 years.
He's
It's
been
good.
trying to improve.
Yeah. Fuck.
I mean, improved in poker.
Huge. Oh no.
What was your peak?
185 kg.
130 kilos, yeah?
Yeah, maybe.
Holy fuck.
To 130 kilos.
I mean, Danny's been focusing on
130 kilos?
health as well.
125 is the max.
Just the poker.
Same shit.
Kiat still holding on the 3-3 deuce.
Kiat was also surprised, just like me, at that number.
He's taller than me.
I am
He's tall.
How tall are you then?
185.
He hasn't stood up yet, by the way. He's convinced this ace of diamonds is coming.
No, not this time.
Good game, boys.
Deuce of diamonds on the river, completing the run out.
Thank you.
Dude, Nick's
Write it all
also...
down, and whatever.
Nick and Danny, two guys at this table who were previously in much worse shape, have both clearly been working out and focusing on their health a little bit.
Honestly, I feel like as a society, we've just been people just more focused on it. They're more
Dude,
aware
I think
of
there's a
what's going
really
on.
big split when it comes
I think
to
it's like Polish guy or
that
like Slovenian
on like
guy.
economic.
A G.
I feel like people who are well off
But they
have the
often
time,
comes to
learn
play
about
at
it, are
235,
willing to
and
pay
they play
for,
super good.
you know, grass-fed beef and, you know, non-hormone this and fresh vegetables and whatever. And then, I don't know, I'm an American. In America, if you go to the supermarket, they're like, we made this poison. It's called high fructose corn syrup. We just put it in everything and it kills you. And no problem. Like, just keep eating it, you know? Like, why not?
Man. I've missed you, Brian, dude. I love it.
MSG, high fructose corn syrup, seed oils. Just throw it in it all. What are you going to, like, subsidize it? We're just going to make it so they can make all this as cheap as possible. We'll put it all our food, ultra process it, and you eat it. And it's like people don't learn about it. They learn about, like, the food pyramid or nothing. And, you know, they go eat McDonald's because it's like $5 for a 1,000-calorie meal. And pretty soon they're super fat. And it's just like, why is there an obesity problem in the U.S.? Well, gee, I don't know, man.
Rant number one of the series, day one. Let's go. I mean, we're out here solving the world's problems. As Webster calls from the big Queen 5-0. See the 8-4 deuce board roll off. Foxen with that inside will draw, backdoor spades, as well as the overpair advantage, range advantage after opening from under the gun. No nonsense from Lim. Let's it go. I tell you what, it's been a while since Foxen's been on the Triton tour, and that stare down hasn't got any less intimidating.
Yeah, Foxen is a player who stays intense.
By the way, we're just getting some birthday cake delivered. I know earlier on we didn't have the mics muted. People could hear the happy birthday celebration being chanted. That's none other than Kate. Kate's birthday. If anyone that's been to a Triton event will know exactly who I'm talking about. Looks after all of the players. Are you going to eat your slice of cake, by the way?
I'm not sure yet.
All right.
I'm thinking about it.
I thought you're thinking about it. Like you're running the calcs right now, right? Ogusang taken upstairs from the hijack with the pocket jacks. Lim with a potential troublesome hand here. See how he wants to proceed off of 31 bigs. Just comes with cool, avoiding disaster.
Yeah, ace-9 suited is a tricky one there in the small blind versus the hijack.
How about king-queen of clubs in the big? Is this just a hand we get to mash sometimes for all the chips? 35 bigs effective?
You mind breaking those down?
Yeah,
Just
it's
like cut it in half
interesting.
and good.
I
Thanks.
feel like,
Appreciate it.
I mean, I think so. In some ways, it's kind of nicer, theoretically, to mash like king 10 suited. You get the king jack to fold, but you know, I think you still get to mash this.
Well, mash he does.
I think you could decide also whether or not you just 3-bet smaller and call it off as well with
That's
this.
sick. Really?
Yeah.
That's really sick.
I don't think you can 3-bet it and fold versus like guy who only has 30 blinds.
Well, Vogelsang
You could also just call. Like, I kind of feel like all three of those, I mean, just you can't fold. I feel like it's one you could kind of do all three with.
Flipping for Christoph's tournament life. All in brought to you by WPT Global as the Queen of Diamonds finds its way to the window card. And the flop. Now Vogel picking up 4 additional outs on the turn, looking for a jack and a 10. The jack and a 10 only to stay alive. Doesn't find it.
GG.
And just like that, Christoph's 35 bigs get shipped over to Foxen, who had dropped down to around the 1 million chip mark, but bouncing back to 1.4. Christoph will have about 25 minutes or so
I can also
to re-enter this one.
Grab fresh air or whatever.
Feet open on TV1.
Sounds like the boys are making dinner plan breaks. What's
Well,
the play
I think
here?
Espen was telling him that he has like 15 or 20 minutes if he wants to grab some fresh air.
Finally.
So he was. I feel like he was
can you catch a break there
volunteering
for a while?
Unbelievable.
helpful information.
Yeah, I remember that one pulse.
And Christoph seems like the kind of guy who is probably going to take that well.
Nightmares.
Yeah.
I do know there are some people in that spot.
Really?
I think so. I think if someone, there's some guys, if they just bust and they're standing up and you were like, hey man, 15 minutes, get some fresh air.
You'd be like, jog on, man.
Be like,
I know what you mean. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair.
It's like, I'll tell where you can get some fresh air, buddy.
Well, we know Vogelsang will be re-entering at some point. I'll take the walk, personally. Go stretch the legs. Max
Yeah, at
late
this
reg.
point, you just wait for the max late reg rather than fire your bullet.
Looks like Foxen's going to be involved once more. Different situation here. Ace Jack out the small facing the high Jack open. Open 3 much deeper than Vogelsang was in the previous spot. Kicking things off around 50 bigs or so.
Side's just a flat.
Let's see 3 dealer. Dropping like flies in this one. Up to 143 runners, 80 left. So we see the 9 deuce deuce, 2 spades, put 3. Probably not too concerned of that 1 over card. Guess Foxen can have some 10-9, Jack-9 suited, but value to be had, as well as some protection.
Certainly. A lot of reason. I guess, though, if you're favoring bets, you probably, from the protection side, you prefer smaller pairs. But I think with the range advantage, you're probably betting quite often. Although here for half pot, I would guess you do some checking.
Unable to shake Foxen as played, as the gin turn card for Alex rolls off in the form of the Ace of Hearts. 120k out there, and now a 95% lock on the hand. What do you do in Punsri's shoes here? I mean, I know, yes, we want to be concerned of some of the ace high floats, but Foxen also going to have a bunch of Broadway floats as well. Some weaker pocket pairs, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close. You could definitely bet turn with the goal of just checking back river.
How about that run out? Running aces, giving Foxen a full house, also making it less likely for Foxen to have an ace. Spades brick, backdoor diamonds don't materialize. Perhaps going to be an awkward spot for Punsri once he hears from Foxen.
Yeah, I feel like you're expecting Jack High to be involved in a lot of Foxen's bluffs here. Not King High, right? Like he's probably checking King High out of position, not value betting and not bluffing it.
So those like Jack 10, Queen 10 type hands wrapped around the 9 on the flop.
Yeah, Queen, I think I want to say I'm not sure.
Okay.
Right, like I think if you're Foxen, you're definitely bluffing a Jack and you're not bluffing a King, and then a Queen, like, I don't know.
It's a sizable bet on the river.
Maybe like
150.
you want to bluff Queen High when you don't have spades, maybe.
A lot on request. 125% pot. See if Punsri wants to put on the cape.
So at this point, yeah, I think you rule out Foxen having a 9. So it's kind of the way this pot has played, like ace-x or bust, right? No one really has a deuce much here. So ace, you know, and then the bluffs would again be hands like jack X and maybe queen X. So we think, what are the eights? You know, also maybe some spade X combo potential that Foxen, could he have 8-7 or like 7-6 of spades? It's kind of a dicey flat out of position. But it's not great that we have the 8 of spades, I would say.
I agree.
It's definitely a below average blocker in terms of bluff catching.
Let's see if Punsri can correctly put the pieces of the puzzle together.
I mean, you're blocking ace-8 of spades for value, but the flip side is you're also blocking like potentially 8-7, 10-8 of spades. So
third time bank used from Punat. Really mulling this one over, understandably so. He's made the call, flicked in the one chip, and gets shown the bad news. And just like that, Foxen has bounced back to 1.7 million.
And now he has more than the rest of the table combined. That monster stack we can see here in the center of the screen.
That's pretty insane. He was up to 1.7, dropped down to 1 million whilst we were over on the blue feature table, red feature table, and now in the space of 2 hands has bounced back from 1 million to 1.7 when the average stack is 425k. He's bounced back 2 times average stack in the space of an orbit.
But see, at spots like that where, as we were talking about this earlier today, but just, it's like you want to be able to get paid in those spots. It's like more important than being able to get your bluffs through, right? So you want your opponent to be able to, and I wouldn't say that was the most complicated kind of flop spot to turn run out, but you do want your opponent to be able to say like, hey, my opponent's going to be tricky enough on the flop here that they're going to float with some backdoor diamond combos and this and that, and going to find these bluffs on the river with certainly jack high or worse, and maybe even queen high.
You want to be the guy that gets paid.
Well, because what happens, what you end up seeing is guys that put that doubt in their opponents and that have the tricky ranges, when they go on the good runs, they win a lot of chips, right?
I can think of a few names.
Like a Nit, who everyone knows, like this guy has it. Like you can run really good, and yeah, I mean, you're not going to lose, but you're not just going to like, you don't just get to like win the tournament, you know, by having like a pretty good run. Because whereas someone like Foxen, like how often, Foxen is one of these guys who, he runs up a lot of chip leads on day one.
He does.
Foxen, Adamo.
He really does, yeah.
Like there's certain players, and it's like, they're running good, but also the way they play, you know, puts enough doubt in their opponents that they end up getting paid off. So you get to win a bunch when you run good. Now, obviously part of poker, there's all these, the way your style and how effectively you're doing it. Now, what you don't want is to be playing that way, and it's so ineffective that when you don't run good, that you lose even more, right? But
well, let's see if Punsri loses more here after flopping the open-ender with a queen-high flush draw. Opted to check call. A bet of 19k on the jack 9-5. Jack pairing on the turn. 103k out there.
Jack's an interesting card because hands like 9x and whatever 8s, 7s are less incentivized to fold now on a jack. So yeah, we see Foxen just check it back. Not a great card for Foxen there to be able to win this pot. Just because you think like a lot of the hands like Pundries or King Queen or King 10, all these hands that might check call, got there.
Yeah, he's only really beating like the ace kings, ace queens now, right?
Yeah, or flush, and some like king X of hearts, like king 8 of hearts, probably bluffs river.
Bit of a bounce back there for Punsri, who needed it after losing that big one against Foxen just moments ago. Courtesy of that 10 of spades on the river. That dinner break is coming up shortly. Obviously, don't you worry, ladies and gentlemen. The power of TV and the Share Hands production crew. Obviously going to splice that delay down. We won't be gone for that long. A few of the names currently looking to potentially re-enter. Sergio Aido, Ren Lin, Roman Hrabets, Nicky P, Faradin Mustafov, Byron Kaverman, all on the outside looking in. Perhaps they've all gone for a stroll outside, Brian, to get some fresh air, as has been recommended to Christoph earlier on. Max Late Ridge is the play. Tobias just going to call here. Facing the open and flat in front of him. Does open the door for Punsri to tag along and make this a four-way affair. The 4-5-0. And how often do you see this?
Yeah, two people that could have 3-betted both decided not to, and here we had a 4-way pot, and nobody hit a pair.
Complete whiff as played. See if Webster wants to try and take a stab at this. Continue telling the story. No, gonna check it on over. The 4 ways to the 9 of spades turn. That's a funny run out, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is odd.
What node are we in? How deep? How intricate is this part of the game tree, my friend? A 4-way single raise pot on a 9-9-3-9 board that check through.
Rainbow. What are we? Yeah, what are we bluffing with here?
What are we doing here, people?
I feel like nobody really knows, and everybody's just checking. Espen, I mean, he has the best hand. You definitely can't know that.
Okay, well,
I don't think King Queen ends up bluffing. Does Poonat bluff? He's the big blind. He probably has, at this point, he has the most 3x and 8x. That's for sure.
I feel like Tobias has the most 5s through 8s.
And he does find the bluff with King Queen. And I don't think Webster can call. Maybe Espen will think about it, though.
Tobias targeting exactly this type of kit, and he's got the job done. Well played, sir.
Yeah, nice hand.
Found a way to win it.
It's not for me.
Up to 82
no, it's for
bigs.
Christoph, who busted.
Tobias had a plan.
But he said he would hang around and wait for the food.
He was deep in the game tree on that one. I feel like some people might have been lost, but Tobias wasn't.
He seemed the most comfortable, bro.
Yeah.
He was just like leaning on his hand. He was like, yeah, this is all me, boys. Like, I've studied this spot, and I know you haven't. It's going to be our next red table when we return from dinner break. Alex Kulev, young Bulgarian superstar. Bossing up on that table. 1 title, 13 cashes, 5.6 million in earnings, which is pretty insane given that he first joined us in Vietnam last year. So start of 2023. So he's only made it to... This is his 6th stop. 6 million in earnings. Be seeing plenty more of him throughout the series. For now, our attention here on these 6. Glad to see Foxen back at Triton, by the way. He's also here with his wife, Chrissy.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he came in 2019, I guess, twice. And hasn't been back since.
I guess he just thinks that the Poker Go games are softer.
Yeah, maybe.
It's always tough to say. But it's good to see him back as Punsri makes the call after Andy 3-bet jammed from the small for 16.5. Not to state the obvious, but big spot for both. I mean, if Punat loses this, which he will 56% of the time, he's going to be down to just 18 bigs. Six, 4 deuce, 2 spades. With 2 cards to come, it's actually a favorite now.
Pretty fair flop, though.
How about that for a turn dealer? King high flush for Punat, but Andy knee with the full house redraw. 6, 4 deuce ace needed, and he finds it. Put that one in your highlight reel. And not an emotion shown. It's just business for Andy. He's like, you know what?
His expression did not change at all.
Not on the flop, not on the turn, not on the river when he boated up.
How far from here to Budapest?
Oh, it was easy. 2 hours flight to Nice and then 30 minutes drive.
Anything to do there?
In Budapest? Oh. Yeah, for me it's the best city in the world.
Yeah, maybe I'll just go to Budapest instead of Paris.
Oh, let me know.
Yeah. And Vilnius after. Huh? Vilnius after. That's the way.
50,000. Yeah, Budapest is awesome.
Oh. You make my plan change now.
You take Wizz Air, the company. There's
This is a fun spot for
like
Danny.
2 days a week.
Under the gun open off of 14.5.
It should be like
2 days a week.
Yarashevsky's
But like
3-bet from the hijack.
Start booking now.
Danny's got...
If you don't play the PLO.
Igor has 40 blinds. So how does he want to play this? Do you 4-bet fold or just rip it? Or fold right now?
I'm between folding right now and 4-bet folding.
Yeah, those seems like, yeah, the most likely. Like, I think when you 4-bet, you make it, what, like 130 or 125, something like that?
Let's let it go. Be out, punished for the loose-ish open off of 14.
All European capitals. I mean, not as in not Paris, but still.
Really?
In Vilnius? 800?
Jack 10 suited?
Yeah.
Danny's always inquisitive, isn't he?
Really, Sam?
Yeah.
Always wants to know.
They have some like
Jerks
business.
always green.
Yeah, business.
Yeah.
Exactly what they had.
Oh,
in
I think
every
Igor
tough
just
spot.
said we had the best hand. Hey, Danny threw out a total airball. Jack 10. Igor was right.
Igor had the goods. And you can have the goods over on WPT Global. If you haven't heard already, is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. It's the best place to qualify for Triton events where you could be playing the new WPT Global Slam at future Triton stops by winning your way in online. Download WPT Global now with the code Triton for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. We will see you at the next Triton.
You come out and you play the intro event.
That's it. I mean,
that's
look,
how big Triton is that this 25K, the WPT Global Slam, is the first and smallest event here.
Ding, defending the big against the cutoff open, opting to just overbet jam for heaps, actually. I mean, 9.5 bigs into 6 on the 7.53. Frenchman making the call with the best of it until the king of spades turn. How's he done that one? Just spikes the 5 outer and holds on the river to double up to 245,000. Ding, back up to starting stack. What's that? 95 into 55 on the 7.53. Frenchman just punished by the poker gods. No justice.
There is no justice in poker.
No justice in this game.
Thank you.
You want justice? I was about to say go study law, but you might not find it there either.
If you want justice, you study philosophy.
There we go. Go read some Marcus.
Learn about what justice is and how it doesn't exist in too many places in the world.
As mentioned earlier on, when the players do head for their dinner break, the power of technology. We will be splicing the delay. Brian and I are going to be stepping aside for a short 10-minute stretch of the legs. Don't go too far. Be coming back, closing this one out for the next few hours as we work our way down to day 2. Obviously, as mentioned, a ton of people on the outside looking in, looking to max late reg, so wouldn't be shocked to see that field size of 145 shoot up, as players do have until the end of dinner break. To re-reg as Eigor does now probe after when check.
One time you have to fold.
Yarashevsky, 46 bigs.
I don't fold when I have it.
Taking down the last hand on that table. He's going to fold round to Schwecht with my favorite hand. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Couldn't help myself. He is going to defend, though. And he's going to flop a gut shot against middle set. Why do I feel like this could potentially be fireworks, Ryan? I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing things.
Yeah, versus the very likely c-bet here, does he find a check raise? But 10-5-7, wow, Rainbow. Punat checks it back, which is a very interesting decision. It is a board where, I mean, the SPR isn't too high. You can get most of the chips in between betting only 2 streets. So he decides his hand is so good, let's mix this in with some of our flop checkbacks. It's curious. And Tobias just betting this for value now that he hit the 9.
A pretty gangster check back from Punsri as played. options now, as there is more opportunities for a straight to be made on the river.
True, but there's no flush, and he's in position, so he gets to bet the river win check too, so I would imagine he's just going to call this. I mean, a lot of hands might be drawing pretty close to dead.
Well, Ace of Hearts completing the run out. Perhaps the worst card in the deck for Punsri in terms of being able to get value from this 9 or Tobias continuing to fire. So I guess maybe hands like Ace-Jack, Ace-King keep him honest on the turn for at least one street.
Ace-Jack for sure. I mean, the turn bet wasn't too small. Ace-King is tough. I mean, Sevens has just a very clear value bet here. He can definitely have some bluffs. Hands like King-Queen, King-Jack, Queen-Jack, King-8. But Tobias doesn't even waste any time versus the overbet.
Yeah, Punsri went for the jugular, asked for all of it. And a no-nonsense snap fold from the German. That wraps things up on this feature table. Chip counts brought to you by Bet ACR. When we come back from dinner break, blinds will be 6K, 12K. Alex Foxen with 4 times tournament average, 1.6. I mean, I've got a funny feeling that dinner break for Foxen is going to be all the more tastier, knowing that he's got that stack to return to.
Yeah, he has like 2 dinner breaks now. He had one before and missed a few hands. It didn't matter. He still got all the chips, and now he's got another one.
Not to take anything away from what we just saw, but you mentioned, and we discussed it a little bit, there seems to be this very relaxed vibe out there, right? It's day one, as you said. It's been a few months since the last Triton stop. Are we expecting that to kind of follow through to the end of the night?
I think so. I think we'll continue to see guys being relaxed. Also just playing some poker. You know, maybe as it goes on a little bit less, but I'd say the vibe will be more relaxed today than it will be tomorrow. I think tomorrow, when you tune in for day 2, you're going to see a lot more business-like approach, and a little bit less of that jovial talking, joking going on that has happened right now, especially when guys were still in the rebuy period.
Well, it's all business here at the break desk, as always, as we tuck into some birthday cake courtesy of Triton Kate. And I guess we head into our own little dessert break. Don't go too far, ladies and gentlemen. Brian and I will be coming back for continuing coverage of the WPT Global 25K Ultimate Slam in about 10 minutes' time.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
on the river. Really impressive
He
stuff.
had a really good hunch, and a lot of players on the river might just put in a block bet and just hope for the best.
Yeah,
he
sure.
was like, you know what?
Sure.
I'm gonna even save that little bit of chips.
Oh, I don't think Ren Lin's going to be saving any chips as we flipped it back over to the other feature table where things have been going well for Frederic Delval prior to this visit. But it looks like he has spun it down to under starting stack. Ace is looking to remedy that, and Ren Lin finding a flat with the 2 queens, Randy.
And it's going to get Sergio Ido in trouble, who's got 2 10s.
Oh, this looks like ripe fruit for a squeeze, doesn't it?
It sure does. And the squeeze, actually, I don't think it saves Ren Lin. I still think he loses chips against Frederic.
Well, an extra 50K is slathered. And Delval is just loving this. I mean, surely he's going sailing for all of it now, right?
I think so. His opponents put in 62K. You're playing a 230K stack. There is merits to calling, but I think I'd be pretty happy jamming this one in.
I mean, the range required if we flat for Ren Lin to still hop aboard is fairly narrow, is it not?
Yeah.
Now he 4-bets, not quite all of it.
How much you got?
And you see Ren concerned more so with Ido's remaining stack depth.
I don't think that Ren Lin is going to lay this one down. It's still strong that Frederic is jamming, but Ren Lin's hand is just too good.
He announces call.
How much? 200?
Ido.
He knew.
Able to escape. They're not going to get on their backs courtesy of this remaining 29,000. To the flop we go. 7-5 tray. Both players with overpairs, neither with a heart. And
Cooler.
They're trapping you.
Good.
Ren Lin.
Lady Gaga, what can I do?
Lady Gaga, you know.
Scary man to be against the Gagas.
Yeah, I know. You know, I'm not, you know, until the end. You have to play this hand, of course.
Yeah, there's a queen.
You have 2 queens, all right, thank you.
So, Delval holding on. Now all of a sudden Ren can carve it up with a 4.
No, Diamond Queen. Diamond Queen, Perimo.
He's like, fine, no chop, you bought it.
Safe run out as Frederic finds the double.
Chop, he wings the queen.
28 cards.
20?
28 cards.
85.
So no second bullet for me.
He can get behind it. By the way, all of those moments are trackable in the Triton Poker Plus app. You simply click on a player, then you'll see their chip graph up at the top of the screen.
I see aces for Schweck.
Up we go.
Was hoping for the same fortune as Delval. Idol 7-5 suited. Pondered, but thought better of it. Queen 10 suited should be getting involved in the small blind. Unclear whether it be 3-bet or call.
By the way, looking back at Brewer's chip graph, he did ultimately end up having that first bullet showered.
Oh, did he? So he is in for 50.
No shame in it.
No shame in playing the 7-deuce suited when you're getting this price.
Frederic agrees, obviously. 3 players taking the ace-jack-9 board. Brewer with an open-ender and backdoor spades. Top set for Schweck.
You tend to slow play this more into one opponent, but into two, you still kind of want to charge the straight draws. Oh, he does check it back. I was going to say if you do bet, you would bet very small. This should open the door for Brewer to blast away. He might go pretty big to really kick out the Jack and 9X. He might even follow through with a river bet, even if he gets called here to attack weak ace X's that would check back the flop. This is just great news for Tobias to see 30 into 42. Top set. No flush draw present. Less things to worry about. Less things to protect against.
So another 30 a man, bringing us to the river, which is so innocent.
And Brewer's Queen 10 actually blocks some of the best ace highs, like ace queen, ace 10, which is nice because it makes it more likely if Tobias has got some kind of hand. It could be like ace 5, ace 4 that's not looking to call it off, and there we go.
Brewer with the overbet, a snap from Tobias, whose set of aces are the nuts, and immediately you hear Brewer announce you win. Some tummies might be rumbling out there.
Want to poo out there or what?
Ace King. And Tobias is going to ring the dinner bell. Come and get it.
Oh.
Idol.
Did you say something? Ring that dinner bell? Idol heard about it.
He's ready to chow down. Pocket queens. Take it up a notch. 3x.
I mean, playing off of 40 big blind stacks, this pretty much always gets in. It's just whether to 4-bet jam or 4-bet to induce. Out of position, you're more likely to rip it in.
That's exactly what Schweck does. Sergio.
Flip.
Never a second thought. And all of a sudden, heading to the break, we've got an over 500,000 chip altercation breaking out. Neither party responsible, just passengers. Given the holdings. Nine-eight tray. Clean flop for Ido.
Oh, not a clean turn.
Dirty. And Tobias could be polishing off Sergio, who won't be coming back from the break without a queen. And the 6 of spades does put a nail in the coffin of that first bullet for Sergio.
Dinner is going to be better for one.
Yeah, that's an appetite suppressant.
Seat open, table 8.
He didn't expect dinner to cost 25K, and yet there he is.
And he still gets the same food.
A warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the WPT Global Ultimate Slam. Here is the opening event of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series here in Monte-Carlo. Brian Rust alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. A very relaxed start to the day, as we were talking about just before going to break, and a relaxed approach expected here as well, continuing into the later hours of day one, and then business going to be all day tomorrow. But you know, you say that about the relaxed approach. We've got some very aggressive players at the table, the likes of Santosh Savana, who we love having involved. I don't think he's going to be, you know, too chill about this spot. He's going to take aggressive lines as and when needed.
Yes, Farna is always down for playing interesting pots. Very excited to see him at one of the featured tables. And at the other one, it looks like Alex Kulev, another man who's no stranger to large pots and aggressive lines.
Yeah, Kulev plays big pots, man, and he's similar to type of player you were mentioning earlier on, your Alex Foxons, your Ponakovs, your Adamas of the world. Kulev very much in that bucket. He's joined by Kavaman, Jaffe, Mokri, Lubovetsky, Kisachoglu, Lun Lun. Over on the red feature table, we'll be seeing plenty of them. Then on the blue feature table, we've got Danchev, Savannah, Watson, Maui, Yu, Win, and Kim. So we'll be keeping an eye on both of those tables. Just want to touch on the total number of entries in this one. 170 runners in an opening event, regardless of the fact that this is a 25K. I say that, you know, with a pinch of salt, because 25K is a big buy-in for most other series. But yeah, doing much better than Montenegro. 5 months ago, we had 163, so always great to just see, you know, those field sizes growing. And I think poker is here to stay, my friend.
I mean, it could be good news for the amount of money that's going to get gambled at this stop, because this is the opening event, but this is a huge stop. I mean, this is the only 25K no limit. I think after this, I just took a look on the break. It goes to a 30K, then a 40K, then 50K. Then there's 100K. I think there's like the 200K Invitational,
yep.
the 125K main event, 150K after that. I mean, it's just how many 100K pluses? There's at least like 5 or 6 100K plus buy-in tournaments at this stop. I mean, this is not a stop you want to come and brick.
Well,
I mean, if you come and brick this with no cashes, I mean, that's a pretty big, you know, red candle there on your like yearly results. But, you know, it is what it is.
It would be nice to cash this one. Just get the monkey off the back straight away. Event number 1, 25K. And then go from there. Live from the Sporting in Monte-Carlo. There it is. Triton Trophy. Red feature table led by the Bulgarian Alex Kulev with 50 bigs, but things pretty snug over there. You know, Lubovetsky and Lunlun on his tail. Blue feature, Santosh Savannah. Another one of those guys, my man, who just always seems to just either be out of the tournament or rocking a monster stack. He's chip leader over there with 90 bigs. Got Win on 78, then a big drop off to Brian Kim, playing around 46. Then on the orange table, Kat Lee bossing the boys about with 65 big blinds. Still too early to write home about. But as Brian mentioned, be nice to just tick the cash, even if it is a min cash, off of the list early into this series, as the buy-ins will be getting gradually bigger. I mean, if you fire one bullet in every Hold'em event, you're looking at 700.
No, it's got to be more than that.
One bullet.
Yeah, it's got to be more.
200 plus 150 plus
there's
125.
10. How many Hold'em events are there? I think there's 10, right?
There's 10.
So there's 10. But yeah, 200, 150, 125.
No, it's like
475.
Yeah, 100.
No, I got it, but
575.
I'm saying that yours will be closer to equilibrium than not.
625.
Yeah, but we don't know.
And we have 5 more
We're the
events,
ones
and 25 is the smallest.
75K, 700.
Yeah, plus 25, 30, 40, 25, 30, 40. I think we're missing like 100K on that.
We're splitting hairs, bro. This is a triangle.
Yeah, you're right.
What's 100K between friends?
Who will have the most total bullets on the
All
series?
jokes aside, big
it's
buy-ins
total
here.
bullets on the series.
One bullet everything is about 800 then. Is that what we got to?
Dude,
Right around
I mean, you've been on stretches like that. I've been on stretches. Like, it's easy.
Wow.
It's easy to go 0 for 10, man.
No, it is.
Right? Like, you could do everything right by the book from a theory point of view and just be showered for 10 events in a row. And you know these guys haven't come here
Definitely
to just
more,
fire one bullet.
More than 10. Yeah. It's not. It's not too hard.
I think I know who you are.
Poker is alive and well, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, aren't you supposed to be competing with Alex? This is a lot of info.
27
without
places
Alex
paid in this one. Min cash of $43,000.
I'll just start.
Top prize,
What are we? What
941K.
Who does Orpin think will be in for the most bullets total in the series?
Okay, I'll just tell you mine, and then you can.
Do we have, how many guesses do we have? Well, what is?
One guess.
All right, you're just going to book it with me, and then he'll say it. God.
I'm going Ponakovs.
This is my guess. That's what I think, Orpin.
Who are you going for? Who's in for the most bullets
be
in the
cooler.
entire series?
No, it's nobody at the table. We agreed. Nobody at the table.
Okay. Let me think.
So no one at the table. What about Svarna?
That's a good shout.
Assuming he plays it.
That is a good shout. Savannah
No,
or Shy.
the idea is
I'm
like you
going-
have to make your bet now.
Yeah, but
with everything in mind,
just yeah, but just whatever now.
anyone could. come
Because if
down
we
with
change it
COVID
now,
and
then
die.
my guess was to change.
Okay. Steven Chidwick.
He says Chidwick.
I said JMT. Was I close?
Huh?
Was I? Oh no, I changed. I changed.
You cannot change, bro. You just.
Yeah, but
I'm gonna make a
nobody got
guess.
it right.
Ah, okay.
All right. Well, whilst these
What's your
guys
guess?
Divorce.
No.
debate over who's
Yeah,
going
well,
to fire
this
the
is your
max
guess.
bullets.
Just thinking, I followed the Chidwick guess of people who reg on time every time. Divorce is on time for everything, and he plays
but
PLO.
that's
You got to
true.
play PLO and Hold'em, and
Yeah,
you want to be on.
okay, then
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that.
But Chidwick is a good.
Oh, you were thinking
taker.
Hold'em only?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hold
Yeah,
them on.
just-
You were
just do
thinking
hold
hold
them
them
on.
on.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, hold them on.
Well, let's
I'm
do hold-
very confused now. Who are you thinking?
25 or 24?
Yeah, it's now
No
it's not
discount.
so.
My one, the second one was 10 short.
Already.
So now you have a second one.
I mean, I don't think he's
skips a
going to
lot.
play everything.
JJ going to defend.
If he does, that's my guess.
Both players.
See the
flopping a
strategy?
piece.
They're saying you got to take somebody who's on time
Yep.
and
he's a
rebuys
VIP?
and plays PLO.
Yeah. So that really does limit it. You know, a lot of people
So I'll go after you. We'll just do every other.
Okay.
just chill out. You know, miss the first couple of levels, but not the people
Is that-
chasing that Ivan Liao
Okay,
Player of the Year
Fine.
champion title.
What
Likes
did
of
you say?
Ike Haxton,
fine.
Vorish, Chidwick, Danny
An icon.
Tang, just to name a few.
It's not so
And like
many
we just
What about
discussed,
picking Kulev?
The Estonian fella?
I don't know if Kulev plays PLO,
No, he
Guy who
doesn't know
looks
it.
like
Yeah.
Father Christmas?
and they're not allowed to
yeah,
pick
I
someone
got
else
it.
at the table.
I was gonna guess him, but I didn't think you knew him.
53.
I swear to God, I was gonna guess him, but I didn't think you knew him because you weren't there.
Floor!
Oh no.
I think it's a good guess, but I don't know if he's going to play everything.
Yeah, he is. Man, the problem was I was gonna say it, but then I thought.
I mean, just
you-
say congratulations to the winner.
Yeah,
Let's
you
play
won
something else.
fair and square, but I didn't think you knew about him, or like you just see
What
him.
about everyone? I thought the fields everything.
GTO.
Here.
Thank you.
Floor! Floor!
You mean the
Can you call service?
you mean the
Thank
Estonian
you.
guy?
Yes,
Going
bro.
nowhere
Bring
as
him a cake,
JJ
please.
You mean the Estonian
Cake.
guy who is-
somehow
Don't I deserve it?
clairvoyantly turning trips after check raising on the King 6-4, and now perhaps
like,
disaster
come on,
for
you won, you
Lunlun
won,
as
Let's do
You want
another
fair
one.
and
probably
square.
doesn't
Let's do another one.
expect
Yeah, we'll do
JJ to
another
have many 6x here.
What do we do,
Expecting
though?
him to have
Thank you.
Will
We
be
have to do
weighted more
something that
towards
does not like
some of those gut shots,
like bad
maybe
towards
some weak flush
anybody.
draws.
It has to be very no, but I
Yeah,
honestly.
now after this already happened, we are like.
Yeah, but this is borderline.
It is borderline.
174 out there.
How does Jaffe want to do his betting here? I think you go slightly above geometric on the turn because of the draws. But he's going kind of geometric with his sizing, so he's
Half pot turn, half pot river, the good old fashioned 2E.
it's gonna. I mean, I don't think Lund can fold turn. Certainly.
I mean, if there are different ways to wreck people and own them, and folding turn here would be one of them. I mean, I don't
mean,
see it, right? He
it
does
would be
make the call.
Pretty absurd fold. I mean, he'd be right. I'm just saying it. It's very tough fold. All right, backdoor spades got there, but otherwise, King 10's pretty good. I mean, our opponent can't have ace king, and maybe not even king queen, like cutoff versus big blind. I mean, they weren't that deep.
No, sub 30.
Yeah.
Start of the hand.
So, I mean, king jack is the king we're losing to now. I mean, even king 4 got counterfeited. So, it's kind of like king jack, a 6, backdoor spades. You know, maybe Jaffe doesn't 3-bet aces some of the time. That's pretty much it in terms of what we're losing to.
This breath is dangerous. This might end up in some...
JJ effectively jamming, just leaving himself 1k back.
I mean, there is one.
If Lund can get away from this, those gut shots and straights do break. Other than the 5-3.
He's the killer, but the guy who is the bigger killer is the Spanish guy. The guy who actually was he was a professional fighter.
Is the 10 of clubs relevant here, or am I just stretching?
I mean, it's probably a slightly bad card, right? I mean, we're blocking missed club draws.
Well, their form of UFC.
Very Spanish.
Yeah.
Getting laid a very tempting price on a call.
MMA, but yeah, not UFC.
It's JJ. He's more than capable of having bluffs in this spot.
Certainly. Yeah, Jaffe is a guy who, I mean, he's a heads-up player, so he's very used to wide ranges and, you know, is very familiar with how to have bluffs and whatever in flop spots based on potential future run-outs. But Lund finds the fold.
That's a good fold.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
a solid river fold.
Well played, sir. Feel like, you know, it's one of those hands, right, where he did everything right, still lost the pot, but managed to get away from it on the river, save himself some chips.
Yeah, I think expecting to get away on the turn is kind of absurd. So, kind of got away in the one spot you could sort of justify it.
You know what else is absurd? That poker is coming back to the US and Canada. That's right, Club WPT Gold. It's bringing online sweepstakes poker back in the US and Canada. And to celebrate, they're hosting a $5 million invitational in Las Vegas this December. It's free to enter, and the winner's going to get $1 million cash money. You can sign up today at clubwptgold.com with the promo code Triton to win your seat today. You must be 21 plus to enter. No purchase necessary, guys. $5 million free roll with $1 million for first is pretty absurd. I mean, shout out to those guys.
Club WPT. Making poker great again. All right, Orpin opens the ace-9 suited. How will Lund respond here with jacks? I mean, they're not very deep. I kind of feel like you just 3-bet, get it in. Yeah.
He's gone for the 2.5x. Slightly bigger, around like 2.7, but still
we missed the pick.
Signaling.
The choice was Ike.
Hey, like, I can have some 3-bet folds here. You still have fold equity open. We can see Lund would be snap calling.
And he's a lock to play it all.
Will ace-9 get enticed by the good price? No, it won't.
Kisachoglu, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list.
There was a miss. Everyone missed the winner. It's
Not
Ike.
tempted by the bait.
For bullets.
Of the good price that was in front of him.
Like,
plays them all.
He thinks. It's like
Well, if he thought of, if the name crosses mine.
But I
he would've
think
said Ike.
I think Chidwick is very close.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, he just always enters. He doesn't wait for max late. He just
Ike is pretty much on time.
Yeah. Who's more aggressive, do you think?
The debate goes
I
on.
think it's close.
Malacca is for sure a good bet. Malacca, if it's only no limit.
But Malacca waits for max late at times.
No.
Like if he busts with 30 bigs, he's gonna wait for max late.
I feel Malacca is pretty on.
He doesn't even play PLO, does he?
Yeah, but he was just.
Oh, we're on that. Yeah. Okay.
And myself.
Yeah, you're a prime candidate.
I'm a prime candidate too. I don't wait for max ever.
Open involved
You
once
should be proud of
again.
yourself.
You could run out of money.
Maybe I should. I don't know, but I don't care. I don't want to wait.
The rare self-burn
I think it's boring.
from Kai and Mockery.
I get tilted in the waiting period.
No.
Hello.
That's brilliant.
Word. I guess that's a form of tilt, right?
I mean, look, poker players often get accused of having a lack of self-awareness from time to time, Brian, and I mean, Mockery
I don't really wait.
seems to be pretty
Yeah, you don't
self-aware.
wait.
He's like, look guys,
You
I'm
wait.
just going to
Been
tilt
coming.
even
I
more
waited, like,
if I
if I
bust.
busted
and then go for a walk for 30
But
minutes.
I'm a terrible pick because I come.
I'd just
really late
rather
to a lot
re-enter.
of the smaller stuff. I play
Get
tennis
back
for,
in
like,
from the get-go as Lubovetsky.
just shorten the day. It's more like I don't have the stamina for poker.
So
Sucks,
Jaffe's
I love the
saying
deep stack. I would like to
he's
skip
not
the
a
20
good
big blinds.
pick because sometimes he just quits, I think.
Not inaccurate.
More self-awareness being displayed. I mean, if you fatigue on hour 8.
I feel like based on what they've said, I feel like my 2 picks are Kulev and Chidwick. Kulev is like he never waits for max late rage. So that's what you don't want. You don't want somebody who's... You don't want someone to be a quitter. Either to quit or to quit and wait for max late. It's like, no, I'm going right back in there. You got to have that confidence of you never waiting, always going right back in. It sounds like Kulev. We got Chidwick.
Forrest was thrown in there as well.
Yes.
Ike's just in there, bro.
Ike's in there as well.
Ike doesn't care, man.
But then out of that group, who's the most aggressive?
250 or 500?
I'd say Didi or Chidwick.
I mean, you should know.
More than Kulev?
I don't remember.
That's a great question, actually.
I think it's
Bulgarian's got that Eastern European blood in
Alex has
them.
been running as
As it
many
checks through on the turn.
400 and 500 big blind
Stroke.
sims as he can until he can find the
Kisachoglu.
next pot button.
Rivers, nut, second pair. Backdoor heart.
I remember Cool
Run out.
me in London. It was like, great, you get to play
92k out there. See what Andrew comes with. Did check through on the turn.
It was something in those lines with
One of those spots where
from day one. and you have
feels
more
like you can
starting
come with
sets.
like third pot, but you also open the door to
It
just
was
get
like
put in the
add more
absolute
starting
bin.
sets, like 4 levels or something.
Yes, you do. But
It
it's
wasn't
nice.
insulting.
You got to get
No,
value
he
from
didn't
King
write
Jack
something.
here
Yeah.
after check, check.
Yeah.
And fortunately for Andre, Orpin has a hand that's... I mean, I can't see Orpin turning this into a
It was
bluff.
a bit ridiculous.
That would be
But they let you
pretty
play.
wild.
Yeah, but you know what actually happened?
I know, because they considered your partner...
I didn't apply, I didn't do anything myself.
Can't get away from it.
He set
I'm
it
really
up?
I didn't do anything.
glad Orpin
Your
didn't
partner
raise
set it
there.
up.
Because that would have made me feel silly.
Can't get away from it as he does flick in the call on the young Ukrainian
But that
and
doesn't
Lakers
matter.
fan.
I got a text from somebody. It's not
Chips
like
up.
they recruited
And did I see that correctly on Orpin's hat, by
And
the way?
afterwards they got much stricter.
The slogan, I'm
After
an
you, they
angler.
got stricter.
Yeah, maybe.
One would have to assume
But nobody can
that that
say
is a
that I applied and did anything.
Yeah, I'm not just,
sporting
I'm not saying that, I'm just
fisherman's
saying
cap of sorts.
This is very important, actually, because everybody was like...
Perhaps a
"How did you
custom
do
made
it?"
piece,
But
who
I didn't
knows?
do it much.
I've never seen Orpin angle,
But
personally.
it wasn't like I could pick either, so...
Doesn't strike me
I
as the
wonder
type.
why they did it, because it shouldn't be
I
because
just
of
see
them, because they
a design on the
get
front of the
anything.
hat. I don't see
I
any
think if
words
the-
like on the side.
You'll
it
see,
was
you'll
turned
get a
around, it
shot
would
of
be
it.
fine.
Next time
Yeah.
we go
Yeah,
a
that would be
close-up.
fine.
Yeah,
That would be fine.
yeah. Even though now they don't allow anything of the sort, because I wanted to play with a Omaha guy, a PO player who has played like 4 or 5 no limit hold'em tournaments in his life, and they didn't even allow that. Not for this festival, like few festivals.
Yeah, I know of a guy who was like a reg 10 years ago. He hasn't played any fucking poker, and they wouldn't let him. I mean, he was good, but it was forever ago.
Yeah. Was he famous?
No, I mean, he was known by people who played online.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah. Like,
I
never
think it's
had
good
live
that they're
profiles.
strict on it now.
Yeah.
I think it's good. I think, yeah. But, you know, everything is like when you're trying something out, you have to improve it somehow. So
Yeah.
it's not going to be perfect from day one, you know? So I think they're doing a real good job.
Yeah. So what was your partner's name? Flink.
Robert Flink.
Robert Flink.
Yeah, Robert is...
No, but he's good.
Yeah,
He's a good player.
He plays like 3 tournaments a year. Like he doesn't play.
And not only is he good, he takes it seriously. Like he's not gonna punt at all.
Man, he was 3-betting people with queen deuce.
I don't know. The post he was making seemed.
Yeah, he was like he's a sicko, you know. He's sick in the head, but he plays good.
Yeah, no, I've heard he plays very good.
Heads up,
Some
he's
love being
really,
thrown
really
Flink's
good.
way.
Do you know who Flink is?
I do.
Okay.
Part of the Swedish Armada.
Linus told me that.
They're talking
Robert
about
Flink was not
some
very
of the people that tried sneaking in onto the VIP side of the bracket. Weren't able to.
Ah, okay.
Old washed up.
Yeah, that was what that was in reference to.
Yeah, he beat him for like
People trying to get on the VIP side.
Yeah, I mean,
No limit?
it's tough. I mean, if a guy was good 10 years ago and then hasn't played since, like he's been doing other things, I mean, I say put him in the VIP side, bro. I mean, like, if he hasn't been around during the Solver era.
Yeah. I think if you can establish that someone really hasn't played for 10 years, I think it's fine. You know? I think the question becomes maybe either you doubt, people might have reason. Listen, I'm sure the team is thinking about this. They might have information that maybe the guy plays or this, but it's like, what if he's still playing a bunch in like private cash games?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
100%.
You know, who knows?
How about this turn card, by the way? Lubovetsky 3x from the small. Orpin made the defend with the 10-6 off of sub 20. Jack 7-4 rainbow. Check from the 8s. Stab of 21k. Cool. Turn. Set. But gives Orpin a double gut shot.
Orpin's not very deep, but he keeps on firing. Really would suck to get blown off his equity here, but that really, let's see what happens. I mean, Andre really could play it both ways. He could continue to trap, or he could just move all in with his equity.
Bouteille d'eau peut-être aussi. Comme lui aussi, elle est
There it is, the jam. And Orpin perhaps going to kick himself for firing for this size on the turn. As he's not going to get to see a river card.
Yeah, he's not getting the right price to hit a 8-outer.
That's tough. Hate those ones. Those are the ones that I feel like you kick yourself the most over. Andre picking up a couple of hands over the last orbit or so. Not the chatty type, by the way. Not involved in this ongoing conversation, just silently kind of sat there collecting chips.
Yeah, he's definitely out on this conversation we've been having about guys being super relaxed and chatting it up and maybe not
he's dialed
focusing super. No, he's dialed.
Yeah.
Somebody didn't pay after heads up loss?
No comment.
Huh?
Oh, he's chatting right there.
There we go. I mean, that's a cheeky kind of chat, though, you know, probing for information.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like between hands as well.
Yeah, yeah. Just like, oh, you didn't get paid in a heads up matcher? Okay. Who was it? Like, come on, man. Like Mockery's going to say on TV. I mean, maybe he does. I don't know, but you know what the poker world's like when it comes to these types of topics. Is talk of the devil. Mockery. Going to raise it up with the Jack-9. I'm so tilted because ever since I mentioned that Orpin has the slogan, "I'm an angler," on the side of his cap, we haven't had that camera shot from the left side of his face yet.
We all know you made that up. It's your just deep, long-standing beef with Orpin.
How about that flop, Mockery? Trips with a backdoor straight flush draw, I mean.
16?
How about it? Do you think Andre's a Lakers fan? What odds would you give me?
I mean, I would hope so, but I have no idea. I mean, he's wearing a Lakers hat, so I don't know him at all. Do you know him?
Neither do I, no, but it's just so many people wear the NY one, the Yankees cap, but like 95% of people aren't Yankees fans that just wear the cap. I don't know, man. Probably not the same situation.
I mean, there's definitely a chance that he's not.
Skills, really.
But like, what's considered to be a fan? Like, he'll watch the finals if they're in it or something. Like,
if he can name more than 4 players.
When you play, can you please video? Ask someone to take a video.
I think it's going to be good.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
I think it's going to be good.
Tell you who I'm
maybe he's like 60%.
I think Mateos is.
It's probably a good line, yeah.
Never played with him. But he's Spanish. So.
Yeah, apparently he's very good.
Going to be involved once more. And he's going to flip for 40 big blinds against JJ. Got a couple of ladies from +2. Are we about to see a 1 million chip pot? I think as played, the writing's on the wall. Starting the hand a little north of 40 big blinds effective.
He is +2, right? That's the low jack, I think.
Yeah.
This is a 7-handed table. No, 8-handed. So he's in 7-handed under the gun, but they still got it all in.
Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The car crash we've all been waiting for.
It's basically just over a 40 big blind pot, right? He only has 515. 12K big blind now.
All in brought to you by WPT Global. The pairs have been holding up.
I mean, it is 56-44. And that's even with both suits being covered.
Safe on the Jack 5-5. Still in the lead on the 3 of diamonds turn. Lubovetsky with 6 outs once. Can he find it to shower JJ? No, he can't. The Queen's hold. Jaffe vaulting up the leaderboard to 5th in chips after finding a hold with the Queens.
Takes a huge chunk out of Andre's stack.
$941,000 will be going to the champion in this one. Not a bad payday for a 25K.
Mao under the gun 7 with Queen Jack off. Comes in, picking essentially the min raise size. I call it the convenient min raise.
I love that. I'm going to take that.
All right, we're multi-way pot on the way.
You think Kim's flicking it in? He is. Look at this.
He's got 500K. Let's set mine. Ooh.
Ooh. Indeed. There's always one that has to spoil the party and the fun.
And this is going to be bad news for Watson, I think. Feel like after this jam here, I mean, Nines is going to feel kind of obligated to call after Mao folds. It's only 20 bigs. I mean, he's going to be getting a pretty sick price. 225 to win 350.
How much?
So Watts asking for a count. Does have Brian behind to worry about, but doesn't phase him from doing what needs to be done. Does re-jam and gets the bad news. Up against a bigger pair. Didn't see any 9s folded though. Just saying.
And we did see a jack folded, so.
Diamonds alive, I mean. Been in worse spots. All in brought to you by Bet ACR. We've had our fair share of collisions post dinner break.
Oh, it was close. The old 8 of hearts in the window. As we head to the king 10-8. He's saying there's a chance.
The 9 is now gone, but he traded it for the 6 and the jack.
Doesn't find it. Ding Piao with the double up and then some. Playing a very healthy 48 bigs. So we've almost lost half the field. 170 runners in this one. Prize pool of 4.25 million.
Yeah, still a very long way to go.
Long old ways to go, I mean. 27 paid, 89 left. This table not as chatty.
No.
As the red feature table.
Definitely a more serious vibe.
Oh, go on, Sewats. Getting the old tip in. I mean, you love to see it. He's not a net. Honestly, like, if there's ever a time to just chuck the waitress 100, now's the time, guys. I mean, come on. Let's image build. If you want to get invites into those private games, start throwing hundreds about.
You think that you get more invites by tipping big on stream?
I mean, I'm stretching here, right? I'm reaching, but look.
It feels like a reach, but you explain your...
I mean, if she comes back, you know, with the €3.40 in change, and then you take it, you're not getting invited to my private game.
Yeah.
In Phuket, right? Because you're netting it up on stream. But if you're handing out the 100, bro, I'm like, okay. When Mr. Bond asks you to flick in the $100 straddle, you're not going to complain. So you get an invite, you're in. No?
All right, invite Sir Watts to your private game. I'm sure he would be willing to straddle, you know? I mean, how big of a nit do you have to be to get invited to a private game that's good with, like, some guy who knows, not
Mr.
a great
Bond.
player,
Yeah,
Mr. Bond and some other
Mr.
people, and they're like, ask you to flick in the straddle, and you're like, nah, I'm good, guys.
Dude, come on, man.
There
are guys like this. You know there are guys like this. You know how many times?
Yeah, they just don't get invited back.
They never do.
Yeah,
that's the thing. And I just look, I'm like, dude, do you, like, surely you know what you're doing? Like, why are you not putting the straddle on right now? I don't care if you're in the hijack. Just put the straddle on, bro, you know? Like, I mean...
Oh, you're talking about, like, the triple straddle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, let's just make it a 5-blind game. Let's go. I mean, you know, come on, man. You've been around the block long enough to know that these things make a difference. Nice to see Winfried Yu in the mix. It's been helping build the poker ecosystem out in Asia with Poker Dream. His new poker venture, supported heavily by the Triton owners and crew. They've been crushing it, man. I mean, they've been getting great numbers as well. Poker is very much alive and well as Brian and Sir Watts square off on the King, Queen 4. Both players connecting. Kim with middle pair. Sir Watts with bottom pair, backdoor hearts.
Yeah, this board rates to be better for Kim as well. His particular hand, while it rates to be good, can definitely slow play. He even has a high spade to go on with his queen.
Well, one pair becomes 2 on the turn. Perhaps also being mindful of the SPR. The stack depth that Sir Watts has back. No nonsense from the 8-4. Brian Kim's another one of those, you know, that I feel like has knocked on the door so many occasions for a title. Unless he picked one up whilst I was away. I was in rehab, guys. Poker hospital. 18 cashes, 5.3 million in Triton earnings.
Yeah, wow, he got a second place.
Yeah.
In the opening 25K at Montenegro.
He had a third in Jeju. In Monte-Carlo last year, he had a second place. In London last year, he had a fourth place. In Cyprus last year, he had a fourth place, a second place. Yeah, fourth and a second place. I mean...
And at his first stop in Vietnam, he had a third. So a lot of finishes right there at the podium or almost podium.
Some crossbars. I mean, that conversation, right, about how many people have come close but still haven't had a taste of Triton Gold, Triton Glory. Ike Caxton comes to mind.
Is Ike... No, he's not still on the... Is he? No, he's... Ike's had to have won a Triton title by now. Or not.
Unless I
not.
missed something. I mean...
Maybe not.
I missed Jeju and Montenegro, right? Prince of Darkness. Don't believe has won a title.
Yeah, I don't think so. And Eigor Yarvi won one earlier this year in Montenegro, but Ike still hasn't.
Kulev picked up one earlier this year as well. First time. I mean, look, man.
That's right. Ike got heads up at Montenegro, I think.
He also got heads up
Eigor
here against Danny Tang in the 50K as well. And that was over the second hand of heads up. Dane just quietly collecting, putting those newfound chips to work.
Yeah, so Brian Kim is moving his way up that list, but he's still behind Ike.
He is still behind Ike, yeah.
Thank you.
Seth Davies?
I think Seth... Has he not won one?
No, bro.
He did. Do you know he just banged out like I think
saw
both?
Yeah.
Was it both of the super? Or
I know. I saw the PLO for 1.5, but hey,
I thought he won another tournament.
He probably did. I mean, it is Seth. I would never be surprised to see Seth's face pop up with the words "champion" underneath it. As we take a look at the chip counts here on this feature, brought to you by BetACR. Win out in front with 55. Ding Biao with 51, Brian Kim 42, Danchev with 40. They're a bit of a drop off to the rest.
Yeah, he
the
just
guys.
won the 300K Super High Roller Bowl in Cyprus in August.
For how much?
For 3.2.
Let's go.
And then won the PLO Super High Roller Bowl in Vegas.
For 1.5.
Yeah.
15 buy-ins. Let's go.
So.
I see.
There was a while where Seth was kind of knocking on the door, a lot of rough
Yeah,
stretches, especially Triton, but it looks like, I mean, this is kind of getting over the hump there.
I mean, those
are two pretty big wins.
This might turn into one of those runs, bro. I mean, that's 4.8 just in those two tournaments alone in the last, 3 months?
Yeah, and
Let's
he had other cashes as well during that stretch.
Let's check in 9 months. Look
Here's
at this,
he had a second for $1 million.
Look at this, by the way.
In Barcelona.
Limping in from the cutoff off of 12 bigs with the Kings. Danchev taking it upstairs to 42, and then Brian Kim in the small with ace queen.
Yeah, and Kim is going to get in trouble in this hand. Question is how... Oh, Watson only has 134K. Yeah.
Kim with the 4-bet. Is it a 4-bet jam? I guess it's
Yeah.
not a 4-bet jam. Because it was like a limp and then a raise. The 3-bet jam.
Well, he's technically putting both of the other players all in, but Danchev has almost as much as him.
The trap set pre from Sir Watts. I feel like this was going in either way, whether or not he limped or raised it
They
up.
got an extra 42K from Danchev.
That's true, actually.
Yeah.
That is true. I would never be surprised to see Sir Watts find the most plus EV play in any spot as he looks to more than double here on the 10-4-3. 2 cards to come. We know one of the aces was folded, but Kim picking up 4 additional outs in the form of a wheel draw. Ace or a 5 needed, doesn't find it. Michael Watts up to 30 bigs now. Sometimes you just dealt out of the tournament or destined to lose chips. That was one of them.
Yeah, nothing to be done there by Brian.
No.
Like he could have decided just to 3-bet to 130 or whatever, but he's still, I mean, that's what Watson had.
That's probably in there. Is it peppermint?
Is this
So-
I just changed.
Back at the red table on the Triton Poker Plus app, if you're following at home, you definitely want to use this app in order to see chip counts and click on the players, you know, see the results, all kinds of great features, even checking out the tournament, you know, seeing who the chip leaders are, how many players are left in the field, the blinds. It's just such a great little assistant, like your little poker assistant while you're watching.
And then when we're not live, it's got the cash game stuff. I know you were in the booth for some of that. Some of the recent cash game stuff. Someone that I've never commentated on, but a name that I recognize. Perhaps a name you'd be familiar with, as he does rock the American flag.
Yeah, certainly. I played a bunch in the Aria tournaments back in the day, even before the Poker Go Lounge, when it was just in Aria and Kerry Katz was running them. Byron Caverman was a regular in those. So, not sure how much he's been at Triton.
Two
it looks
stops.
like only 2 stops. And only 5 total tournaments, but...
Oh, good to see him here in Monaco. He's raised all in with the 10s, open in the small, coming over the top with the ace-queen. That's going to shed Kulev's king-jack. We're off to the races once more. You know, the pairs have held in every spot so far, at least for the ones you and I have been in the booth with. I'm going to go with the ace-queen hearts on this one.
I was feeling the same way. I
Yeah.
like the ace-queen here, too. You can see it's a dog, but it just feels like it's time.
It's been, the pairs have been holding, man. I think, wow, I mean, not even a heart. They're just going to continue to hold on this one. Neither player can be dead on the turn. Love that. Oh. Little flinch there from Byron. Does turn an open-ender. 10 outs once. Doesn't find it.
Enjoy, guys.
It's the ace-queen of open. Turns top and holds on the river to eliminate the 10s of the American.
You have a cross pocket?
No. He didn't accept. Because he was about to be the big blind too. But I would fold the ace-9 if...
I mean...
Yeah, I would fold.
I've heard some sick stories about cross-booking in these events, man. I mean, as if the stakes weren't high enough already.
Yeah, a bunch of savages.
I was going to fold all the way round to the button. Win. 608k. Good for 51 bigs. Mystery hand as catches up. Queen 10 of clubs. Good enough to RFI.
Forget about selling pieces, Henry Kilbane. We're cross-booking.
I'm 6.
I remember Sean Deeb
Yeah,
telling me
like
some sick story where him and his buddy jumped in like a 4-8 limit game, but like cross-booked.
You're like, some guy leans over the table and it's like, you've sold half of yourself in this. I'm cross-booking 150%. You and I are not the same. And then just like goes back, puts his headphones back on, and just, it's like, okay, you're right.
Oh man, I'd love to see Sean show up and play some of these. I mean, I think he self-admittedly says that Hold'em's one of his weaker games, but still, just for morale, would love to see him come and flick in 25k or 2 as Dink opts to 3-bet the King 9 suited. Clubs smothering win. But I don't think this is going to shed the Queen 10. Feel like we should be seeing 3 here.
Yeah, in position as well. Only dealer versus small blind guys, so definitely have to defend, I think, in that spot.
These two hands could collide on certain board textures. That's one of them. Top pair against open-ender. The King Jack 3 rainbow. 194 out there. Interesting one for the King 9, by the way. I think our range wants to continue. 3-bet pot, small blind v button. It's a hand that also feels like it's nice to kind of check back with. Oh, sorry, check with.
Yeah, I don't think Bao Ding needs to c-bet 100% on this board. I mean, I'm pretty sure Nguyen can have King Jack off, right? King Queen off, King 10 off, some of these hands. So in other words, and the reason why they offsuit combos are significant is because you have offsuit combos way more than you have suited combos. So it's not a spot where I think he has to bet, but anyway, we did see a bet and a call, and now pretty interesting turn card, because you do think that this card would theoretically be better for Ding, but it's actually not a great card for his hand, even though it seems like a fine card for his range.
Yeah, and Wins turned the nuts. Ding not interested in putting more money into the middle on the turn on his own accord. We're playing a bit of a guessing game. Once checking on over to Win, we hear from him, which we should.
We should. It wouldn't be the most absurd spot to check back, by the way. Like, if we're stacking our opponent, it probably doesn't matter when we bet. And if our opponent is checking because he's weak, like maybe he's drawing dead, and we can let him either catch up or potentially bluff the river.
This is a size that I could see Ding continuing to, by the way. Win's gone really small, just 25%. Still beating some hands, right? Like Jack 10, Queen Jack. Would they bet this size?
Yeah, I
Who
feel
knows?
like as played, it's like we call here, but if it's check and our opponent just like bombs river, we're like, okay, you just have a big hand a lot after betting so small on the turn. Like, what bluffs bet really small? Maybe an interesting way to play your range.
Well, 484 out there. Win with 380 back. And the stone cold nuts. This 8 of Hearts River. Is Ding thinking of doing something here?
No, he's just using his time. It's a big pot. He's checking for sure. And yeah, this is now, I'm assuming he did this to now make all in whatever, like it's only 80%. So he's probably just going to ask for all or almost all of it other than like 5K. But, I mean, I'd love to see Ding just... This is one of these lines where I think you have to be quite the player to end up being balanced here, having bluffs. And I just think against most people is Bao Ding. Now, I'm not familiar with Nguyen's game, so I bet Ding is. But against a lot of people, you could probably just snap fold the river here versus all in.
You just don't think enough people are showing up with like 10-9, Jack-10, Queen-Jack here?
How many people would Jack-10 like B20 the turn in position? Like 10-9 is maybe more reasonable. Or even like, how about a hand like Queen-3 suited? Oof. That actually makes some sense, but again, maybe they're not calling pre-flop, right? They might not bet the turn either.
Wow, Wynn's gone for the non-all-in. You surprised to see this, by the way?
A little bit.
I wonder if...
I don't think... I mean, it gives Ding a better price, obviously, but I don't think it matters in terms of him beating... Like, he's still only beating bluffs.
I wonder if he levels himself, though. Like these spots where it feels like all-in is the only size, and then you see someone go for a non-all-in sizing. To me, always feels like they just haven't got the heart to go for it all because they've missed. And they're now trying to get a bluff through, but if they get called off, they've still got chips back to play with, you know? Am I explaining that right?
Yeah, no, I understand. The thesis, yeah, I don't know. I'm not... I mean, we can see that's not the case here. Maybe people do that.
I mean, Ding's not folded the King-9 yet.
Again, there's not a lot of natural bluff hands on this type of run out. I mean, sure, you could think of hands like, oh, 4-deuce suited or something, but these hands aren't opening the button and calling. And if they did open the button, they're not calling a 3-bet.
Oh, boy. Ding really mulling this one over.
I think 10-9 and Queen-9 are probably the most natural ones. So it's actually not good for Bao to have a 9 in his hand, I think.
Yeah, I agree. It's tough, you know, we come in and we don't know the dynamic between these two.
No, we don't.
What's been going on at this table? It's giving him a good stare down.
I've played some with Ding, and he definitely takes his time in spots. Actually, in tournaments where there are not shot clocks, because like I played with him at the World Series a few times, he really is thoughtful.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, in some of these turn and when the pocket's very big, he will take a long time to think in some spots.
As he should, I mean. Stakes are high.
Yeah.
Take your time.
I just think he's going to fold. Although it looks like he doesn't want to fold, but this seems like such a tough call. Yeah, like I wanted to bet fold.
Does eventually get away from it as Duck and Win picks up a decent size one. Now playing a very healthy 862,000. Good for 9th place overall. Again, you can check out the entire leaderboard over on the Triton Poker Plus app. 79 remain out of 170 runners. 27 places paid. As Alex Foxon still reigns supreme, top of the leaderboard with 1.8 million. The only other 7-figure stacks out there belong to Nacho Barbero in second, Zhu Liang in third, and Stephen Chidwick in fourth as the blinds go up to 10K, 15K.
And they're all just hugging $1 million.
They are.
So yeah, Foxen definitely has some separation, but we're still quite a ways out from even the money. So long way to go.
Mail.
Are we just running it here for 20 bigs? There it is.
Mao says yes.
Fades the snap call. That's
Yeah,
always.
love to see that with 8s there.
There's bang on 20 big blinds. This is close, I mean. Mao's good enough to have like Jack 10 here, Ace 5.
About how much I really want to fold, or I just call because the chart says call.
There it is. The chart says call, apparently. Even though he really wanted to fold. Good news is, he's flipping. That's interesting, though. You don't really get to hear that much from Sir Watts. What goes on in his thought process and decision making.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So even though his gut was telling him to fold, he still just went with what the chart tells him to do. He's going to need to find an ace or a jack to send Leonard out, which he doesn't. 9 of spades completes the run out. So Watts down to 4 bigs. Leonard up to 40 and change. Damn chart.
Yeah, embedded in that comment is maybe a little bit about, probably more about what Watts thinks about Leonard, and then maybe a little bit about, you know, what's been happening that day or how he thinks he might be playing that day, but probably not too much. He probably assumes Leonard's mostly sticking with the strategy. Like, this doesn't look like a table he's going to be doing anything specific, super different with, you know? But see, like, that's sort of what that means to me, right? Like, what would make you do something different than the chart in that reason? Now, he didn't do something different from the chart, so that also speaks. But I'm just saying, like, that's what I glean from that comment, if I'm really breaking it down.
Well, it's like the heart versus brain debate, right? Like, I've heard people like Kevin Rabichow talk about in the booth where even though there are times where his gut instinct is telling him to do one thing, he just won't deviate from what the solver says because that's what he's studied and he doesn't want to give way to like a feeling that he's not sure of.
Yeah.
Compared to, you know, what's GTO.
That, yes, but I'm saying that that feeling is based on something. And there's not a ton for it to be based on that hand other than how he thinks Leonard plays.
Yeah.
That's kind of my point. Because, right, no one else put any money in the pot. It was folded to the big blind and Leonard stuck in 20 bigs. So it's kind of just down. The feeling has to be based off of a Leonard-specific read. Anyways, going to this hand. Because we do have a little action happening, not with Leonard, but with Watson. You know, big blind. This hits. Oh, he's only got 28K. Okay.
I mean, the point remains. He's flopped an open-ender. Ding, limped in from the cutoff with the queens. And, I mean, he's given Sir Watts a free peek at 33% equity with 2 cards to come.
I think he's deciding between call and raise here. I mean, do you want to let Leonard in the pot with... He will let Leonard in, but doesn't matter with Leonard's specific hand.
So what's has got jokes, bro, by the way. Just shows the 5 of clubs first before showing the 10 of diamonds along with it. Looking for a 7 or a deuce.
Ding did not look amused by his jokes.
Well, more outs. Oh, sorry.
Less
no,
outs.
That's not true. Open-ender.
His previous win outs now chop.
Out of the tournament he is. As the queens of Ding hold. So Watts will not be the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam champion.
No, he won't.
That's that birthday cake crash right there, that yawn.
Yeah.
100%, bro. Let's get some push-ups in, come on.
Push-ups, maybe some green tea on the next break. Need to find the vendor around here.
The green tea vendor.
Yeah. All right, Mockery's shooting it up, 7s. So this is like the opposite of the convenient min raise. This is like the unconvenient min raise. He could actually make just the real min raise convenient 30K, and he just threw on 2,000.
Okay, let's
Punished. Oh, let's gamble. No nonsense. Tell you what, Mockery does love a gamble.
4 out of 4.
I'll give him that. 513K out there. Lunlun, the player, all in at risk. You taking the? Are we just sticking with the pairs, or are we sticking with the 2 overs theme now?
What I'm seeing is Mockery sticking with. He's taking this opportunity to really enjoy his food. He's like, I'm gonna eat right here and sweat these cards.
Hey, man's got to stay energized, yeah. As he flops a set. Lunlun with a flush draw on the 973 needs a heart. He's got 9 of them.
No board pair though. Oh.
Brian Rast. How dare you?
Lucky.
Wow.
9 of clubs.
Good game, man.
Instantly finds his way to the turn.
Okay.
Lunlun turned dead. It's Mockery.
I sit down, you
Plows through what looks like
every hand.
Chicken Caesar salad.
Huh?
Lun. Lun.
Decent sized pot.
You made a good fold. Good fold. 6.
Nice one, cameraman.
This Caesar salad might be the best Caesar salad I've ever had.
Very good. Yeah. I mean, it's fried chicken.
Man, why you just gotta always ruin stuff, man? We're trying to have a good moment.
I had the fried chicken and it's delicious, but it is a confusing dish.
I'd see how you like it if you were losing, like every pot. Yeah.
Usually, like the salad crowd and the fried
The
chicken
water
crowd
is
are
the
two
best
different
water
dishes.
you've ever had. The tea is so fucking good, yeah.
Oh, BB salad, man. That's the 12 BB
Yeah,
salad.
don't get me started on the Coke Zero. It's so good.
Amazing. No sugar.
It's great because JJ is jacked. Like, the guy works out and he just snap showers Mockery. He's like, dude, right? You don't know what healthy is if it hit you in the face, you know?
Also, so that factors. It's opposing forces.
You're an impressive human, Jonathan Jeffy.
I think about all the factors, consider them not at all, and do what I want. Orphan can attest.
That's
You're
brilliant.
like the oldest young guy I know. You know?
How young am I? We already talked about this. I've got like 10 years on you.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You're old, but you're not like actual
Look,
old.
I have the least chips of you, but I'm changing.
My son compensates. He's 9 going on like 84.
Oh, really?
Wait,
Yeah.
JJ's
Very
got
old soul.
10 years on Mockery?
And he's got a
How is
9-year-old
my
son.
Turkish delight, huh? Sorry, Orphan.
How young is
We're
Mockery?
not playing paddle.
Soft and warm.
I think
We're not playing
Mockery's a
paddle
couple
tomorrow.
years on me. I want to say
No,
31,
we're not.
32.
Oh, really?
What
So
time are we
JJ's
meeting
in his
in the
40s?
No, you don't, man, who believes in this jinx nonsense?
I do.
Yeah. I just need the
I mean, bro, if JJ's in his 40s, then we're just all
I can
drawing
just
dead.
well, actually, thank you.
Yeah, Mockery's 30.
Okay.
According to...
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
7.
Oh, JJ. After getting the old raise through with the king 6, now rewarded with numero uno.
72.
I guess that pot isn't interesting. Probably just all folds.
Well, we'll get the result of that from the Triton Poker Plus app. Winfried, with the open jam, picks up the blinds. Only apologize about that one, ladies and gentlemen. Not too sure what happened there.
But yeah, again, if you have the Triton Poker Plus app, you can follow at home.
Yeah, I guess that was a plug for us to just max tilt everyone, get them to download the app, and then they won't ever have to experience that again.
Well, apparently I'm looking now. Everybody's folded back to Elton, who opened UTG 7. Jaffe 3-bet next to Act in the low jack. So Elton had king 9 of clubs, if I remember. So will he peel, or will he
It's getting a good price.
just let it go?
Yeah, 142K out there.
Yeah. It's kind of one of the worst hands he's going to open UTG 7. Oh, he calls. He's gambling.
I love how we're doing commentary through the app.
Oh, all right. Well, here we've got a hand. Ace King's going to 3-bet this in position.
I want to try and say that the only saving grace for Ding is that he's open from under the gun, and you know the 3-betting range of Danchev is, oh my word, is going to be relatively tight. I mean, now he's going to find a way to get out of this one.
Oh,
as
yeah.
Kim has woken up with the Djangos from the small.
Yeah, not only that, Danchev's going to end up getting it in with him with an ace dead. Not very great spot. On the other table, by the way, the flop came 3-3-5 with 2 hearts. Heads up. Yeah, this hand, you think Ding is going to be able to... I mean, it is only... These guys only have 20 blinds. But it's not the... I mean, but he opened under the gun. This would be different if he opened like hijack.
Yeah.
And this action happened. Oh, wow. Okay. He's going for it.
Shake of the head.
It's going to be a 3-way all in here.
Danchev with 20 bigs back. Under the gun open. Cut off 3-bet. Cold 4-bet jam for 21 bigs from the small, and then Ding's decided to run it over the top. I mean,
if Brian Kim can have hands like ace-jack suited, you know, like what pairs does he go down to, like 9s maybe? 10s?
Danchev really mulling this one over. Perhaps find the exit. I mean, wow, it's got to fold.
Yeah.
All in from Ding Biao gets him to fold the ace king. Perhaps going to save himself 240,000.
Ace king off
king,
folded.
man.
That's pretty strong.
Good news for Brian. One ace already dead. So it comes 10, 9, 8. 4 additional outs for Ding. No spade in sight.
Wow, now being against ace queen is worse than ace king. Have the gutter with the jack.
6 outs once for Ding. Doesn't find it. 7 of spades. Completes the run out. Brian Kim gets the full double, and a byproduct of Ding jamming over the top, Danchev saves himself 250,000 chips.
Yeah, that was not what you would think would happen when you were just after Kim had jammed it in with the kings.
300.
Huge pickup by Brian Kim.
Yeah, loving that. And the hunt for his first Triton title after so many near misses over the last couple of years. Danchev, 3-bet folding the ace-king, the Bulgarian Triton champ. Tasted victory.
I mean, without many big blinds. Where he only had like just north of 20 blinds, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty strong.
21 bigs back after jamming. One of the greatest Bulgarians who've ever played the game. He's kind of done it all with online and live. Perhaps that ace-king spot could be one we could run through GTO Wizard later on, Brian. Want to play more like a Triton champ? GTO Wizard has the tools to help you elevate your game. And now you can win a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription to sharpen your skills and crush the competition. Follow GTO Wizard on X and Instagram for your chance to win. Likes of Espen Jorstad, who is currently 7th in chips. One of the brand ambassadors, always putting out new, fresh content and history reviews, tournament reviews, ICM, all of that good stuff. Get involved, as you's about to get involved. A couple of cowboys. Apparently King's just being dished out here. Got ourselves a fresh face, Alexander Zubov. Not someone I'm familiar with. Ding with an ace in the big. Sub 12 bigs. He's going to defend. You know, our prediction of the light-heartedness, kind of chilled vibe has really disappeared over the last level or so. Perhaps a little bit of mental fatigue kicking in post-dinner break. And if the guys were carved up. Now feeling a tad lethargic as we head towards the end of level 12. Have 2 more levels after this, or we call it a night. Sorry, 3 more levels after this, so we call it a night. Winfred, you're going to get moved.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Ding's looking a bit jet lagged. I feel you, bro. Well, now looking over at the leaderboard, there's quite a few 7-figure stacks out there. Shane Ensign, Kiat Lee, Ian Bradley, Stephen Chidwick, Jonathan Jaffe, Espen Jorstad, Nacho Barbero, Alexander Shevchenko has also joined that 7-figure club. Leonard, after winning the flip with the ace-queen, earlier on, looks down at the same hand against the button open. Comes with the 4x. Trying to shake off Win, who's got another one of those hands that doesn't mind
continuing with, but he's just going to pass up on the Jack 10. Perhaps not feeling it this time.
Respectful fold.
That is a very respectful fold. I'm doing backflips. I'm like, damn, man, I get to play a 3-bet pot on the button. Jack 10, I mean, let's go, bro. Let's go. Let's see 3.
And see what happens. What could go wrong?
Haven't seen much from Jeremy through no fault of his own, by the way. Just card distribution not going his way.
What should you play? 5 afterwards? Okay, thank you. And you? More.
I always love these exchanges. It's like, guys, you're sat right next to each other, I mean. We'll just download the Triton Poker Plus app, right, Brian?
That's always what you should do. Zubov, he's coming. 8-6 off.
Let's go, bro. He's in position, yeah?
He's also got a hat that says King on it. So.
And he's, you know, king of that flop. Ace, Jack, 6. That's the best of it.
Mal's got no draw. He is. How relevant is it to the 10 or the 9? I mean, he's going to bet once. I wonder if he does any no equity barreling.
Are you somewhat surprised to see him continue after 3.5xing and Zubov calling? Like, isn't this going to hit a lot of Zubov?
I do think he gets to c-bet this flop way more because I think he has a lot more ace-x.
That makes sense. That's a fun turn card.
And I think when he bets really small like that, he's kind of just range betting a lot.
Let's see if he continues to fire on this turn. He has picked up equity.
He's picked up equity, and it's going to be very hard for 6x to continue, and maybe even some Jack X type hands at this point. Yeah, like if you have Jack 5 of hearts. I mean, you're pretty sick right now also, so.
Zubov lets it go. Alright, what line would you give me on Zubov coming from a crypto background? So don't ask me why, but that's my read, bro.
Like he's in the crypto streets. He owns some biddies or something like that.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, I think he's out there.
I want to try to see what the small print on his hat. Did you catch it?
I didn't see it. No.
Before
They say international? King International, I think? Maybe? I don't know.
He'll be coming around.
In it goes for Ding. Just shy at 10 bigs.
Oh, it's going to be hard to see. I mean, he's here playing at Triton. He might be paying with USDT or whatever.
One would assume. That is the preferred method of payment.
He's pretty young. Looks like he's from Eastern Europe somewhere. I mean, it's a big favorite.
I mean, he rocked up in Cyprus 2022. Played one event, 25K. Couple of years went by. Then came to Jeju earlier on this year. Fired 6 events, cashed the first 2, the 15K and the 20K. But then bricked the 25K, 30K, 25K and 40K. He was also in Montenegro, by the way. Played 6 events there. Cashed the 40K bounty for 180K.
Almost definitely in the streets as somebody who at least probably owns USDT in order to play Tritons and transact with sites. Now, is he a real believer? He's got like biddies stored on a in cold storage or something. I don't know. That's like a tougher line. And also not even something we could really gamble at, because if you're him, maybe we ask him, he's like, no.
It's like, bro.
Of course I don't.
He's like, don't be putting my business like that out there.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, exactly.
Well, first looking at Jeremy. He's defended the big against the Leonard Open. 10-4 deuce, 2 clubs. Jeremy with 2 overs.
Yeah, this is a board. I mean, we are definitely continuing as Jeremy. The real question is,
here we go.
What capacity? And he's going for the check raise.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's going to work out quite well in this specific situation, because I think A7 off with no club is pretty much in the bin. Mission accomplished.
Hitting him with the old 2.5x. Piecing up this young kid.
You're just gonna. Oh my goodness! Ooh, he's playing tough. This is.
Oh, mate. Let's go, boys. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that card helped nobody.
We got a knife fight, mate. Let's see if Jeremy can find the double barrel.
You would have to assume it's going to work a lot at this point. I think, and if he checks, I mean, he's kind of giving up. Sort of probably okay to give up some here, considering he didn't pick up any equity. When you have the club here and you check raise, you definitely not giving up on like the 8 of clubs, right?
It feels like a bad turn card to continue telling the story on, and he agrees as he checks on over to the German. That's a pretty spicy float, though, from Leonard. I love it. He's bringing the spice early on day one. That's what we want. We want
and now
some sauce.
He sees weakness, and he's like a shark. He just jumps right on. He's like, check. This is this. He's like, this is just a fold. I don't even. You can throw my cards away right now. They don't even matter.
Jeremy will instantly become my favorite player of all time if he finds the check raise here on the turn. King High does hit the mark. Got to tip our hats for at least giving it a go from the booth. Shout out to Leonard, though. I mean,
it was a spicy float.
That's like, you know, that's when your girlfriend's watching.
Yeah.
You don't do that if your girlfriend's not watching. If she's watching, you stick the float in there with the ace high. It's like, here, babe. I told you I was good at this game. Don't worry. Our future's safe.
He figured out what. Who was it earlier that said, "Oh, I just feel like this is a fold," but then called?
Oh, so what?
And he's like, "Are you trying to say I'm a nit?" It's like, the next time I get a chance, I'm going to do something decidedly not nitty on stream here, just to prove. You're not going to call me a nit in a very undercover, like, nerdy kind of way on stream.
That's true, isn't it?
You know?
That is true, yeah.
Just forget that.
She's like, I'm sorry, so what? Am I only meant to have aces in this spot?
You feel like folding that? Chart doesn't just call that. The chart calls worse. It's not even a fringe hand. Get out of here.
Zubov mulling this decision over. Understandably so. It's a +1 open off of 12 bigs. Looks like he's going to try and 3-bet get it in against Ding. Round to BK in the big. Gets out of the way. Well, I mean, for Ding against his size, I guess we call C3 and decide.
It is. It's this 40K represents a pretty big chunk of his chips. But yeah, it's also very small. 3-bet. And the good news for him is that has 2 over. Not only are his cards live, but they're overcards. Oh.
There we go. Couple of clubs. Does he just want to lead jam? No.
I don't know how much sense that makes versus the guy that 3-bet you.
No, I know, but if it's more just like, let's speed up the process of getting all in against each other, you know.
Or we can just
make 20K more, I mean.
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe we just make 20K more.
Does Zubov fold, though? I mean, I don't want to say for sure what he's going to do. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's totally reasonable.
Well, a little stare down there from Ding as well, just like...
It's 20K more.
He makes 20K more, and then throws a little glare Zubov's way, as almost as if saying, not in my house, mate. Like, you want to 3-bet me? Wow. What a result for Ding Biao. The blinds go up to 10,000, 20,000. Chip counts and blind levels brought to you by GTO Wizard. Day 1 of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Monte-Carlo. Those of you just joining us, this is the WPT Global Ultimate Slam. First event here in Monaco. First event of Season 4 of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race. As Danchev activates from the cutoff, 14 bigs. In it goes with the 6s. He's going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. We do have ourselves a new chip leader. First man to cross the 2 million chip mark. Zhu Liang of China, playing a monster 2,192,000 chip stack.
Yeah, crossed Foxen, who's only at 1.8.
Showers Foxen.
Zhu Liang.
Just retire.
I remember this name. This is a guy who can run up some chips. He likes playing big pots. He's going to be fun to have. Now that he's the chip leader, I'm guessing after the break we're going to get him on one of the feature tables.
Would be nice.
Yeah.
I think, did I see him in Jeju? Was he in Jeju? He was in Jeju. Yeah. He came 4th in the 150K.
Yeah.
For 1.6 million. And I remember just seeing him play some absurd pot. I want to say it was against Ding Biao, actually. Yeah, this guy doesn't mind playing big pots and putting chips in the middle.
No, he's a fun candidate to have here as somebody to sweat moving forward in this tournament.
Win completes from the small. Ding with 14 bigs back, 15 effective. Yeah, the ducks just go in. First one's never a trap, right? That's the rule. Blind v blind. First one's never a trap, Brian. I'll give you that pop tendency read for free, pal.
Okay.
Let me know when it works out for you.
First one's never a trap.
First one's never a trap, bro.
Gotta make sure to over trap on my first one.
It was an 8 big blind play.
No.
How many?
No.
Now we know what table we're on.
4.5.
Technical
No,
talk.
5.5.
But only over trap on the first one.
Then he's gonna
like high rollers.
10 BB.
Then he's gonna ask what I would do. No, I would slow roll with aces.
Oh, we're back at the
yeah. Could you not tell?
talkative table.
We don't have to do commentary anymore.
Yeah.
Some people at home saying, "Thank God."
complicated, guys. It's not like your 100 BBs, like, and you know the chart, you
41
know
then.
all this stuff.
I don't know.
It's tough. 4.5.
What's wrong with you, Jeff? Just angling.
Don't get us started.
Trying to give you a good price.
Don't get us started. You have to explain this chip over the card thing. I think you have PTSD from something. Some dealer took your cards or whatever.
Get a psychologist in the building.
Yeah, no. I think there's something behind this.
Let's go to your childhood.
You can do that on the podcast.
You can be guest on Tricos. Man, I'm having so much fun.
Yeah.
You have no clue.
Jeffy, I want to know why you haven't invited Mokri to the podcast.
Invited who?
You haven't invited Kate and Mokri.
Because like no one wants to watch him.
Man, you would be surprised. My mother would watch for sure.
10,000 times.
Norway is our 19th biggest audience.
Nice.
19? Okay. Is it over Bulgaria or?
Not after that guy.
No, because like there are so many Bulgarians playing poker, so at least 6 views. And from Norway, you and your mom.
This is brilliant.
No.
She has better things to do, let's be honest.
She would watch.
She would watch. Once it?
Leave it in the background.
Okay.
Would your mum watch if you went on a podcast?
I doubt it.
Fair.
You're betting him?
Even now?
JJ.
She follows tournaments when I'm in, but I don't think she's watching
You need to
podcasts.
get
How about this turn card?
That's how he repays me.
As we bob and weave through this comedic
Now
conversation.
One day he's gonna win.
JJ open from +1.
Maybe when he's 40,
You haven't won?
41.
Ben peeled out of the
You never
small.
won? Triton?
Check
No.
called a bet of 25k on the
Doesn't make
ace
to make it
ace
back on
10.
table side.
Jonathan's turned Broadway.
Listen to this.
Is that true? No.
Wow, this is like, wow, you guys should have a heads up. You two.
We always have a heads up.
You and Kula, really.
170k
I
out
think you should
there.
have a blood match.
Gonna continue
I can
firing
arrange it.
for
I want to watch
100k.
this shit. I want to see, and I want you both to be on FaceTime or Skype or something. I want to see blood. You can be my second episode.
I
in
think
the podcast.
ace 9, you're a little bit uncomfortable here, but we're calling.
Oh, this would be good.
Call and reevaluate rivers.
Yeah. I mean, against EP, we do have to be worried about ace with the bigger kicker. Our kicker doesn't even play anymore. Queens, 10s, king, jack, but...
Come on, bro. Yeah. Come on.
There you go.
He's
Yeah, but
waiting
it's
when you ask.
way too early to fold the ace.
It's a brick river.
Have you want to try to
Disastrous run out for the Frenchman.
How many? One.
Jaffe has it set up for a little under pot. See what sizing he ends up
Like
picking.
15 years ago?
Triton?
Where do you think
Do you think that's like
most of his
that's
bluffs come
like
from?
Where you look at it, if you haven't won a Triton, you're not a good player. Is that?
Yeah, that's how we.
You know,
always
maybe
do it.
hands like
That's how you think, yeah.
9-8
Right
of
outside.
clubs, Jack 9.
Yeah, you're
Could
the exception.
potentially
Yeah, actually,
even
you're the exception.
I really don't expect
find
much
like
from you either.
something like
Okay.
Jack 10.
What about trophy? No trophy, no.
I mean, he goes to Rosvadov.
To win bracelets.
He's gone for a non-all-in
You know
sizing.
what? I'll come to Vegas this year.
Wow, amazing.
No, next year. I mean, yeah. I'll
Amazing.
come. I'm coming to come.
Shades have come off, by the way.
I'm gonna come. It'll be fun.
You want to Triton?
That's a very
You're a good
nice
How
sight
many
if
did
you're
you win?
Jaffe, because that means you're
Just the one?
probably not getting raised, which is not really what Jaffe wants at this point.
I should have won one, really.
When?
Yeah,
Mate,
I
that'd be
should've,
such
yeah.
a sick move, though.
fucked it up
Shades come
one
off.
Time
Massive
banks.
side, time banks, all in. And then you just throw up
Fucked it up.
in JJ's shoes.
You busted 7th?
Yeah, this I did a couple of times. Elton won a Triton.
Yeah.
It's a tough one,
What?
especially against Jaffe.
No, one?
You know, he's
But
sick
you wanted
enough.
the big one.
Although saying that,
Okay.
against
Short
No, you won the.
I don't want to say this
150K, right? Where I
as
think
kindly as possible, but against
150.
perhaps, you know, an
won that.
unknown on the Triton Tour.
This year, yeah.
Yeah, that was a very
Would you
big
say
one.
that Jaffe's going to skew more towards not running obscene bluffs
I mean, a lot of entries.
on this board against this range after your opponent's called flop and turn?
I think Jaffe's going to run some bluffs here. Other hands that might be bluffs is Jaffe could just randomly run it with some of his lowest pairs.
Right.
So like sixes.
Jaffe.
Right? In order to find enough bluffs to counterbalance essentially like King Jack plus. Right? Because this is probably really the worst hand. I mean, King Jack
Yeah, I have
probably slightly better here than Ace King, just because you at this point you want your opponent to have an ace and call you.
You
So
went to Vietnam. You went to my first Triton in Vietnam.
Monaco.
you know there's not like a ton of bluffs to find. Like naturally, like Jack 9 suited, 8-9 of clubs.
So this is the 4.
Oh.
You know, maybe 10 Jack. You're probably not doing this every time with 10 Jack for sure. And you don't have 10 Jack
Wait, you
off.
went to Montenegro.
So
For one tournament again. The main event.
Montenegro, we played only one tournament?
Benjamin in the absolute blender here. You can see
7 tournaments.
No, I came at
the pain visible on his face. Lets it go. Well done, sir. Not an easy fold, that. But he's managed to get away from it.
Whoa, stone face.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm still in. I'm still in. I'm making this huge 4.5 BB plays.
from a game theory standpoint, very impressive laydown. I mean, there's not that many hands in between King Jack and 3 aces there, but
Danchev flopping the stone cold nuts in what seems to be a 3-way single raise pot. Looks like Danchev open from +1, win flat from the cutoff with the 5s. Leonard defended the big. And it's actually win with the underpair. It's come out firing, and it's a decent chunk of change. 60 into 150. Bulgarian doing backflips in his mind. Wants to give the man from Vietnam as much rope as possible. Snap checks it on over.
Win here really has nothing.
Go on, bro. Just try and get him to fold queens, no spade. You know? Just put them all in. Does check through. Irrelevant 9 of hearts on the river.
Pretty tough situation for Danchev here. He's blocking the ace. Our opponent checked back. Probably not a ton of value to get. It's an interesting spot as to whether you bet or check.
Is this just posturing from when? Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Just taking a few seconds before letting go of the fight. I mean, you never know. This is Triton. Sometimes, man, some of the most clear-cut decisions, at least what feel like clear-cut decisions from the booth, end up being some of the most absurd hands we get to call the action on.
No, I agree for sure. That one, though, feel pretty confident in the fold by the 5s.
Chip counts brought to you by GTO Wizard. Jeremy Zuari out in pole position in Monaco. 45 big blinds, should say, at this table. This is Julien, overall chip leader of this tournament. No one on immediate short stack duties, but Ding and Zubov with some work to do. Not loving life down that end of the leaderboard, but one double up does kind of vault them back up to middle of the pack. 63 remain out of 170 entries. 27 places paid in this one. Champion going to be going home with $941,000. Look at this from Jeremy, by the way. I mean, is the wife watching?
Yeah.
He's just, I mean,
You know, a hand like that had just came up. Do you remember the 8s 3-bet versus the Jack 9 of clubs? And I said, I don't want to say for sure. But it's like I thought he was going to bet fold the 8s, but then I didn't want to call that.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't. That's one of those where I wouldn't have been like shocked out of my mind if he didn't end up folding, even though I thought that's what he was probably going to do. But anyway, I agree with you. We got to be careful here not to call too much in spots that maybe aren't so obvious.
what's not obvious to me is the 9-6 suited open from +1. I mean, sometimes you just know. Okay? Sometimes you just know. It's going to come the 6-6-5, boys. 100% messaged the girlfriend and said, watch this.
This one's for you, baby. I try to keep you happy.
Win. I tell you what, mate.
I mean,
Win can come to any Triton. I love this guy.
Zubov has the ace of clubs 7 off. Like, what if he check raises this? He's also the big blind and theoretically has most 6s. He's blocking ace x of clubs. Like, this would not be... I mean, I think there's a chance he pulls... Yeah, I mean, this seems pretty reasonable to me.
Oh, hell yeah.
Here we go.
Welcome back to Triton, ladies and gentlemen. Day 1. We got my man Zubov coming with the check raise. As Brian correctly pointed out, blocking ace x of clubs. That's 7 of hearts wrapped around the 6-5. Jeremy with a pretty quick call.
I don't know if we can overcall here with ace-9 of spades.
Oh, Win's going to stick it in, bro.
That would...
This guy's like, you know what, boys?
I've had enough.
You're all full of it. I'm all in. Call 8 of spades turn. Yeah, does get forced out of the pot. 3-7-5 out there. Zubov with 1-7-3 back. Surely must now be aware he's up against at least an overpair of sorts.
Oh my.
I mean, all right. 7 of clubs, dealer.
Now you kind of maybe want your opponent to fold like 10s with no club, right?
Snap call from Jeremy. No nonsense. 721,000 out there.
Now it's any club except the 9 of clubs and
a 7.
A 7.
Jeremy's just like, what's going on, bro? What's going on? How are you in this hand still?
It's like, I can't lose this one, surely. This would... If there's any justice.
How's he found this turn card? 3 of diamonds. Finds his way to the river, and Jeremy...
King Zubov, it just didn't work out.
It didn't. He tried. How about King Jeremy, man? I mean, RFIing the 9-6 suited from +1 in a Triton. I mean, this guy, legendary status, mate. Trying to build a name. Trying to get an invite to that private game, I was telling you
And
about.
he won a huge pot. Not only did he RFI it, he won a huge pot. We can see on their phones that nobody is currently writing down that hand. They were all doing something else. No one was like furiously typing in something about the 6-9 of hearts.
I mean, I'm surprised there wasn't at least a comment, right?
Yeah.
You know, from someone at the table.
Yeah, I like that there was no comment though. I like that.
You respect it, yeah? Get behind it.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah.
It's like I feel like you should just never make people feel weird in any way for making suboptimal plays. Like if people want to open, why not 9-6 offsuit? If we're, you know, we're talking about pleasurable things in life, like it's any. Why does it need to be suited?
Just get in there with the 10-4.
Yeah.
Why not?
Doyle Brunson.
I can get behind it. We need more of that in poker.
Yes, it's like whatever people want to do, just do whatever you want. I'm not going to make you feel funny at the poker table for doing it.
That was a dead small blind.
It's like, why are you saying it? Do you need the viewers at home to know that you know that was not a good play? Like, why? You know, it's just nobody cares.
Well, hang on a minute.
I mean, the guy who did it might care, and you might make him feel bad, and he won't do it again.
Some of the viewers at home might not know that.
Well, that's what we're supposed to do. Like, we talked about it not being optimal, but that's okay. The viewers at home can hear that and do whatever they want. But at the table, no, man. I feel like that vibe needs to... Those are the people you can't invite to your home game. The people who talk to people about making bad... Oh, you open that? Oh. It's like... Yeah, those people can't be in the home game either.
I agree. I mean, those guys probably complain about their mum's Thanksgiving dinner, and, you know, it's just like, come on, dude. Jog on. Ding opening for 16. Here we go. It's our man, Jeremy. He's got the upgrade this time. 9-7.
I think my
gonna defend.
Thing needs a charge.
You're pressing the wrong button, mate. It's alright. It's day one, mate. You can get away with it.
Listen, Boxing doesn't know when dinner break is. I don't remember when the button is.
Oh, fair. Alright. Whilst Brian fixes some technical difficulties, I'll jump back into this one. Ding, flopping top pair. Jeremy completely whiffing. 9-7 suited. Ding, bobbing and weaving. Trying to stay alive after that big misstep with the ace-queen of spades, where he 5-bet jammed. As we head on over to the red feature table, Elton in great shape. Just holds with the king high. And the rise and fall of the Ukrainian Lubovetsky. See on the back end of that massive flip against JJ, where he lost with the ace-king against Jonathan's queens.
And even more importantly, they had just got him to start talking and open up and loosen, and there he just got punished.
Yeah,
so he's going to come back focused tomorrow. You know? It's like, these guys got me talking.
Threw me off my game. I mean, tournament poker's brutal. If you go over to the Triton Poker Plus app and you click on the red table and you look at Lubovetsky's chart, I mean, he was just chipping up nicely, up to 700k, wasn't talking to anyone, was just dialed in, and then bam, one hand, loses like 80% of his stack, and then an orbit later he's out the tournament.
It's tough out there.
It's not easy making a living. Actually, it is, but
40.
Not against this lineup.
Ooh, ace-jack suited. See what he decides. I mean, this is against a very early position. Yeah, he just comes with flat. Let's keep in the hands we're dominating.
See what Orpin wants to do.
The big blind. So he has about 10 blinds, including what's posted.
Like 200.
I mean, this is never getting through. The question is whether it gets through Ben and Mockery calls, because Ben's maybe concerned of traps behind, or whether Ben just runs it and then Mockery gets out of the way. I think it's most likely the latter, but to assume is to make an ass out of you and me, Brian, so...
Yeah.
Let's
Very
see.
curious what... Yeah, he is going to play.
How much is that?
370, I think.
Maybe we just have a three-way all-in.
Total.
Maybe Mockery just says, let's gamble.
Cool. 55. Yeah.
This is a tough spot for Mockery. And what is that? It's versus 350, so it's like 18 blinds. It's close. I mean, I think you're playing ace-queen suited there, right? So it's right on the cusp.
Huh?
Call.
Mockery wants his cards back.
You have pocket ace. Yes, pocket six, right?
And I had the 2 over.
Open's not greedy. Open's asking for a chomp. I can get behind it.
There it is, the ace.
Last chance.
Six.
Silvers, that's you.
And a 6 only for Open needed on this river.
Yeah. She just went all in yourself.
Doesn't find it. Mockery crying about just not jamming himself. I mean,
Paddle tomorrow. Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, but I'll play anyway. As long as it's only 1 hour. I can play 1 hour for sure. Yeah, I'll play 1 hour.
Looks like the boys are setting up a tennis game tomorrow. Odds
So I gotta
on
make
Mockery
sure there's
waking
a
up for
taxi
that.
waiting outside, or, because I can't order one. But I'll.
I'm going to take the unders. I don't think Mockery's making that tennis match. So we dive back into the action here. So this went raise 55k, call. Jeremy continued for 30k on the flop. Kim called. Jeremy checked the turn. Brim bet 110. Jeremy correctly called with the ace 10. River, the front door flush draw has come in. And Brian's asked for almost all of it. 510,000 into 410,000. Jeremy's in the tank. Suspicious.
Blind versus blind. Pre-flop, did Jeremy raise or limp? Yeah, he raised, right?
55k, yeah. 3x. Almost 3x. 2.75x. Continued for 30 into 130. So, you know, the range that Kim continues with is going to be incredibly wide, especially against that size on this flop. I mean, any suited hand that wraps around the 4 or the 9 does eventually get out of the way. Let's it go. Jeremy wanted to see that one. Well, he's going to get to see it now. The stream has caught up. And, I mean, he put money in on every street that he was ahead and found the fold when he was behind.
Despite the fact that it pained him quite a lot, he did find it.
See Makita doing the walk of shame. As we get a glimpse at our next red table in the 25k WPT Global Ultimate Slam. Who we got over there? That's going to be our next blue feature table by the looks of things. Ponakovs, Savannah, Ben. Cat Lee. Cat Lee is currently second in chips. And 1.9 million now.
Russ did a little flyover Ole Shemion. He's been playing tournaments for a very long time as well. German.
Yeah, I mean, one of the true German OGs.
Yeah.
You put up his Hender mob, I want to say 2008, 2009?
Yes. He was one of the original, like, the first time the poker world was like, the Germans, they're good. He was, like, one of the vanguard of that group.
He was.
Yeah.
He really was. I'm trying to think who else was it. Who else was with him back then? It was a bit before Fedor's time.
Yeah. Yeah,
But although Fedor joined very early, from a very young age. I always forget the name of the German that lost the aces against aces in the $1 million buy-in against. Oh, that was Connor Drennan. Okay. Oh no, sorry. I'm thinking of when. Oh man.
Oh, Dominic Nietzsche. I'm sorry, I am cheating now by looking.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Dominic Nietzsche, Stefan Sontheimer, Philip Grusium,
yeah,
Tobias Renkemeyer. Tobias is the one who folded aces
against one of your guys, one of your mix game guys, Seaver. Yeah,
Seaver. Yeah,
that was a sick hand
with all the speech play.
That was so sick.
Yeah.
And then he just goes, "I think I should shut up now." That was so good. That was pure. Fun spot developing here, by the way. Diggs managed to claw back a little bit. Up to 20 bigs. He's defended from the big blind, has flopped the king high diamonds. Or draw, rather.
5 seconds.
Looks like he's going to take the aggressive route. And take this north, and we know Leonard's not going anywhere just yet. 2 overs, backdoor spades.
Yeah, certainly not. I also think, though, kind of the only play is really just call. It looks like Leonard agrees. Pretty nice car for Ding Biao here. I mean, in addition to the king high diamond draw, he now has an open-ended straight draw. Just piles of equity, even with only one to come. Just keep on betting.
For what size, though? There's 270 out there. We've got 307 back.
5 seconds.
Yeah, does he go all in, or does he try to two-street this?
Yeah, it just goes for all of it. No nonsense from the ace-jack. Forced to hit the mark. I mean, Ding had too many outs, in my opinion. I think you just call with the ace-jack and hold. I mean, you know. Oh, you have half the deck. Unlucky, mate. Good luck in the next event.
Yeah.
57 remain. 5 minutes
Every
left.
single time
Level
they
13.
tell us what table we'll be on after break. I'm just like, I'll just
We'll be taking a quick break. Brian and I are going to run for some green tea. Then we'll have 2 more levels of play before bagging and tagging. I think we're going to get down to maybe, I want to say, 40-ish players or so, low 40s. Come back tomorrow, 13 off the money kind of thing.
Yeah. You know, we got a new player. Did you notice Sam Greenwood sliding in just to the right of the dealer?
I did, yeah. Well, I heard him before I saw him. Danchev getting a bit fruity.
Yeah, this is the last break.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay, we got another pair. He's got enough money to gamble.
I mean, we've just had a multitude of like 4-way pots today. Is this going to be another one? Problem with Jack 9, I mean, clubs can be dominated. Both the Jack and 9x can be dominated. Ding Biao's just like, you know what, Henry? You stick to commentary, mate. I'm going to call this. And
I'm going to put in this 30K to win 170 and see what happens. That's what he said.
Let's see, 3. Well, comes up short on the 7-5 tray. I'll tell you who hasn't. It's Duck and Win, who has flopped a set of 5s. Perhaps more importantly, he's got a customer in the Frenchman Jeremy, who has an overpair. He's going to come out firing, and it's a sizable bet. Oh, sorry, I do apologize. 75 into 200.
Yeah, but it's big enough that I'm not surprised to see that he just calls here in position.
Jeremy needs like a heart to roll off or something like. Yeah, unfortunately for him, that's
not that.
Yeah, not that.
It's a pretty decent card for him. If he's behind, he has outs. Given that he has 2 8s and his bet size, I don't think Win has too many hands with a 9 in them. Maybe only really hands that had hearts in it. Now the decision to call or raise. He is in position, which I think makes it closer. I think out of position, you're more inclined to put it all in to avoid the out of position river check.
So many scary rivers though for Win, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't fault him for just putting all the money in here.
Well, it's like if our opponent has a value-oriented hand, he's probably not folding, given how big this pot's gotten.
If he has some like monster combo draw,
probably also not folding.
Yeah.
But if he's barreling and kind of bluffing in any way, he definitely is folding.
Jeremy's been put through the ringer a bit after that 9-6 hand. Had the blind v blind spot against Kim.
This is an interesting spot because versus the flat, like we don't think Win has too many overpairs himself. And 8s, unlike a hand like Jacks, like when you're behind, you have the extra gut shot out, which triples your outs from 2 to 6. So...
But even still, the price that he's being laid, right? 250 to win 900.
Yeah.
I mean,
wow, that was like dangerously close to looking like a call.
is there ever a world in which he has the best hand and Win just has like ace-4 hearts?
Yeah. Which is...
Yeah.
It's hard to know exactly how often you have the best hand here, but like ace-4 hearts seems like a hand that definitely might jam, right? Now, does he do it with weaker draws than that? That's a very strong draw. You know? Ooh, hard to say. These are very personal questions, Henry.
He's made the call.
Yeah.
We're going to play for 1.1 million and change, which is going to be for a top 10 stack. If Win can just hold with the set. If Jeremy can do the dirty, he's going to be up to 1.6 million. Oh, and he's done it. Oh my word. 6 of spades, corner pocket. And it took a while to kind of even sink in for Win there.
Yeah, he can't believe it.
Just the most gut-wrenching blow of a river card. Wow. There was also like, I mean, look, I understand it. the nod of disgust as we head over to a disgusting river. Kulev has rivered the third nut flush. Lead jams. And it's going to get snapped from Artur, who has the goods. GG's, bro.
Wow.
Alex Kulev
Good luck out.
with the cold deck to get showered in event number 1 of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. Artur with a massive pickup. He's now playing 1.5 million as well. I tell you what, Brian. They've given us those 2 hands just before the final break of the night to just really get the heart rate kind of pumping, getting us a bit lively here as we wind down into the late evenings. What was that 6 of spades river all about, man?
Listen, don't look now, but our man Zhu Liang is almost at 3 million. I mean, he's just pounding, chiseling away over there, adding to his stack. I really hope. I mean, we've got to get him. I really hope we do in the last frame here.
Well, you will not be disappointed, my man, as he will be on the red feature table. Of course. Playing that 2.8 million as we welcome you back to the break desk. Brian Rass alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Yeah, we can touch on that when we come back from break, but like this whole 6 of spades thing, I mean, Jeremy up to 4th in chips with arguably one of the most gut-wrenching river blows of the tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty big pot. Whoever won that was going to have a big stack, and obviously the set was way ahead, but that's poker. If you're looking for justice here, you know, you should head on down the ranch a little bit farther.
We do have a lot of big names joining us on the feature tables when we return. We got Ponakov, Savannah, Mulocker, as mentioned, Liang as well.
Should go major in philosophy.
Yeah, they should, actually.
Yeah, if you're looking for justice.
We'll read some Marcus and Seneca. We're going for a quick 5-10 minute break, but don't go too far. Continuing coverage of the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam. When we return, 2 more levels of play before everyone bags and tags for day 2. We'll see you shortly.
Exciting news! WPT Global is the new title sponsor of the Triton Poker Series. To celebrate this exciting new partnership, WPT Global will have its own event at each Triton Poker Series stop, the WPT Global Slam. Look out for your opportunity to qualify online. Download WPT Global with code Triton and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500 now. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just 1 click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Online poker is back in the USA and Canada, and it's back bigger than ever. To celebrate the launch of Club WPT Gold Sweepstakes Poker, we're kicking off a $5 million invitational free roll in the poker capital of the world, Las Vegas. Only 2,000 seats are available, and it's invite only. Register now with code Triton for a chance to win a seat. And did we mention the first place prize is a whopping $1 million. Pre-register now at clubwptgold.com.
how much?
For 3.2.
Let's go.
And then won the PLO Super High Roller Bowl in Vegas.
For 1.5.
Yeah.
15 buy-ins. Let's go.
So.
I see.
There was a while where Seth was kind of knocking on the door, a lot of rough
Yeah,
stretches, especially Triton, but it looks like, I mean, this is kind of getting over the hump there.
I mean, those
are two pretty big wins.
This might turn into one of those runs, bro. I mean, that's 4.8 just in those two tournaments alone in the last, 3 months?
Yeah, and
Let's
he had other caches as well during that stretch.
Let's check in 9 months. Look
Here's
at this,
he had a second for $1 million.
Look at this, by the way.
In Barcelona.
Limping in from the cutoff off of 12 bigs with the Kings. Danchev taking it upstairs to 42, and then Brian Kim in the small with ace-queen.
Yeah, and Kim is going to get in trouble in this hand. Question is how... Oh, Watson only has 134K. Yeah.
Kim with the 4-bet. Is it a 4-bet jam? I guess it's
Yeah.
not a 4-bet jam. It was like a limp and then a raise. The 3-bet jam.
Well, he's technically putting both of the other players all in, but Danchev has almost as much as him.
The trap set pre from Sir Watts. I feel like this was going in either way, whether or not he limped or raised it
They
up.
got an extra 42K from Danchev.
That's true, actually.
Yeah.
That is true. I would never be surprised to see Sir Watts find the most plus EV play in any spot as he looks to more than double here on the 10-4-3. 2 cards to come. We know one of the aces was folded, but Kim picking up 4 additional outs in the form of a wheel draw. Ace or a 5 needed, doesn't find it. Michael Watts up to 30 bigs now.
Feel the blinds. It's just such a great little assistant, like your little poker assistant while you're watching.
And then when we're not live, it's got the cash game stuff. I know you were in the booth for some of that. Some of the recent cash game stuff. Someone that I've never commentated on, but a name that I recognize. Perhaps a name you'd be familiar with, as he does rock the American flag.
Yeah, certainly. I played a bunch in the Aria tournaments back in the day, even before the Poker Go Lounge, when it was just in Aria and Kerry Katz was running them. Byron Caverman was a regular in those. So, not sure how much he's been at Triton.
2
It looks
stops.
like only 2 stops. And only 5 total tournaments, but...
Oh, good to see him here in Monaco. He's raised all in with the 10s. Open in the small. Coming over the top with the ace-queen. That's going to shed Kulev's king-jack. We're off to the races once more. You know, the pairs I've held in every spot so far, at least for the ones you and I have been in the booth with, I'm going to go with the ace-queen hearts on this one.
I was feeling the same way. I
Yeah.
like the ace-queen here, too. You can see it's a dog, but it just feels like it's time.
The pairs have been holding, man. I think, wow, I mean, not even a heart. They just got to continue to hold on this one. Neither player can be dead on the turn. Love that. Oh. Little flinch there from Byron. Does turn an open-ender. 10 outs once. Doesn't find it.
Enjoy, guys.
It's the ace-queen of open. Turns top and holds on the river to eliminate the 10s of the American. Well, it was a name we pointed out a few levels ago. Julian, as he climbed his way up the leaderboard, has now emerged to the top of the chip counts with 54 players left, and we're now going to get a glimpse of him on the feature table, joined with the likes of Schwecht, Lin, Shemion, Shevchenko, Dvoris over there. Patavi put 2.8 million, 111 big blinds, way out in front of the rest of the field, by the way. I mean, what, has 40 big blinds more than Alex Foxen in second? I've got a funny feeling, Brian, based on what you were saying, you know, you've been in the booth when he's played, that we're going to get some very entertaining poker here.
Oh, certainly, yes. I think he plays an aggressive, exciting style. And, you know, we could also see that I believe Tobias Schwecht
has a healthy stack.
Healthy stack,
Yeah.
but directly out of position to him on that feature table, which is, when you get to this part of the tournament, it's a little bit annoying. You know, you've run pretty well, you've worked hard, you've built it up, and you know, I have a decent chip stack, you're above average, then boom, to your left is the chip leader with kind of a bit of a runaway chip lead, and he's aggressive. So, you know, tough luck for Tobias, but he only has 2 more levels until they redraw, so that's the good news.
Well, you know, let's not sing too many sad songs for the German. I mean, he's sat in 9th. 54 left, 27 paid, obviously way away from the money. That won't be happening until day 2 tomorrow. But expect to see at least, you know, another 10 eliminations or so over these next 2 levels. Bag and tag coming back for day 2. Obviously playing for that top prize of 941,000. On the other feature table, table 1, blue table, we've got Savannah. Quick looking at him for the first time. Ponakovs, Mulocker, Lonis, Heath, Eibinger, Sutler, and Rokita. So we've got some world-class talent going on over there as well. So I got a funny feeling we're just going to be bobbing and weaving in between the 2 tables and hopefully seeing some massive pots play out as we head towards the end of day 1 in this 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam. Recap from before break. I mean, it was a pretty chill frame for us, and then bang, you know, final 2 hands of the night there. Kulev getting showered with the 3rd nut flush on the river against Martiroshin's nut flush, and of course that 6 of spade that was kind of heard around the room, showering win with that set of 5s.
Yeah, not too many really big pots, but then they come in bunches, and you know, 2 great players are on their bicycles.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way of putting it. Yeah. Out the door and then licking their wounds, coming back for tomorrow's 30K. Jeremy on the receiving end of that 6 of spades currently sat in 4th with 67 big blinds, so he'll be looking to spin that up even more. Prize pool 4.25 million for people just tuning in, by the way. Not bad for a 25K. Mint cash of 43K. So
I did some math over the break.
Go on.
1 bullet every no limit hold'em tournament, 850,000.
There we go.
Exactly.
Bring your 850 to Monaco next time, ladies and gentlemen. Come and play some poker with the boys. Throwing it back down to the main stage, live from the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo. 54 remain, 27 paid. Chip leader Julian on center stage. As we turn our attention to, it looks like the blue feature table first. Pretty tight over on the blue. I mean, like Ben Heath doubles up through, you know, one of the top 3 stacks. He just moves up into 3rd in chips at that table. Not the same story to be told over on the red feature table. Julian way out in front. Average stack in the tournament 980K.
Ren Lin's over on that table too. He's usually colorful, animated. Has a saying that he always says, which is, I'm folding my way to the final table, which I'm sure, I feel like I want to bet that he's going to say that. I don't know if we're going to catch it on camera, but
normally I would give you a line.
Yeah.
You know, give you a price, but
we don't really need to bet it. I'm just sort of.
I can't. But no, because I agree with you. Like, we're just 100% hearing that. Maybe not on day 1 though. I don't know. Maybe I should give you a price. We'll see. Santosh with the haircut, by the way, rocking the new kind of buzz cut. I'm digging it. Up to 50K. The Queen 10 of spades. Opening off of 22 bigs.
Rano Sutla. That's a name I don't recognize. Is this his first? This is his first stop. First Triton stop and tournament.
Part of the Estonian Armada. Should be an easy one for Savannah. Just gets to fire out a C-bet on the 4-tray tray. Although, again, don't want to make too many assumptions. Rakita does have that 7. I'm making stuff up, boys. It's always folded. Sometimes you see the 5-6 run out though, and you get excited about that 7 of hearts. Back on over to the red feature table for the first time. Jeremy in the mixer again, defending out the big with the 9-4 and flopping top 2 on the 9-4-3. Schwecht not folding against the check raise. We got 525k in the middle. Heart would be fireworks. Fortunately for Schwecht, does not turn top pair.
No, this pot should become relatively uninteresting now. Ooh, but Jeremy comes with check, which is the line you would take if you knew what Tobias had. That's for sure, because I don't really think he can call a bet here. The 7 just not a good card for his range nor his hand.
See what Schwecht wants to do here. Blocking some nut flush draws that would potentially check raise. He's going to fire out 275k, and I'll tell you what, Jeremy has played the hand perfectly so far in terms of getting the max out of this ace-queen.
Yeah, if he bets, ace-queen probably folds the turn, and by checking here, you got a hand that has 0% equity to put in a very healthy bet.
Check raise flop, check jam turn, up to 2.2 million. Second in chips now. I'm starting to like this guy, Brian. I mean, look, the gut shot was a painful one. We've all been there. Someone has to be on the receiving end of those blows, but he's putting the chips to good use. Coming up with some spicy plays.
So he's a Frenchman, and this is his second stop. The other time he came to Triton was he played the 25 and 30K in Monte-Carlo in 2023. Last year.
Didn't cash either of those.
No.
I got the feeling that he's doing well in life, loves a game of poker here and there, and whenever we're in town, he's like, you know what? I'm going to go see what the boys are doing, see if I can pick myself up a Triton title or 2.
Take some money off of these traveling poker players.
The man of the hour, Julian, does not need a hand as strong as King Jack to get involved, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Gonna fold around to Shevchenko.
There's another Frenchman at this table.
There is Jeremy.
No, Emilian Pitavi, and this is his first Triton tournament. He's on the button this hand. He folded. He has only 15 big blinds. He's sitting right next to Jeremy.
Yeah, I'd love to see some Triton first-timers making their way out. Somewhat spicy flop. Top pair for Liang, which again does not need top pair to play big pots, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Shevchenko with a gut shot. No club on board. Liang going to continue for half pot. Queen 10, not going anywhere just yet. That's played. Turns the 10 of spades. Shevchenko turning second pair. Does complete the front door flush. See if Liang slows down. Or if he wants to bet now and then check most rivers. Did go check, check. So check, bet, call, turn, check, check. Shevchenko checking once more. Happy to just try and get this Queen 10 to showdown.
Does Zhu Liang want to get value here after his opponent checked the river? Getting check raised, it's one of these spots where you rate to have the best hand more often than not. But it's like, how often are we getting check raised when we do? Zhu Liang's not so concerned.
Oh, a snap call from Shevchenko. Just like beat him to the pot, man. I mean, this is what you were talking about, right? The Zhu Liang effect.
Getting paid.
Just gets paid.
Yeah. It's the sleeping dragon right there.
I mean, he's up to 2.8 million, man. That's like final 13 average. This guy's got it with 52 left. What just happened? What was that? Some like samurai.
Yeah, they're just goofing around.
Samurai exchange between Shemian and Lin. I can get behind it.
Wow.
Fold to final table.
Fold to final table.
Someone else said it for him. He doesn't even need to say it anymore. Technically, the bet would still be going because he didn't actually say it. I don't know what language we had used, but I don't think it was that we would hear fold to final tables, that Ren would say.
No, I agree. Yeah. The bet would still be running. And I actually think because Shemian said that, Ren's now less likely to say it. So, I mean,
yeah, you'd want to be on the side of no.
If the bet had been made, I'd be steaming right now because I feel like Shemian just cost me some money. Speaking of Shemian, 10-4 diamonds in the big blind. He's going to let it go. It is a 2.4x open. Zhu Liang, by the way, hang on a minute. Hang on.
Did he open?
Hang on, but Shevchenko
flatted 8-7 off.
Okay. I tell you what.
I feel like these guys must have been battling a lot here.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. If you were thinking, last 2 levels, gonna call it a night. Look, stick with us for the next hour and 20 minutes or so. Because we got people opening Jack 3 from the low jack and people flatting 8-7-0 from the small blind. Sub 20. Let's go, I mean. I'm buckling in. Jeremy's making a phone call, by the way. He's just like, hang on.
And somehow Liang checked back this flop, which he's going to bet a lot. And then 8-7, which you would think folds the flop, despite having a heart, kind of got there. And now he's betting the 8.
In before Liang raises and just says, sit back down.
I don't know if he's going to fold versus a raise.
What, Shevchenko?
I'm just saying that there's been a lot of evidence so far That
I agree.
The
by
snap
the way.
call with the queen 10,
Yeah, yeah.
8-7 flat. I mean, this. I don't. I just. It wouldn't be something I would call and stick my like reputation on as a commentator that he's folding versus raise. Oh my goodness!
Oh my word!
I
What
wonder
is
if this
going
is
on?
like just it. Is it like check all in and like call? You just like, I guess you just are bluffing this time, and nope, you have a 3. Okay.
This is a live stream, by the way, ladies and gents. Like, this isn't a highlight reel from the Triton poker series. This is happening right now, these hands.
Wow, he's blocking an. Actually, this is big for a block.
Yeah, I was going to say. He's trying to get value from Queen High, bro. This guy has such an insane image at the table that people are just doing all sorts of madness.
Queen high or a pair smaller than an 8, and he's just like, Lang cannot have a king, or a pair bigger than an 8. It's. Well, Liang is going to raise him. So then I guess we're going to get to see what he does versus raise. Because that also doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, like, did he slow play aces or kings? Or yeah, okay, he's just...
I mean, this guy, man, up to 3.5 million now. That blow to Shevchenko's stack, you could argue, self-inflicted. I think it's fair to say as we head on over to the blue feature. Ponokov's,
130.
the man from Latvia, calls Tenerife home. 3 betting up to 130,000. Oh, Ben Heath in the big. Playing 12 big blinds.
He's got an actual hand.
And it goes.
Ponokov's might have to call here.
I think he does.
How much is that?
What was it? 200, 545 out there. I mean, you've always got 30%, right? Even if you're up against ace king, ace queen.
Yeah.
Although, I don't think the decision is as clear-cut as that. I'm just simplifying it here in the booth. So he mulls this one over. 2.5 to 1 on a call. It's getting pretty much bang on the odds that he needs, right?
We has to call 200 to win 545. He's getting the right price, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's getting a little less than 3 to 1.
I think.
He only needs 2 to 1.
He does make the call. There's some ICM stuff, right? Like
yes.
we're like 52 left. All in brought to you.
But
by
it's only it only costs him 200 out of his like 700K stack.
745 out there. Oh, and it's the ace of spades in the window. Ponikov spikes the 2 outer. Can Heath do the same on the river? He's going to need to stay alive for his tournament life. Can't do it.
Hello.
9 of clubs completes the run out. Latvia's all-time winningest poker player does the dirty on Ben Heath. Of course, Liang's involved as we head back over. Shevchenko's going to spike jam. There it is. And Liang's going to call. Can he put the final nail?
We need to see the pair hold here.
I think we do for the storyline, for the plot.
for the hands that can happen in the next few hours.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Like,
for the plot.
These guys clearly want to battle. And we just can't have one of them go.
I want the show to continue.
Yeah, we need to do this for the stream. No king or queen.
Oh, come on. Dealer's doing us a good job so far. He's put a little sweat out there.
I mean, if you want to put a jack, it is what it is. But no king or queen.
Ooh. Even more outs now. Is this too many outs, by the way?
No, it's definitely not too many outs syndrome.
Actually feels like the perfect amount.
Yeah.
Dealer agrees. King of clubs on the river to shower Alexander Shevchenko's pocket fives. Zhu Liang is up to 3.7 million. Just a casual 15 starting stacks. 10% of the chips in play almost.
Easy for him, huh?
50 players left.
Oh no, the blind's higher. 25, no?
Oh, what? Yeah.
You will keep it anyway.
I mean, I'm looking at the top 10 chip stack. And
tell me.
I mean, this is, you know, it's shaping up to be a fun one.
Professional.
We've got Zhu Liang in first, Jeremy
Good, right?
in second, Sirzat in third, Foxen in fourth, Kiatli in fifth, Ike Haxton in sixth, Barbero in seventh, Ponakov's in eighth, Jesse Lonis in ninth, and Pieter Eyarts in 10th. We've got some action players.
Oh. Thank you.
Was it ever in doubt that our man was going to defend?
Oh no. Not Sleeping Dragons, not letting that through.
Is that the name? Sleeping Dragon. Let's go. I love that.
Yeah, listen, this is kind of like... Okay, so there's this really famous Chinese general whose name's... It is Liang, but it's Zhuge Liang, spelled completely differently, but it's to a non-Chinese person. It's Zhu and Zhuge, Z-H-U-G-E. So I'm just gonna roll with it.
Yeah,
like he's like a legend in like Chinese history. It's like something I feel like, with my limited knowledge, like I don't think anyone would ever be upset being called after. He's like he's like the most famous general from like the warring times of the Three Kingdoms.
And he's like a legend of the Triton poker scene as well. He's like building a name for himself.
Sleeping Dragon.
I can get behind that. As DD turns the best hand. Takes it down. The final 2 levels of play in the opening event. Prize pool of $4.2 million. 941,000 will be going to the eventual champion, but a long old ways to go before we get to that point. Oh man, Ren just doesn't stop, bro. Where does he get his energy from? 14 levels in.
Green tea?
I mean, lucky him, I guess.
Is Dvorak going to get in trouble with ace-3 off?
All in.
Oh, the answer is yes.
Still has 24% equity, but needs to get lucky.
I have 500.
This is a 1 million chip pot. Tobias can just find the hold with the ace-king. Be up to around 1.2 million, good for a top 10 stack. So you're saying there's a chance, Brian? Ace 4-5. What's with a wheel draw?
That card changes nothing.
Deuce or a 3 needed. Daniel to stay alive. Doesn't find it. Took the rejam spot for 20 bigs against the button open. Unfortunately for Dvoris, Tobias had the goods and held on flop turn and river. He's now playing a very healthy 1.2 million. He's a dangerous man with chips. Saw him take down, is it the 50k high roller WSOP 2023, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it was 2022. I remember very early on to him bursting onto the high roller scene, taking down a big one.
I think Dvoris is, if he decides to flat that hand, he's still probably getting showered. It's going to be hard to fold sub 20 bigs remaining. But yeah, no, Tobias, and so far today when we've seen him on stream, it seems like he's played great. He had that really nice king-queen bluff earlier. Roland just decides to play post-flop here versus the under-the-gun open. 22 blinds effective.
Oh my. Savannah is in trouble. Top pair jack kicker on an ace-8 deuce board. Rakita with middle set. It's the SS Savannah slowly sinking. This C-bet of 45,000. Roland just going to check call. $225 out there. SPR of 2.
Wow, checks back the ace-jack. Oh my.
What? Just when you thought perhaps he had found a way to save himself and to not be showered from this tournament, the worst card in the deck rolls off for him. Jack of spades, now beating hands like ace-8, ace-4, ace-deuce, just in case he was up against those. Of course, Roland comes out firing, 2/3 pot. It's pretty funny because when Savannah does jam, you kind of vomit a little bit because it's either jacks or ace-jack. It's never ace-king or ace-queen after it goes like check, 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 turn.
Yeah, certainly. Wow, I wonder if he's not going to jam. I mean, I think he'll... Okay, he doesn't jam. He leaves 100K behind.
Let's see if Roland sees monsters under the bed.
I mean, aces as well. It's not impossible, that's for sure. Aces or jacks versus like ace-jack.
Aces with the ace of diamonds.
Okay, just, oh, he raises it back. No monsters.
Savannah knows it. It's almost like he sensed it on the river as well. Like it felt like he didn't want to raise, which is absurd, by the way. The fact that he's tanking with this just goes to show how tapped in his intuition is. But he ultimately can't get away from it. Coldest of decks for the Triton champ. #1 on India's all-time money list, Santosh Savannah. With the River 2 pair against the flop set. Part of Fadal's crew. Roland Rakita. Now playing at 1.5 million.
Yeah, super cold decked out of there. Oh, actually, seemed like he was pretty close to somehow, I don't know, saving that 100K maybe, or
absurd. Yeah,
it's crazy.
Absurd spot. I'm trying to think who I want on Liang's table. I mean, he's got Jeremy Zuari on his left, playing 2.3 million. Got Ian Bradley over there as well, loving that.
Oh, we just did get a new player, another Frenchman. Now 3 Frenchmen to his left.
Oh, there we go.
Frederic Delval.
Yes, JNT's mate. Travels around with JNT. Some signs of, you know, fatigue, if you will. Call it what you want to call it. Day 1 is these guys head towards the last level of play today. There's some tired faces out there.
Certainly.
Give us, like, if you just give us your 15 seconds of just the GTO approach to long days at the table. Like, what are you doing? You're doing gym first thing in the morning and then, like, not eating that much throughout the day? Or what's the play?
I mean, I very rarely work out before, like, a long day of poker.
Sure, that makes sense, yeah.
I almost never reg on level 1. Most of the time, if I get to the gym on a poker day, it'll be like, I mean, when I play the most poker now, tournament poker would be WSOP. It'll be like I bust day 2, I leave, go work out, and then come back to like late reg day 1. Get like 4 hours in the evening or something. So, yeah, I'm usually not. Also, it makes it a super long day. What, you're going to get up,
go to the gym. Yeah.
Hour in the gym, you know. I then play like 10 hours, you know. It's nah. Are you doing that?
No, and the thing is, I think that was maybe one of the mistakes I was making before, and you know, speaking to a few people who are much more qualified than myself, just saying like, why are you know, training and burning up so much energy when you've got to be sat there for 12 hours afterwards. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Maybe, you know, like a, I don't know, 30-minute treadmill kind of situation, with some light cardio, move the body.
I'm okay with like 80% workouts. Like, I'll do a boxing workout on a day I play poker, but I don't do like 100%. Like, maybe instead of doing like 9 rounds, I'll do like 6, so to speak. Something like that. And the other thing I would say is, I think the other issue, if you're really well rested, you get in a solid workout and do it, I think it's fine. But I think the problem is you don't want to cut in your sleep, because you're talking about gym, 12 hours poker. You don't want to cut into your sleep for that. When you're doing these poker things, sleep is like the most important thing, is to be getting good quality sleep. Try to get as much as you can.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, you're doing 2 straight weeks. Once you start getting into sleep debt, it's not good.
Once you
don't
start
want
getting
to do
into
that.
sleep debt, you then start getting into makeup.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys.
I see what you did there.
Keita going to try and flop a set again.
Is Ponikov's going to find a squeeze here?
If there was a man to find one,
nope,
he would be the guy, but he's going to pass up on this option. What does Monaco want to do with the ace tray? 18 bigs, +1 open, button flat. Very easily be dominated here. Certainly some reverse implied odds from defending. Yeah, there we go. Take note, by the way, I mean, we're down to 44 players. We've certainly seen a shift in the types of hands that have been getting involved compared to 3 hours ago, when people seemed to be a little bit more, let's just say, I don't know, loose?
Yeah.
Eager to get involved?
Definitely. I feel like the tenor of the table is a bit more serious as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guys are...
There's a lot more calculating going on now with these decisions, right?
Yeah.
Compared to 4 hours ago when we jumped in. And it was mainly playing for chips. Now there's some tough calcs being ran. Rokita opting to take a stab here after being checked to with the underpair. See how Brian wants to play this.
Got options. Brian is always a player I think you can count on to find creative, aggressive lines. So takes advantage of that very small in position bet here, finds the check raise. With a hand, not a lot of showdown, but definitely has some equity, and the bluff is going to work.
A nice little pickup there for BK.
Yeah.
Up to 600K. Just chipping away, one hand at a time. You play much tennis, by the way?
No.
Never? Okay.
Never. So there's a lot of room in between much and never.
There is, yeah.
Yeah. I have played. I don't play very much at all, though.
The reason I ask, I was speaking with Brian and Ponikov, and they love the Monaco stop because their words, not mine, 50% of the regs here go up the hill just down the road and just play tennis, just smash some balls around. I don't think that, you know, everyone here is good at tennis. I think they just go for the social kind of thing, and I might go check it out.
No, at the last stop, which was in whatever Eastern Europe, it's escaping my mind. But there is there's a tennis court right there as well. It's the same thing here. There's a tennis court right here, like on campus tennis court.
No, it's literally just down the road. They have the massive Monaco tennis club.
Okay.
Monte-Carlo tennis club, yeah. We'll have to tag along one morning. Get some money down.
I don't know about money, just how about a fun way to get some exercise?
Yeah, for sure.
You know?
Ponikov's opting to just flat with the jacks on the button, by the way. Take note, ladies and gentlemen. I've been saying this from the moment I stepped in the booth for Triton. You have the best players in the world showcasing
why they're the best, and some of the things that you can be implementing into your game. When you see stuff like this that maybe makes you ask the question as to why this is happening,
55.
go and study it. Go and figure it out. I mean, so much to take away from watching these guys play and compete at the highest level. These are guys that have dedicated thousands and thousands of hours.
This is definitely an
study.
ICM influenced play. So to
100%, yeah.
save some, don't think on too many 35-ish big blind charts there for just chips. You probably find jacks flatting too much, maybe never. If so, small frequency, but could just be a pure flat. I mean, how close are we to the bubble? It pays 27?
27, 44 left.
So pretty close.
Ibinger opened off of
pretty decent risk premium
36,
spot yet.
yeah.
And Ponikov's has decided it's close enough to, who knows, maybe he's pure flatting jacks. Probably. For 35, against 35 blinds. Guy, I think it was under the gun 7 open, right? So +1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love spots like that because I'm just here in the room. I'm like, okay, cool. This is something new. Like, make a little mental note. If you're at home, get the notepad out.
My guess is the risk premium's big enough, jacks. But I think queens is probably where you start. But if the risk premium gets even bigger, queens becomes a flat in that spot. My guess is we're not quite at a big enough risk premium yet for queens to be a. It might mix, but like I think you're probably still 3-betting at some. But
back on over to the red feature table. There's our man, Ian Bradley. Had lunch with him this morning. Or breakfast, I guess.
Lady Gaga, please.
Just got in today. I asked him, I was
your
like,
fellow Englishman?
Yeah, I asked him something along the lines of, oh, are you going to flick in the 25K? And he turned around to me and he said, well, yeah, Henry, I haven't come here to effing watch paint dry. I was like, fair play, mate. I mean, you know, ask stupid questions, get stupid answers, I guess. He's in. He's got chips.
Yeah. Still in. How many chips? About a milli.
4 starting stacks.
Here, one of the home country Frenchmen in the big blind. He's very short. Pitaille. About just over 10 blinds.
Oh man, that queen of clubs in the window teased me a little bit there. Liang with the 10-9 of clubs is like, okay, give us the queen jack 4 2 clubs board dealer. Oh,
Wow.
hell yeah.
It's floating the 10-9 of clubs. This guy is here to play some cards.
Let's go.
Just total brick. No flush draws. What's happening? Is 4s just done? Uh-oh.
You know Liang hasn't floated, my man, to just, you know, not do anything.
Is it immediate bluff? Seems the most likely. But there's also the check back bluff rivers.
He hasn't gone that big. I believe the dealer said 85,000. There it is.
Which is like 30% or something.
Oh, hell yeah. Yo, I'm going to get a picture of Liang framed and just put it in my office. And whenever I'm thinking of like making a nitty fold on the flop or just, you know, not following through with a big bluff on the river, just got to look up on my picture of Liang. It's going to give me that.
Be like, what would the sleeping dragon do?
Exactly.
Oh, no, he's not checking
exactly,
this.
mate. That's exactly what's going to...
He's not checking this. No way.
I might just have to get him as my screensaver on my phone, man. Just like constant reminder during the cash game sessions.
He almost has 4 million, which is actually, he's getting sort of close to having double second, who is main event winner Hossein Ensign.
Yeah, it's an insane stack to have at this stage of the tournament. I mean, 16 starting stacks. He has 10% of the chips in play.
Welcome to my company. Yeah.
Ren Lin gonna get some action in the best shape one can be in. As his man drawing to 3 outs. Although the way Jeremy's been running, it feels like Ren's about to get showered. Ooh. Ace Jack 3. Not flush draw for Jeremy. Ren just praying to fade a heart.
One more time.
Can the Frenchman do it? No, he can't. Not this time.
How hard are they?
135.
Ren back up to starting stack.
Thank you.
Bit of breathing room.
Very poor.
12 bigs.
Very poor. Mamma mia, you look gorgeous today. Wow, I don't know that.
Have you played with Ren?
Life is beautiful, very more. I protect you to final table.
Same.
Okay?
It is fun.
Yeah, he just brings positive energy to the poker table.
Even when he's going through it as well, like I've seen him just get absolutely shafted by the deck.
Yeah,
and he's just, you know, just morale is just still there. I mean, it's impressive. Really is impressive. And I also think from a professional poker player point of view, it makes it enjoyable for, you know, VIPs and recreationals. I think that they enjoy, you know, the banter and the lightheartedness. I definitely tip my hat to him.
Let's see.
He's fun and tough to play against.
Go for.
Bradley, 9-3 suited.
Yes.
Facing the Ren EP Open.
Yes.
High five for colorful.
For everything. Thank you.
I'm rooting for you.
You might be the only one.
Ren's got an interesting decision here.
Yeah.
It's like it'd be a disaster to have to bet fold a hand like ace-10, ace of hearts.
Oh, man. Come on, baby.
Can you bet fold it?
What do I have?
After betting 60?
Did he bet 60? Dude?
Yeah.
Adios, amigo. Hasta luego. Queen.
Queen's nice hand.
You think he has to bet call off there? Ace-10?
I don't know.
That's pretty sick.
No. But it's pretty gross folding it. He doesn't have to. Like, you could just be ahead.
Yeah. That's the problem, right?
And then when you're behind, you've got a bunch of back doors and at least one overcard to the jack.
Wow.
And maybe two,
back,
right, to
back
the 8 or
and
5.
The back.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'm not folding it.
Typo.
I mean, he's so short that I don't think there's enough ice. Like, I don't know.
Genius.
There's some ICM with the stack, certainly. But, I mean, I guess he probably has like 10 blinds or something. Well, now he has more, but
yeah, now he has more. But after he c-bet, he had less than 8 bigs back.
Yeah.
So.
No, I think I'm not folding, but definitely don't feel certain about that one.
man. Sleeping Dragon activating with the Queen Jack suited. Picked up one customer, but he has dominated.
Flatting with the Jack 10 off.
We're in the mixer.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting involved, you know. Almost end of day one.
Is Bradley getting involved?
I
mean, if he's been watching the stream before he came over here, and he's seen, what Liang's up to. I mean, look at this. Oh, Shemin got a hand as well.
This is one of these, like, got clowns to the left of me and jokers to the right.
Here I am.
Here I am. A7 off. Let's go. I mean, this is the Sleeping Dragon, though.
Dude, the Sleeping Dragon's spidey senses is telling him this is absolute BS. Oh, yeah.
Bradley's got that credit,
because
man.
you lose to me?
I feel like he's just been over there dutifully folding. Oh my goodness.
Oh, hang on.
The worst hand of the bunch is in there.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam. We got ourselves
cheap
a big pot of brewing.
Cheap.
Got Ace, King, King, Rainbow. I mean, how does Bradley feel about this flop, by the way?
I mean, I think you mostly like it.
Yeah?
Yeah, you hit an ace. You know, there's some concern that your opponent has a king, but I mean, we just have the best hand most of the time, I think, when you're Bradley, and we'll see how it develops.
I don't think Jeremy's come this far to fold to a c-bet of 70K with a gut shot. Three of diamonds on the turn. Brick City for Jeremy. We've seen him spike those gutters before on the river, though.
Now the plan as Bradley gets a little bit murky.
It really does.
I mean, how do we really proceed?
He's going to check it on over, and, you know, there's a weird world in which Jeremy steals this away from Bradley. Doesn't try and do it here. Now he's River Showdown, but it feels like fake Showdown. Brian, I mean...
It seems like pretty fake Showdown. I think if Jeremy had like nines, he's probably just jamming pre, right? So, I mean, there's a 710,000 in there. What if Jeremy just puts them all in?
Ace is good. Bradley has to show it as well. No shame in it. 710K pot getting shipped his way. Sleeping Dragon would have backdoored a flush, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Professional play, my friend.
Just saying.
What's your name? Very dangerous.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. I miss you a lot.
Ren loves it, man. There aren't many people that love the game more than Ren. Trust Ren to pipe up when he gets shown the Ace 7-0. Good bet on the Triton Poker Series. Exclusive at Bet ACR. Sign up now. Exclusive live betting destination to wager on players in Triton events. Receive a 15% free play up to $250 on your first deposit. Check out the all-new Bet ACR Sportsbook. That's the Nacho Barbero. The face.
Go for,
alright.
my friend. Very good for.
Modeling career.
He's deep in the tank in that photo. Not the
my
jovial,
friend,
normal
professional.
Nacho commenting away. He's in the middle of the hand doing some calcs.
Welcome to my company.
Now,
this is a fun table right here.
It's a really fun table. There is a time when it is annoying to have Ren at the table, and that's when you're either one, hungover, or two, you're on the short stack and you've just been through it all day. That's when it gets a bit tough. When you're not in that situation, though.
You could take that as an opportunity in life to learn from somebody. Because Ren's on the short stack right now, too. Be like, wow, look how much fun this guy's having with 14 big blinds. What if I could have this much fun with 14 big blinds right now?
You've been reading too many of them philosophy books, my friend. Not just about justice.
I mean, I am trying to learn something about justice, but we'll save that for tomorrow.
Stoicism as well, by the sounds of it. Love to hear it. Brian Kim, gonna take it upstairs off of 22 from UTG. Mulocker in the small blind, pocket jacks and 12.5 bigs. In she goes.
Yeah, no doubt. What else are you gonna do?
One of his jacks dead. BK with the one chip flicking. Flipping for Mulocker's life. Although, I mean, who came up with the term flipping? Ali? Brian?
I don't know who did. It's been around for a very long time.
57% for Mulocker, 43 for Kim. As he's managed to convert that into 88% on the Queen High flop. As we already know, Mulocker with just one out. As we saw one of the jacks folded. Can he find it? No, he can't. That's a painful one to lose this late into the day with just 25 minutes left until bagging for day 2. I can empathize with those kind of flips, man. I mean, you've grinded all day. That's that one stings.
Wushu.
GG, sir.
Really, is that... See, to me, those don't really sting.
No, you've just spent 12 hours of your life
Yeah.
to just lose a flip.
Is it your wallet?
That's the way the cookie crumbles. It's like you win some, you lose some. What stings to me is if I've grinded for 11 and a half hours, and then all of a sudden just I play some hand that I don't think is right, and then I'm out. That's what stings.
So like the self-inflicted.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I can get behind that for sure.
I feel like, especially at this, I mean, we're not even in the money yet. I feel like the losing the flip when it stings is like, you know, there's 10 people left in the tournament. You lose a flip for a quarter of the chips or something, and it's like the other guy's now the chip leader, and they go to the final table.
And he just wins the tournament. And
Yeah.
You're just like, okay, well.
That one
guy.
stings for a little bit.
Yeah.
But
That
I
sounds
just,
like you're talking from experience as well. Like,
yeah,
that 10th
like
place
that,
finish.
Yeah, and you're like 10th is 90K, and first is $1 million, you know, or whatever, like 1.5, yeah. Even more probably. So it's just, those are when, but yeah, now it's just poker, whatever. sucks. It sucks, but I'm not like, you know, I'm just walking it off.
You're on a very peaceful journey right now, aren't you? Bro? It sounds like you're in that stage of life where, I don't know, man. Your son's just doing all of the crazy stuff that you used to get up to. So now you're just like, well, you know, c'est la vie.
Oh, you have to do this. After what we all talk.
Comes and goes.
You have to.
Nah.
Nah.
It's only against Santos.
Wait. Or you could make it like click, so I could like re-click and you can ship.
Oh, that would be nice.
You already like clicking using. Your plan is already to get it in. Right?
Too scared to punt at this point.
I feel them.
And when people are aware, it's not a good idea. I'll find some fresh blood tomorrow if I get there.
It was 1-5.
Quirky exchange between Sutler and Ponakovs. Two that certainly battled on the online felt.
Is Sutler a big online guy?
I could be wrong, and feel free people to correct me, but I think he's like the #1 player from Estonia at the moment. I think he's up there, like top 3 for sure. I think the only other contender would be Ottomar Ladfer, if I'm not mistaken. Those are like the two main guys.
And he's now coming out to Triton to take.
I love it, man. I love it when I see. Yeah, for sure, man. It's nice because you know that these guys have been putting the reps in, dreaming of one day making it to this series. I think it's encouraging for perhaps viewers at home who are also doing the same. Just see these guys work their way up to Triton.
Raised to 60,000.
Down to the final 5 tables as who gets involved. Hand #1.
Is Jesse going to find a 3-bet here? Little Queen 9 suited.
I mean, the guy's opened out of a rack, Brian.
Nope.
Of course he's not. You never attack the guy that's open out of a rack. I'm giving you all these like free little.
I don't know about that one though.
libraries.
That one, I don't know. That one doesn't make like a ton of sense to me.
No?
No. Only guy that opens out of the rack is the guy that opens like the first hand at the table. I feel like from a Bayesian analysis standpoint, it's like slightly more likely he doesn't have a hand. Very slight, super slight.
My thesis is he's less likely to open because he's busy sitting down and getting his chips out of the tray. So it's more likely to be value when he does, and he pauses what he's doing in order to raise.
Okay.
I don't know, man. We'll sleep on it. Let's revisit that one tomorrow. We need a larger.
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Okay.
We've got all of these fancy solvers like GTO Wizard and that. Why don't they include some like live read stuff? You know, first one's never a trap. I don't know. Run that spot. Guy opens out of a tray after just being moved to the table with 30 bigs. Is that value or air? I don't know. I feel like they need to. I joke, GTO Wizard doing a great job, but if they ever want to hire me and Brian to come in and start, running some solves on
live
some
spots,
of these live spots,
yeah.
Sign us up. Sign us up.
Got to point him in the right direction. I mean, I feel like you're all over that one, Henry.
Oh man. I'm high in my conviction that the first one's never a trap, by the way. Especially like the lower stake stuff. You never get a guy in a 1K look down at kings and just like, oh, I'm going to limp this. No, bro. He's already like, salivating over how to get your 50 big blinds in the middle.
Yeah. So we're starting with raise.
Of course we are. We're not limp trapping this. Come on.
Yeah, the limp trap only comes later after there's been some history or...
Yeah, 100%. After you've windmilled like 3 or 4 bluffs in his face, and then you start limp trapping because you know he's waiting to get you back. We've got a lot of fresh faces here in MC, by the way. I mean, he's also someone. I mean, I've been
this
out
man,
of the booth for a while.
Hu, first Triton event.
Let's go. All the way from China, by the way. Like these are people that have travelled from far and wide to come and take part.
Wow, and Tom Fuchs from Germany. It's his second stop. He did go to Jeju, but he bricked 9 straight events at Jeju. So this is
Bro, don't be
a
putting
big moment for Tom Fuchs.
Putting his business out there like that. I mean, guy just catching casual Brian Rast bullets out of nowhere.
Just listen, it's on the Triton Poker Plus app. I'm reporting. I'm just reporting facts.
Busting your balls, man.
Not trying to throw shade on anyone. He's probably a world beater. I don't know him personally.
No, they all know. I mean, I think Shulman summed it up really well once with Dan Smith, where Dan kind of had a joke about something Shulman said. And Shulman was like, in the booth, it's all business, man. It's never personal. We're just here having fun with the rest of the viewers, enjoying some world-class poker being played. And at times, you know, we throw a bit of fun here and there.
Yeah, definitely try to report facts, give out nicknames. Got the Sleeping Dragon. Jesse, does Jesse have a nickname?
He doesn't. Not that I'm aware of. Sutler gets the jam through. I feel like Jesse should have a nickname. We'll have to come up with some over this trip. Sleeping Dragon's going to be tough to beat, though, man. I mean, that's high up there. Give me some from Bobby's room. Must have a few
nicknames.
Yeah.
Not too many nicknames in there. really are not. I mean, Angry John. I don't know if that's from Bobby's room though.
But a lot of people used to call you, for example, by your online moniker, right? Like
No, not in Bobby's room.
No? Okay,
No,
that's
no.
interesting. Because before I met you, I knew you by your online screen name.
Yeah, it's been a while now, so I don't hear it. I don't
has.
hear it very much anymore.
Yeah.
Raised to 65,000.
I've been more than happy to open things up from the cutoff. It's interesting, just the shift that we've seen in caginess. Obviously here, perhaps not the best example, as it has just been rags dealt around the table. But there's been a very obvious shift as we work our way down towards the end of day one. Just 13 off the money.
Yeah, much tighter in the big blind than earlier in the tournament in terms of big blind defense, stuff like that for sure. Hands that earlier we would have definitely seen defended haven't been in the last hour or two. And we're going to see more of that heading down to the bubble.
Also saw a couple of non-min opens, so like some like 2.4, 2.5x sizings compared to the standard 2 open that we've been seeing. So just really not giving the incentive to the big blind to potentially defend a marginal holding.
Yeah, some of that also has to do with, like, you could be in the hijack or something and somebody who has a lot of chips and you're trying to discourage them from playing in position to you.
Yeah.
Whether on the cutoff or the button.
Like the Sleeping Dragon.
Yeah. And obviously the big blind as well. Yeah.
Fun spot for Rakita. 40 bigs. And a lot of hand. King, queen suited.
The blinds both have a lot of chips as well. Ponikov's also has 1.2 and Fuchs has 1.8. Ponikov's going to find the 3-bet here.
Just had a little glare up at the clock. Probably using the clock to randomize.
Nope.
Fortunately for him, he rolled a low number. Against the 2.5x. Tom with the threes. Wants to see 3. See if he can find a third one. Comes up short on the Jack 9-8 mono board. Is the only player with a heart in hand.
See how Rukita decides to proceed on the flop. Decides to check, which is very reasonable.
That's actually a really fun turn card. Rukita turning top pair. Tom turning a flush. Tom does check it on over.
Check.
This one's going to check through to the river. Right color, wrong suit for a chop. And Tom with the 100% check mark. Are we now value betting our flush here? Being checked to twice? Sorry, check back twice.
I think it's reasonable. I definitely think it's reasonable to value bet even a very low flush here. I don't think we see the deuce of hearts very often, but we can definitely get called by worse hand than flushes. So, you know, when he ends up, what is that, like betting, like basically third?
Yeah.
Third pot, so.
Bang on third. 65 into 195.
Pretty tough spot for Roland.
I think.
Really puts a hand like his kind of in a tough situation. My guess is he ends up calling, but he might find a very, very nice fold. Like, I kind of wonder versus third pot if he's beating any value. Like, you're just bluff catching with king queen. I would guess, like, I think is the big blind value betting a worse king here? Like, is the big blind value betting king 7 for third pot?
Nice little value bet from Tom, getting paid off. Yeah, I agree. I think we're purely just bluff catching, right?
I think.
Yeah. I think Tom's going to have plenty of bluffs in that spot as well, and he really just gets to give himself a cheap price on a bluff, so I can understand the call there from Roland. So because this table is behind by one hand, we're going to play one more here, and then they're going to do a draw, and that's going to determine how many hands we have left for the night. I love that, by the way. I mean, you don't get that anywhere else in the world. In order to make it as fair as possible, every hand from every table is tracked.
Yeah, and counted, and now they're playing an extra hand here. That's pretty strong. You really don't see that.
It also removes a lot of the nonsense that you do get elsewhere, where people like stalling, unnecessarily tanking, or trying to play fewer hands. It's brilliant. Shout out to Luca Vivaldi and the rest of the Triton crew. Some of the out of the box thinking.
Yeah, you don't see anyone playing slow now, basically.
There's no need to, right? They've removed the incentive entirely. Listen, I've seen some people at other places get lost completely on their way to the big blind on their table move.
Yeah.
A little 20-minute kind of detour. Small 3-bet from Roland. Love to see it. Just really leveraging the situation at hand. 12 off the money. Jesse with an interesting one. But yeah, just going to pitch it. No need for that fancy play syndrome kind of stuff. Especially against someone as tough as Rokita. You heard the man. 4 hands left before we bag for day 2. I was about to say we were a bit far off our guesstimate. It was really me. I was saying low 40s. We're actually down to 39, so we're going to be coming back tomorrow a lot closer to that money bubble than expected.
Yeah. My French friend.
I mean, it's a pretty good guess.
I give you last time, so you need to give me back.
Oh, sorry.
Les bleus après.
Okay. It's okay. I could stay alive. Sorry.
How much, Abby?
325,000 raised.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my.
Wow.
Call.
It's not all in you.
He's calling for less.
Ren.
Cooler.
Maybe.
Squeezed
going,
the ace king out of the big. As Frederick crushed in bad shape. 4 hands left to play tonight. Can Ren find the late night double?
Oh, 10. Wow.
Cooler.
I was not today.
Jack of hearts for a sweat dealer.
This is a real cooler.
Lonis. Okay, one more half. Maybe half 5.
Take your selfie.
Very hot. Very
I love that.
Yeah.
Very
That's
hot.
great. Great to see that. The Renlin effect.
Very hot.
Doesn't find it.
Yeah. I don't like a poker. Go home.
I mean, dude, kind of going back to what you were saying. That's just elite mindset right there, bro.
Yeah.
Just taking that on the chin, smiles all the way to the river, handshake exchanged between him and his opponent. I mean,
yeah, but like
the man's winning at life.
His attitude got his opponent to come over and like give him the hand around the shoulder, kind of. It created camaraderie.
100%. Yeah.
It's like you're not going to see that with someone else. It's because of how Ren acts. So it does have an effect.
The guy's winning at life, man. Back on over the blue feature table.
No, Jesse did not just rip in sub 20 blinds with ace-6 off here. Definitely plus chip EV, but went with the limp.
Fun one for BK. 60% of a straight, 60% of a flush, and king high. Could be the best hand.
Uh-oh. Just getting into trouble, potentially, but also might win.
Always got to look for that back door, haven't you? 170 out there.
I mean, if you're Jesse, you just think you have the best hand a lot, right? I mean, our opponent just checked back. We're 20 bigs. He covers us. High ICM. Like, very hard for him to be beating us.
Yeah, Jesse's gone Geo here. 140 into 170. Kind of setting up a like 0.75 river jam. Is this a 3 street hand in your opinion? Obviously,
yeah, on a
river
on a
dependent.
Break. Yes, I think Brian like almost can't have an ace, and he, you know, so it's very hard for us to be beat. I don't think the kicker's super relevant. Uh-oh. Pesquidio's front door spades. I think Brian's going to find bluffs here as well. Jesse's going to be in a tough spot probably.
450 out there. Jesse limped pre. Bet 40k on the flop. 140 on the turn. Now goes into check decide mode on this flush and straight completing river. And BK with mandatory bluff?
Sort of. I mean, he has no pair, 0 showdown, completely missed, and what better hand is there really to bluff spades with? Like, that calls almost pot on the turn.
Does put all of Jesse's stack on request, as expected. Such an incredibly tough spot for Jesse.
Yeah, you'd way rather have the 6 of spades than the 6 of diamonds. Like, if anything, it's 6 of diamonds probably slightly bad in the same way, right?
Yeah.
Because you're blocking hands like, imagine it was king 6 of diamonds instead of king 7. But
so you'd need Brian to have like 5-4 of diamonds here, 5-3, like some kind of flop gut shot with backdoor.
Or king high.
Or king high, yeah.
He does have an ace. You do ask yourself, you know, can Brian somehow have a deuce? Maybe only like deuce X of diamonds.
Really mulling this one over. There is that end of day one kind of bubble that comes into effect as well. At least I feel like you've played all day to then text the group chat that you bust 3 hands before the end of bagging for day 2.
I mean, I'm struggling to find bluffs here other than missed diamonds. But there, you know, there are some missed diamonds. But I kind of think, I mean, he can probably value bet down to 2 pairs, like queens up. Queens up value betting. It's kind of hard for him to have value other than a flush or queens up, though. And even his flushes, like he's not calling all spades on the turn, right? It needs to be queen X, 8X, maybe king high. Or like have a straight draw to go with it, right?
Yeah, I agree. Such a painful spot for Jesse.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel for him. It's another one of those, you know, he's done everything right, in the hand, but the run out has just really put him in the blender. Same goes for Brian Kim, by the way. I mean, both have played the hand well.
They both have played the hand great, kind of whether or not Jesse calls. Like, I won't fault him for folding at all, but if he finds a call, then it's just, yeah. Good, great bluff. Jesse couldn't quite find the call. Like I said, I mean, I think if you're looking for reasons not to call, the 6 of diamonds is like a below average side card there. Yeah. So it's like a card that hurts you rather than helps you want to call.
Sick pup.
Like, I think you'd rather just call like queen and then like queen 6 with a spade than ace 6 with a diamond. Like, by quite a lot, actually. Blocking queens up and spades.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That would make a lot of sense, yeah. The final 3 hands of the night. 35 left. Wow. 27 paid. I mean, we're going to be coming back on the soft bubble tomorrow. It's China's Zhu Liang, way out in front, 3.7 million. Average stack is like a million?
5 seconds.
1,250,000.
Fold.
Yeah.
Fold.
Awkward one for Eibinger. Jack 10-0 is covered by the original razor, so it has to be somewhat concerned of this 11 big blind button flat from Jesse. Closing the action, Jack 10-0. Too much of a hand. We go 3 ways to a flop. Apparently today, it's the 5s that have been finding the sets. Unfortunately for Rakita, complete whiff for both Lonis and Eibinger. Unless Eibinger's got thoughts of doing something on this board from the big blind.
Yeah, just donking out, since he's going to really be the only player that can have straights and 2 pairs. He considered it.
Felt like he did, didn't he? Maybe he was just thinking about his warm bed and
listen.
Oh,
at the very least, he was letting them know that I can lead this board, gentlemen. I don't know if I am, but I know I can.
He didn't even need to say it out loud, did he? Just
so take a 15 seconds here. And what a bad card for Jesse. I mean,
it feels like showers, right, at this SPR. But, you know, delayed C-bet from Rakita on this turn. Doesn't go too big. 65 into 225.